The tuning of the instrument to different pitches was affected by changes in the length, and notably by substituting a longer or shorter upper piece in the middle joint. So wide were the differences in the pitches then in use that 7 such pieces for the upper portion of it were deemed necessary, the relative proportions between the different parts of the instrument being altered by these modifications in the length. It was conceived that the just relation could be re-established by dividing the foot into 2 pieces below the key. These 2 pieces were adjusted by means of a tenon, and it was asserted that in this way the foot could be lengthened proportionately to the length of the middle joint. Flutes, thus improved, took the name of flutes. A register, the register system, was about 1752, applied by quants to the head joint, and, the embouchure section being thus capable of elongation, it was allowable to the performer according to the opinion of this professor, to lower the pitch of the flute, a semitone, without having recourse to other lengthening pieces, and without disturbing the accuracy of intonation. The upper extremity of the flute, beyond the embouchure orifice, is closed by means of a cork stopper. On the position of this cork depends in a great measure the accurate tuning of the flute. It is in its right place when the accompanying octaves are true. Quants, in speaking of this accessory, mentions the use of a nutscrew to give the required position to the cork. He does not name the inventor of this appliance, but according to Tromlitz the improvement was due to Quants himself. The invention goes back to 1726. When the method of Quants appeared, there were still in use, besides the orchestral flute in D, the little fourth flute in G, the low fourth flute in A, and the flute dammer a note higher in France. They had moreover the little octave flute in D, octave a bass flute in D had also been attempted. See Fig. 5. When Ribach published his Bemerkungen über die Flöte, the flute had already the 5 keys here shown. This author states that the inventor of these new keys is not known to him, but that either Custer, a musical instrument maker in London, or Johann Georg Tromlitz of Leipzig, was the originator, since he has not been able to trace those keys on the flutes of any other maker. Although Tromlitz does not claim for himself the invention of the keys for F, G, and B, he states that he had occupied himself for several years in applying these keys, so as not to augment the difficulty of playing, but on the contrary to render the handling of them as easy as possible. In the later work published in 180,039, however, he seems to attribute the invention of these keys to Richard Potter of London. He says that he has never yet been fortunate enough to come across a good flute. By that Macarth flute has certainly gained by the addition of the keys for F, G, and B. But this is not everything, for on such a flute much must perforce be left unattempted. Only a flute with 8 keys, according to my invention, is capable of everything. It would seem, moreover, from circumstantial evidence, stated clearly, and on good authority by Rockstro, that the keys for F, G, and B must have been used first in England, and made by Richard Potter before 1774, the higher key of C, adopted from 1786, by Tromlitz, we believe to have been first recommended by Ribach 178,240. 1. Tromlitz in Über Floten describes at length what may be termed the first systematic effort to overcome the difficulties created by the combination of open holes and closed keys. He attempted to solve the question by determining the positions of the holes according to the exigencies of fingering, instead of subordinating them to the more arbitrary theories connected with the musical scale. In 1785, Richard Potter improved Quant's slide applied to the head joint, as well as to the register of the foot, by a double system of tubes forming double sliding airtight joints. In the document describing this improvement, Potter patented the idea of lining the holes with silver tubes, and of adapting metal conical valves to the keys. Potter's patent conical valves were an adaptation of the contrivance first invented by J.F. Boy or Boy of Göttingen, who used pewter for the plugs and silver for lining the holes. The keys mentioned in the patent were 40 F, G, A. The idea of extending the compass of the flute downwards was taken up again about the same time by 2 players of the flute in London, named Tacit and Florio. They devised a new disposition of the keys C and C, and confided the execution of their invention to Potter. In Dr. Arnold's New Instructions for the German Flute occurs a tablature, the engraving of which goes back to the end of the 18th century, and bears the following title: A Complete Drawing and Concise Scale, and Description of Tacit and Florio's New Invented German Flute, with all the additional keys explained. It explains the use of 6 keys C, C, D, F, G. Athat are not always figured because the employment of so many keys was at once admitted. Tromlitz himself, who however made flutes with 9 key-setting E another F and C, declared that he was not in favor of so great a complication, and that he preferred the flute with only 2 keys D and E with a register foot joint and a cork nutscrew at the head joint. This instrument met all requirements. He was always much opposed to the use of the old keys for C and C, because they altered the recognized quality of tone of the instrument. When Tromlitz published his method, the family of flutes had become modified. It comprehended only the typical flute in D, the flute dammer a minor third lower, a third flute a minor third higher, and finally the little octave flute. While Tromlitz was struggling in Germany with the idea of augmenting the compass of the flute downwards, by employing open keys for C and C, an Italian Giovanni Battista Orazzi increased the scale of the instrument downwards by the application of 5 new keys viz. B, B, A, and G at the same time that he produced this invention. 45. He conceived the plugging of the lateral holes by the valve keys, then recently invented by Potter. But it was hardly possible to obtain a perfect plugging of 7 lateral holes, with the aid of as many keys for the control of which there were only the 2 little fingers, and therefore this invention of Orazzi proved a failure. In 1808, the Rev. Frederick Nolan of Stratford near London conceived an open key, the lever of which terminating by a ring permitted the closing of a lateral hole at the same time. The key was being acted upon the combination, in this double action, is the embryo of the mechanism that a little later was to transform the system of the flute. 2 years later, MacGregor, a musical instrument maker in London, constructed a bass flute, an octave lower than the ordinary flute. The idea was not new, as is proved by the existence of the bass flute. Mentioned above, the difference between the 2 instruments lies in the mechanism of the keys that employed by MacGregor consisted of a double lever, a contrivance dating from before the middle of the 18th century, of which the application is seen in an oboe of large dimensions, preserved in the National Museum at Munich. In 1811, Johann Nepomuk Kepler invented the extra D-natural hole and key, which is still in constant use on every flute of modern construction. About 1830, the celebrated French flautist Chelou added 2 more keys, those of F and C, and a key called decadence to facilitate the accompanying shakes. To increase the number of keys, to improve their system of plugging, and to extend the scale of the instrument in the lower region, these had hitherto been the principal problems dealt with in the improvement of the flute. No maker, no inventor to whose labors we have called attention had as yet devoted his attention to the rational division of the column of air by means of the lateral holes. In 1831, Theobald Bohme, a Bavarian happening to be in London, was struck with the power of tone. The celebrated English performer Charles Nicholson drew from his instrument. Bohme learned, and not without astonishment, that his English colleague obtained this result by giving the lateral holes a much greater diameter than was then usually admitted. About the same time, Bohme made the acquaintance of an amateur player named Gordon, who had effected certain improvements. He had bored the lateral hole for the lower E, and had covered it with a key, while he had replaced the key for F with a ring. These innovations set Bohme about attempting a complete reform of the 583 instrument. He went resolutely to work, and during the year 1832, he produced the new flute, which bears his name. This instrument is distinguished by a new mechanism of keys, as well as by larger holes disposed along the tube in geometrical progression. Bohme's system had preserved the key of G. Open Koch, a professor in the Paris Conservatoire, assisted by Auguste Buffet the Younger, a musical instrument maker, in that city, modified Bohme's flute by closing the G with a key. Wishing thus to render the new fingering more conformable to the old, he thus added a key, facilitating the shake upon C with D, and brought about some other changes in the instrument of less importance. Bohme had not, however, altered the bore of the flute, which had been conical from the end of the 17th century. In 1846, however, he made further experiments, and the results obtained were put in practice by the construction of a new instrument of which the body was given a cylindrical bore, while the diameter of the head was modified at the embouchure, the head joint becoming parabolic. See Fig. 2. The inventor thus obtained a remarkable equality in the tones of the lower octave, a greater sonorousness, and a perfect accuracy of intonation, by establishing the more exact proportions which a column of air of cylindrical form permitted. The priority of Bohme's invention was long contested, his detractors maintaining that the honor of having reconstructed the flute was due to Gordon. But an impartial investigation vindicates the claim of the former to the invention of the large lateral holes. His greatest title to fame is the invention of the mechanism, which allows the production of the 11 chromatic semitones, intermediate between the fundamental note and its first harmonic by means of 11 holes so disposed that in opening them successively, they shorten the column of air in exact proportional quantities. Bohum Essays Roman 100 published a diagram or scheme to be adopted in determining the position of the note holes of wind instruments for every given pitch. This diagram gives the position of the intermediate holes, which he had been enabled to establish by a rule of proportion, based on the law of the lengths of strings. The Bohum flute, notwithstanding the high degree of perfection it has reached, has not secured unanimous favor even now. There are players who prefer the ordinary flute. The change of fingering required for some notes, the great delicacy and liability to derangement of the mechanism, have something to do with this. In England especially, the ordinary flute retains many partisans, thanks to the improvements introduced by a clever player Abel Sakama in 1845. Patent No. 10553, he bored the lateral holes of E and a lower, and covered them with open keys. He added some keys, and made a better disposition of the other lateral holes, of which he increased the diameter, producing thus a sonorousness almost equal to that of the Bohum flute, while yet preserving the old fingering for the notes of the first 2 octaves. But in spite of these improvements, the old flute will not bear an impartial comparison with that of Bohum. A flute constructed on a radically new system by Signor Carlo Tommaso Giorgi and introduced in 1896, places the technique of the instrument on an entirely new and simple basis. The principal features of this flute consist in an embouchure placed at the upper extremity of the tube, instead of at the side, which allows the instrument to be held in a perpendicular position. No tuning cork is required. There are 11 holes mathematically placed in the tube, which give the semitones of the scale. There are no keys. The 11 holes are fingered by the fingers and thumbs, the C hole being closed by the side of the left forefinger. All the notes are obtained by means of simple fingering as far as G of the third octave, the remaining notes of which are produced by cross-fingering. For the convenience of players with short fingers, keys can be added, and the head of the Giorgi flute can be used with any cylinder flute. The compass of the Giorgi flute is almost the same as that of the concert flute, viz. If the lower C and C are required, extra holes and keys can be added. Everything that is possible on the Bohum flute is possible on the Giorgi, and more owing to the simplicity of the fingering, each finger having but one duty to perform. All trills are equally easy. The tone is the true flute tone, brilliant and sympathetic. The Old English Fipple flute, or flute à bec, is described under the headings recorder and flageolet. Roman 5 Roman 1000 KS. In architecture, the name flute is given to the vertical channels, segmental semicircular, or elliptical in horizontal section, employed on the shafts of columns in the classic styles. The flutes are separated one from the other by an arras in the Doric order and by a fillet in the Ionic and Corinthian orders. The earliest fluted columns are those in Egypt at first with plain faces, without any sinking, subsequently at Karnak 1400 B Roman 100, with a segmental sinking equal in depth to about 1/7 of the width of the flute. The columns flanking one of the beehive tombs at Mycenae have segmental flutes, and are the earliest Greek examples in 2 of the earliest Doric temples at Metapontum and Syracuse Temple of Apollo. The flutes are also segmental, but in later examples, in order to emphasize the arras, they were formed of 3 arcs, and are known as false ellipses. And this applies to nearly all the fluting in Greek examples, whether belonging to the Doric, Ionic, or Corinthian orders. The number of flutes varies, there being 52 in the archaic Temple of Diana at Ephesus, and from 30 to 52 flutes in the Persian columns, according to the diameter of the column. In the Greek Doric column, 20 is the usual number, but there are 16 only in the temples of Sunium, Assos, Segesta, and the Temple of Apollo at Syracuse, 18 in one of the temples of Selinus, and the Temple of Diana at Syracuse, and 24 in the Temple of Neptune at Paestum. The depth of the flute also varies. In the Propylaea at Athens, the radius is equal to the width of the flute, and the flute is segmental. In the Parthenon, the radius of the central part of the flute is greater than the width, but the smaller arcs on either side accentuate better the arras. A similar accentuation is found in the Ionic and Corinthian orders, where the flutes are separated by fillets, and their section is always elliptical in Greek work. The depth of the flute, however, being always greater than in the Doric order, thus in the Temple of Ilissus, and the Ionic column in the cella of the temple at Bassi. The depth is about 1/4 of the width in the Propylaea at Priene. It is about 1/3. And in the Erechtheum and other examples of the Greek Ionic order, it is little more than 1/2 the width of the fillet, also varies being as a rule 1/4 of the width of the flute. And the same applies to the Greek Corinthian order, in the Roman Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian orders. The flute is either segmental or semicircular, its depth being about 1/3 of the width in the Doric column, and in all Ionic, Corinthian, and composite columns, half the width of the flute. The fillet also is much broader in Roman examples, being about 1/3 of the width of the flute in Roman columns. Sometimes the flutes of the lower part of the shaft, about 1/3 of the height, are partly filled with a convex molding cabling, being the usual term applied to this treatment. The French architects of the 16th and 17th centuries carried this decorative feature much farther, and in the Tuileries and the Louvre carved a series of leaves in the flutes in a few Italian buildings. Instead of the fluting of the column being vertical, it twines round the column, and is known as spiral fluting. A fine example is found in the Bevilacqua Palace at Verona by San Michele. Fluting is sometimes introduced into capitals, as in the Tomb of Mylassa, and in friezes, as in the theatre at Cneidos, the Incantata at Salonika, and a doorway at Patara in one of the museums at Rome, is a fine sarcophagus, the sides of which are sculptured with flutes in waved lines. The coronas of many of the Roman temples were carved with flutes in medieval buildings. Fluting was occasionally introduced in imitation of Roman work, as in the churches of central Syria, and of Autun and Langres in France. But in the south of Italy and Sicily, it would seem to have been brought in as a variety of treatment in the decoration of the shafts, carrying the arches of cloisters, as at Monreale in Sicily, and in those of St. John Lateran and St. Paul outside of walls at Rome. RPS 1 cf. Kladny die Akustik Leipzig, 1802 p. 87. 2 c. Sonrecht über die Schwingungserigung und die Bewegung der Luftsäule in Effenen und Gedigten Rohren Pog, and 1876 vol. 158. 3. The Flute London 1890 90105 pp. 3440. 4. Theory der Luftschwingungen in Rohren mit Effenen and den Berlin, 1896 Ostwald's Klassiker, der exakten Wissenschaften no 80. 5. V. Roman 100 Magellan Experimental Studies on the Resonance of Trunco-Conical and Cylindrical Air Columns, translated by Fa Mahan London 1901, Roman 500. J. Blakely Acoustics, in relation to wind instruments, London, 1890 Friedrich Zamener Die Musik und die Musikalischen, Instrument Roman 100 Gießen, 1855, Idem sur le mouvement vibratoire de l'air dans les tiox comps rendus, 1855, vol. 40, 1 Roman 100 Opsit, 73 pp. 87-88 note 1. 7. Akustik der Blasinstrument, Allgemeine Musical Zeit, Leipzig 1816 BD Roman 18 no 5 p. 65 et sec c. Also Ernst Uding zur Geschichte der Blasinstrument, IM 16 und 17, Jahrhundert Inaugural Dissertation, Friedrich Wilhelms Universität, Berlin 15 March 1899 p. 9. 8. Lehre von der Tonfindung Braunschweig, 1877. 9 c. Editions by Roman 500 J.B. to article Flute, in Grove's Dictionary of Music and Musicians, London 1904. Musica Instrumentalis Deutsch Wittenberg, 1528. See also L. Arduci del Imperfezioni, della Musica, Moderna Venice 1600 p. 4, Gottfried Weber, in Cassilia BD Roman 9 p. 99. See Les Anciens Flutes Egyptians by Victor Loret, in Journal Asiatique Paris, 1889 vol. Roman 14 p. 133. Et sec. 2 careful articles, based on the ancient Egyptian instruments, still extant. See also Loth über die Ägyptische Instrumentsitzungs, der Philologe, und Historklasse der KGL Bayer, Akad zu München, 1873. See Albert A. Howard The Allos, or Tibia Harvard Studies, Roman 4 Boston 1893, pp. 16-17. Representations of flutes blown as here described have been found in Europe. See Comps rendus de la Commission, Impériale Archéologique, St. Petersburg, 1867 p. 45, an atlas for the same date PL Roman 6 Pompeian painting, given by Helbig Wangemelde, no 7607, Zon vol. Roman 3 PL 31, Museo Borbonico PL Roman 15, no 18 Clairac, PL 130 130, 139, Hughesy Les Figurines p. 136. There are 2 flutes at the British Museum Cattle, No. 8449, and 5 and 6, belonging to the Castellani collection made of wood, encased in bronze, in which the mouthpiece, consisting of the head of a maenad, has a lateral hole bored obliquely into the main tube. This hole was probably intended for the reception of a reed. The pipe is stopped at the end beyond the mouthpiece. As in the modern flute, there are 6 holes. See also the plagiolos from Halicarnassus, in the British Museum, described by Roman 100 T. Newton, in History of Discoveries, at Halicarnassus, London, Vol. Roman 2 p. 339. The Louvre has 2 ancient statues from the Villa Borghese, representing satyrs playing upon transverse flutes. Unfortunately, these marbles have been restored especially in the details affecting our present subject, and are therefore examples of no value to us. Another statue, representing a flute player, occurs in the British Museum. The instrument has been supposed to be a transverse flute, but erroneously for the insufflation of the lateral tube, against which the instrumentalist presses his lips, could not without the intervention of a reed, excite the vibratory movement of the column of air. Florence Carent Collections, see Museo Nazionale Firenze, Catalogo, 1898 p. 205. No. 26. Description, only illustration in Gallery Nazionale, Italian, a Venturi Vol. Roman 30, 1897, p. 263, L. Art Rome, 1894, Vol. Roman 1 p. 24, Hans Greven Antike Vorlagen Byzantinischer Elfenbein Reliefs, in Job Roman 500 K. Prius Kunst Sammlungen, Berlin 1897, BD Roman 18 p. 11, Hans Greven ein Reliquienkästchen, Os Pirano Roman 499 1899, BD Roman 20 Fig 2, and PL Roman 3, Greek MS 510, Grégoire de Nassance 10th century, Bibliothèque Nationale Paris. Illustration in Gustave Roman 50 Schlumberger, L'Épopée Byzantine, à la fin du Xe siècle Paris, 1896, and 1900, Vol. Roman 1 p. 503, British Museum Greek Psalter, Ad MS 19352 Fall 189 B. Writ, and illuminated Sir 1066 by Theodorus of Caesarea. A cylindrical flute is shown turned to the right, the left hand being uppermost. Smyrna Library of the Evaglik Skol, B. 18 Fall 72, A. Roman 500 Illustration, by Str Zygowski, Der Bilderkreis des Griechischen, Physiologus in Byzantinisches, Archive Leipzig 1899, Heft 2 Taf Roman 11 NP. Kondakov Histoire de l'Art Byzantin Paris, 1886, and 1891, PL Roman 12. Kusir Amra issued by K. Akkad Roman 500 Wissenschaften, Vienna 1907 Vol. Roman 2, PL Roman 34. A fine volume, containing colored drawings of these frescoes, has been published in St. Petersburg British Museum Library Catalogue Sect Academies, St. Petersburg, 18,740, 1887, Vol. Roman 4 Tab 1325a. This manuscript, written towards the end of the 12th century, was preserved in the Strasbourg Library until 1870, when it was burnt during the bombardment of the city. See the fine reproduction in facsimile published by the Soche pour la conservation des monuments historiques d'Alsace text explicatif de A. Straub, and G. Keller Strasbourg 1901 PL Roman 57, also Roman 100 Roman 1000 Engelhardt, Herod von Landsberg, und Eichenwerk Stuttgart, and Tübingen 1812 plates. MSJB2, illustrated in Critical and Bibliographical Notes, on Early Spanish Music London 1880 7 p. 119. Musica Gedacht und Ausgesungen Basel 1511. Organographia Wolfenbüttel 16 18 pp 24 25 40. Harmonie Universelle Paris 1636, Liver Roman 5 p. 241. Principes de la flûte traversière aux flûtes d'Alamagny de la flûte, a bec et du hautbois Paris 1722 p. 38. Musicus oder der sich selbst, Informierend Musicus Erfurt 1738 p. 85. Fedis Rapport sur la fabrication des instruments de musique, à l'Exposition Universelle de Paris, N. 1855. See Recul de Planches Vol. Roman 4, and article Basse de Flûte, Traversière Vol. Roman 2 Paris 1751. See also The Flute by R.S. Rockstro London 1890 p. 238, where the wood cut is reproduced together with a translation of the article, The Museum of the Conservatoire in Paris also possesses a bass flute by the noted French maker Deleuze. Versuch einer Anweisung die Flöte, Traversier zu spielen Berlin, 1752. Unless the contrary is stated, we have always in view in describing the successive improvements of the flute, the treble flute in D, which is considered to be typical of the family. Herrn Johann Joachim Quanson's Lebenslauf von einem selbst Entwerfen in the Historisch Kritische Beiträge zur Aufnahme der Musik by Marburg, Berlin 1754, p. 239. Quantz was professor of the flute to Frederick the Great. See Johann Georg Tromlitz Ausfuliker und Grundlicher Unterricht die Flöte zu spielen Leipzig, 1791-17, and Über Floten mit mehreren Klappen Leipzig, 1800 Cap Roman 721. Antonio Lorenzoni Saggio per Bensoner il Flauto, Traverso Vicenza, 1779. See Anweisung Roman 115. See Lebenslauf Locke Sit p. 248, where Quantz states that he invented the adjustable head for the flute. See Anweisung Roman 1:10-13 and Roman 4:26. Ausfuliker und Grundlicher Unterricht die Flöte zu spielen Leipzig, 1791 Roman 1 Cap 20, compare Schilling Univ Lexicon Leipzig, 1835. Stendhal 1782, published under his initials, only JJHRCP2. Kursabhandlung von Flotenspielen Leipzig, 1786 p. 27. Über Floten Roman 100 pp. 133 and 134. See the flute pp. 242,244 and 561 and 562. See opposite pp. 51 and 62. English Patent No. 1499. See Rockstro opposite p. 197. Saggio per costruire e suoner un flauto traverso en armonico chi ha I suoni bassi del violin, Rome 1797. The idea of this large flute was taken up again in 1819 by Trexler of Vienna, who called it the panolin. Patent No. 30-183, part of the specification together with a diagram, is reproduced by Rockstro opposite, pp. 273,274. Patent No. 3349, part of the specification together with a diagram, is reproduced by Rockstro opposite, pp. 273,274. Another specimen, almost the same, constructed about 1775, and called Basse de Musette, may be seen in the Museum of the Paris Conservatoire. See Account of Kepler's Inventions by Karl Maria von Weber in Allgemeine Musical Zeit, Leipzig 18, 11 pp. 377,379, a translation of which is given by Rockstro opposite, pp. 279 and 280. See Über den Flotenbau und die neuesten Verbesserungen des selben Mainz, 1847, and W.S. Broadwood an essay on the construction of flutes, originally written by Theobald Bohum, published with the addition of correspondence, and other documents, London 1882. Examen critique de la flûte ordinaire, comparé à la flûte Bohum Paris, 1838. They existed long before, however, in the Chinese Tai and the Japanese Fui. The reader may consult with advantage Mr. Roman 100 Welch's History of the Bohum Flute London 1883, wherein all the documents relating to this interesting discussion have been collected with great impartiality. For further details see Kathleen Schlesinger The Instruments of the Orchestra Part, Roman 1 pp. 192,194, where an illustration is given, and Paul Wetzger Die Flote Heilbronn, 1906 pp. 2324, and Tafel Roman 4 no 20. Flux lat fluxus, a flowing, this being also the meaning of the English term in medicine Roman 100, in metallurgy, a substance introduced in the smelting of ores to promote fluidity, and to remove objectionable impurities in the form of a slag. The 584 substances in commonest use aerolime, or limestone to slag off silica, and silicates fluorspar for lead calcium and barium sulfates, and calcium phosphate, and silica for removing basic substances, such as limestone. Other substances are also used, but more commonly in assaying than in metallurgy. Sodium and potassium carbonates are valuable for fluxing off silica mixed with potassium nitrate. Sodium carbonate forms a valuable oxidizing fusion mixture. Black flux is a reducing flux composed of finely divided carbon and potassium carbonate, and formed by deflagrating a mixture of argol with 14 to 12. Its weight of nitroborax is very frequently employed. It melts to a clear liquid and dissolves silica and many metallic oxides. Potassium bisulfate is useful in the preliminary treatment of refractory aluminous ores. Litharge and red lead are used in silver and gold assays, acting as solvents for silica and any metallic oxides present. Fly formed on the root of the supposed original tute flugen, to fly, a designation applied to the winged or perfect state of many insects belonging to various orders, as in butterfly C. Lepidoptera dragonfly, Q Roman 5 mayfly, Q Roman 5 caddisfly, Q Roman 5 Roman 100, also specially employed by entomologists to mean any species of the two-winged flies, or Diptera. Q Roman 5 in ordinary parlance. Fly is often used in the sense of the common housefly Musca domestica, and by English colonists and sportsmen in South Africa, in that of a species of tsetsefly glossina, or a tract of country belt in which these insects abound. See tsetse fly. Apart from the housefly proper Musca domestica, which in England is the usual one, several species of flies are commonly found in houses, for example the Stomoxys calcitrans, or stablefly Pollenia rudis, or clusterfly Mucina stabulans, another stablefly Calliphora, erythrosphala, bluebottle fly, blowfly, or meatfly, with smaller sorts of bluebottle Formia terinavi, and Lucilia Caesar, Homolemia canicularis and brevis, the small housefly Cenopinus fenestralis, the black windowfly Roman 100. But Musca domestica is far the most numerous, and in many places, especially in hot weather, and in hot climates, is a regular pest. Mr. Roman 50 O. Howard Circular 71 of the Bureau of Entomology, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Washington, 1906, says that in 1900 he made a collection of the flies in dining rooms in different parts of the United States, and out of a total of 23,087 flies, 22,808 were the common housefly. Its geographical distribution is of the widest, and its rapidity of breeding in manure and dooryard filth so great that as a carrier of germs of disease, especially cholera and typhoid, the housefly is now recognized as a potent source of danger, and various sanitary regulations have been made or precautions suggested for getting rid of it. These are discussed by Mr. Howard in the paper referred to, but in brief, they all amount to measures of general hygiene, and the isolation, prompt removal, or proper sterilization of the animal or human excrement in which these flies breed. Flycatcher, a name introduced in ornithology by Ray, being a translation of the Muscicapa of older authors, and applied by Pennant to an extremely common English bird, the Roman 1000 Grassola of Linnaeus. It has since been used in a general and very vague way for a great many small birds from all parts of the world, which have the habit of catching flies on the wing. Ornithologists who have trusted too much to this characteristic, and to certain merely superficial correlations of structure, especially those exhibited by a broad and rather flat bill, and a gape beset by strong hairs or bristles, have associated under the title of Muscicapidae an exceedingly heterogeneous assemblage of forms, much reduced in number by later systematists. Great advance has been made in establishing as independent families the Todidae and Urolimidae, as well as in excluding from it various members of the Ampelidae, Codingidae, Tyranidae, Virinidae, Amniodaltidae, and perhaps others which had been placed within its limits. These steps have left the Muscicapidae a purely Old World family of the order Passers, and the chief difficulty now seems to lie in separating it from the Campophagidae and the Laniidae. Only a very few of the forms of flycatchers, which after all the deductions above mentioned, may be reckoned to include some 60 genera or subgenera, and perhaps 250 species, can here be even named. The best known bird of this family is that which also happens to be the type of the Linnaean genus Muscicapae, spotted or gray flycatcher Roman 1000 Grassola. It is a common summer visitant to nearly the whole of Europe, and is found throughout Great Britain, though less abundant in Scotland than in England, as well as in many parts of Ireland, where, however, it seems to be but locally and sparingly distributed. It is one of the latest migrants to arrive, and seldom reaches the British Islands till the latter part of May, when it may be seen, a small dust-colored bird sitting on the posts or railings of gardens and fields, ever and anon springing into the air, seizing with an audible snap of its bill some passing insect as it flies, and returning to the spot it has quitted, or taking up some similar station to keep watch as before. It has no song, but merely a plaintive or peevish call note uttered from time to time with a jerking gesture of the wings. And tail, it makes a neat nest built among the small twigs which sprout from the bole of a large tree fixed in the branches of some plant, trained against a wall, or placed in any hole of the wall itself, that may be left by the falling of a brick or stone. The eggs are from 4 to 6 in number, of a pale greenish-blue, closely blotched or freckled, with rust color silent and inconspicuous as is this bird. Its constant pursuit of flies in the closest vicinity of houses makes it a familiar object to almost everybody. A second British species is the pied flycatcher Roman 1000 atricapilla, a much rarer bird, and in England, not often seen except in the hilly country extending from the peak of Derbyshire to Cumberland, and more numerous in the Lake District than elsewhere. It is not common in Scotland, and has only once been observed in Ireland, more of a woodland bird than the former. The brightly contrasted black and white plumage of the cock, together with his agreeable song, readily attracts attention. Where it occurs, it is a summer visitant to all Western Europe, but farther eastward its place is taken by a nearly allied species Roman 1000 calaris, in which the white of the throat and breast extends like a collar round the neck. A fourth European species Roman 1000 parva, distinguished by its very small size and red breast, has also strayed some 3 or 4 times to the extreme southwest of England. This last belongs to a group of more eastern range which has received generic recognition under the name of Erythrosterna, and it has several relations in Asia, and particularly in India, while the allies of the pied flycatchers Fistula of Brisson are chiefly of African origin, and those of the gray or spotted flycatcher Muscicapa proper too are common to the 2 continents. One of the most remarkable groups of Muscicapidae is that known as the paradise flycatchers, forming the genus Tetrachria of Lesson. In nearly all the species, the males are distinguished by the growth of exceedingly long feathers in their tail, and by their putting on for some part of the year at least a plumage generally white, but almost always quite different from that worn by the females, which is of a more or less deep chestnut or bay color, though in both sexes the crown is of a glossy steel blue. They are found pretty well throughout Africa and tropical Asia to Japan, and seem to affect the deep shade of forests rather than the open country. The best known species is perhaps the Indian T. paradisea, but the Chinese T. insui and the Japanese T. princeps from being very commonly represented by the artists of those nations on screens fans, and the like are hardly less so, and the cock of the last named with his bill of a pale greenish-blue and 585 eyes surrounded by bare skin of the same color, though these are characters possessed in some degree by all the species, seems to be the most beautiful of the genus T. bourbonensis, which is peculiar to the islands of Mauritius and Reunion, appears to be the only species in which the outward difference of the sexes is but slight. In T. corvina of the Seychelles, the adult male is wholly black, and his middle tail feathers are not only very long but very broad. In T. mutata of Madagascar, some of the males are found in a blackish plumage, though with the elongated median rectrices white, while in others white predominates over the whole body. But whether this sex is here actually dimorphic, or whether the one dress is a passing phase of the other, is at present undetermined. Some of the African species, of which many have been described, seem always to retain the rufous plumage, but the long tail feathers serve to mark the males. A few other groups are distinguished by the brilliant blue they exhibit as Me agra azura, and others as Monarcha or Arces chrysomla by their golden yellow. The Australian forms assigned to the Muscicapidae are very varied. Cicera inquieta has some of the habits of a water wagtail motacilla, and hence has received the name of dishwasher bestowed in many parts of England on its analogue, and the many species of Ripidura, or fan-tailed flycatchers, which occur in various parts of the Australian region, have manners still more singular, turning over in the air, it is said like a tumbler pigeon, as they catch their prey. But concerning the mode of life of the majority of the Muscicapidae, and especially of the numerous African forms, hardly anything is known. One of the 30 genera or subgenera, which Swainson included in his Natural Arrangement and Relations of the Family of Flycatchers published in 1838, at least 19, do not belong to the Muscicapidae at all, and one of them Totus not even to the order Passers. It is perhaps impossible to name any ornithological work whose substance so fully belies its title as does this treatise. Swainson wrote it filled with faith in the so-called quinary system, that fanciful theory invented by W.S. Macleay, which misled and kept back so many of the best English zoologists of his generation from the truth hand Unconsciously swayed by his bias, his judgment was warped to fit his hypothesis. 2. By some writers, this section is distinguished as Butali's of Boy, but to do so seems contrary to rule. Fleury Carlin Emily, 18,071,892, Swedish novelist, was born in Stromstad on the 8th of August, 1807. Her father Rutger Smith was a retired sea captain who had settled down as a small merchant, and she often accompanied him on the voyages he made along the coast. She married in 1827 a doctor named Axel Fleury, and went with him to live in the province of Småland. After his death in 1833, she returned to her old home and published in 1838 her first novel Waldemar Klein. In the next year, she removed to Stockholm and married in 1841 the jurist and poet Johann Gabriel Carlin, 18,141,875. Her house became a meeting place for Stockholm men of letters, and for the next 12 years, she produced 1 or 2 novels annually. The premature death of her son, Edvard Fleury, 18,291,853, who had already published 3 books showing great promise, was followed by 6 years of silence, after which she resumed her writing. Until 1884, the most famous of her tales are Rosen på Tistallen 1842, Engtrans, The Rose of Tistallen 1842, and Slingen på Johannesgeret 1846, Engtrans, The Hermit Forvals 1853, and Et Koopmansches I Skargarden 1859, The Merchant's House on the Cliffs Fru Carlin, published in 1878 Minnen, af Svenskt Forfattarliv, 18,401,860, and in 18,871,880, 3 volumes of Efterskord Fran N. 80 Erings Forfattarbana, containing her last tales. She died at Stockholm on the 5th of February 1892. Her daughter Rosa Carlin, 18,361,883, was also a popular novelist. Emily Fleury Carlin's novels were collected in 31 volumes, Stockholm 18,690, 1,875. Flying buttress in architecture, the term given to a structural feature employed to transmit the thrust of a vault across an intervening space, such as an aisle chapel or cloister, to a buttress built outside the latter. This was done by throwing a semiarch across to the vertical buttress, though employed by the Romans, and in early Romanesque work, it was generally masked by other constructions or hidden under a roof. But in the 12th century, it was recognized as rational construction and emphasized by the decorative accentuation of its features, as in the cathedrals of Chartres-le-Mans, Paris. Beauvais Reims Roman 100. Sometimes owing to the great height of the vaults, 2 semiarches were thrown one above the other, and there are cases where the thrust was transmitted to 2 or even 3 buttresses across intervening spaces, as a vertical buttress placed at a distance possesses greater power of resistance to thrust than if attached to the wall carrying the vault. Vertical buttresses, as at Lincoln and Westminster Abbey, were built outside the chapter house to receive the thrust. All vertical buttresses are as a rule, in addition, weighted with pinnacles to give them greater power of resistance. Flying column in military organization, an independent corps of troops usually composed of all arms to which a particular task is assigned. It is almost always composed in the course of operations, out of the troops' immediately available mobility being its raison d'etre. A flying column is, when possible, composed of picked men and horses, accompanied with the barest minimum of baggage. The term is usually, though not necessarily, applied to forces under the strength of a brigade. The mobile columns, employed by the British in the South African War of 18,991,902, were usually of the strength of 2 battalions of infantry, a battery of artillery, and a squadron of cavalry. Almost exactly half that of a mixed brigade. Flying columns are mostly used in savage or guerrilla warfare. Flying Dutchman, a spectre ship popularly believed to haunt the waters around the Cape of Good Hope. The legend has several variants, but the commonest is that which declares that the captain of the vessel Vanderdecken was condemned for his blasphemy to sail round the Cape, forever unable to make a port. In the Dutch version, the skipper is the ghost of the Dutch seaman Van Straten. The appearance of the Flying Dutchman is considered by sailors as ominous of disaster. The German legend makes one Herr von Falkenberg the hero, and alleges that he is condemned to sail forever around the North Sea on a ship, without helm or steersman, playing at dice for his soul with the devil. Sir Walter Scott says the Flying Dutchman was originally a vessel laden with bullion. A murder was committed on board, And thereafter the plague broke out among the crew, which closed all ports to the ill-fated craft. The legend has been used by Wagner in his opera Der Fliegende Holländer. Flying fish, the name given to two different kinds of fish. The one Dactylopterus belongs to the gurnard family Triglydidae, and is more properly called flying gurnard. The other Exocotus has been called flying herring, though more nearly allied to the garpike than to the herring. Some other fishes with long pectoral fins, pterois, have been stated to be able to fly, but this has been proved to be incorrect. Fig. 1 Dactylopterus volitans. The flying gurnards are much less numerous than the Exocodae with regard to individuals as well as species, there being only 3 or 4 species known of the former, whilst more than 50 have been described of the latter, which besides are found in numerous shoals of thousands. The Dactylopterae may be readily distinguished by a large bony head, armed with spines, hard-keeled scales, 2 dorsal fins. Roman 100. The Exocodae have thin deciduous scales, only 1 dorsal fin, and the ventrals placed far backwards below the middle of the body. Some have long barbels at the chin in both kinds. The pectoral fins are greatly prolonged and enlarged, modified into an organ of flight. And in many species of Exocotus, the ventral fins are similarly enlarged and evidently assist in the aerial evolutions of these fishes. Flying fishes are found in the tropical and subtropical seas only, and it is a singular fact that the geographical distribution of the two kinds is nearly identical. Flying fish are more frequently 586 observed in rough weather, and in a disturbed sea, than during calms. They dart out of the water when pursued by their enemies or frightened by an approaching vessel, but frequently also without any apparent cause, as is also observed in many other fishes, and they rise without regard to the direction of the wind or waves. The fins are kept quietly distended without any motion, except an occasional vibration caused by the air whenever the surface of the wing is parallel with the current of the wind. Their flight is rapid, greatly exceeding that of a ship going 10 Roman 1,000 an hour, but gradually decreasing in velocity and not extending beyond a distance of 500 ft. Generally, it is longer when the fishes fly against, than with or at an angle to the wind. Any vertical or horizontal deviation from a straight line is not caused at the will of the fish, but by currents of the air. Thus they retain a horizontally straight course when flying with or against the wind, but are carried towards the right or left whenever the direction of the wind is at an angle with that of their flight. However, it sometimes happens that the fish during its flight immerses its caudal fin in the water, and by a stroke of its tail turns towards the right or left in a calm. The line of their flight is always also vertically straight, or rather parabolic like the course of a projectile, but it may become undulated in a rough sea when they are flying against the course of the waves. They then frequently overtop each wave, being carried over it by the pressure of the disturbed air. Flying fish often fall on board of vessels, but this never happens during a calm or from the lee side, but during a breeze only, and from the weather side. In daytime, they avoid a ship flying away from it, but during the night when they are unable to see, they frequently fly against the weatherboard, where they are caught by the current of the air and carried upwards to a height of 20 ft above the surface of the water, whilst under ordinary circumstances they keep close to it. All these observations point clearly to the fact that any deflection from a straight course is due to external circumstances, and not to voluntary action on the part of the fish. Fig. 2 Exocotus calopterus. A little malacopterygian fish about 4 in long has recently been discovered in West Africa, which has the habits of a freshwater flying fish. It has been named Pantodon buchhalsi. It has very large pectoral fins with a remarkable muscular process attached to the inner ray. It lives in freshwater lakes and rivers in the Congo region, and has been caught in its flight above the water in a butterfly net. Flying fox, or more correctly foxbat. The first name is applied by Europeans in India to the fruitiating bats of the genus Pteropus, which contains more than half the family Pteropidae. This genus is confined to the tropical regions of the Eastern Hemisphere and Australia. It comprises numerous species, a considerable proportion of which occur in the islands of the Malay archipelago. The flying foxes are the largest of the bats, the kalong of Java Pteropus edulis measuring about a foot in length, and having an expansive wing membrane measuring 5 ft across. Flying foxes are gregarious nocturnal bats, suspending themselves during the day head downwards, by thousands from the branches of trees, where with their wings gathered about them, they bear some resemblance to huge, shriveled-up leaves or to clusters of some peculiar fruit in Bacchian. According to Wallace, They suspend themselves chiefly from the branches of dead trees, where they are easily caught or knocked down by sticks, the natives carrying them home in basketfuls. They are then cooked with abundance of spices, and are really very good eating something like hare. Towards evening these bats bestir themselves and fly off in companies to the village plantations, where they feed on all kinds of fruit, and so numerous and voracious are they that no garden crop has much chance of being gathered, which is not specially protected from their attacks. The flying fox of India, Pteropus medius, is a smaller species, but is found in great numbers wherever fruit is to be had in the Indian peninsula. Pygmy African flying squirrel, Idiurus zenkeri. Flying squirrel properly, the name of such members of the squirrel group of rodent mammals as have a parachute-like expansion of the skin of the flanks, with attachments to the limbs, by means of which they are able to take long flying leaps from tree to tree. The parachute is supported by a cartilage attached to the wrist or carpus. In addition to the lateral membrane, there is a narrow one from the cheek along the front of each shoulder to the wrist, and in the larger species, a third interfemoral connecting the hindlimbs with the base of the long tail of the two widely distributed genera. Pteromes includes the larger and Sciuropterus. The smaller species, the two differ in certain details of dentition, and in the greater development in the former of the parachute, especially the interfemoral portion, which in the latter is almost absent in Pteromes. The tail is cylindrical and comparatively thin, while in Sciuropterus it is broad, flat, and laterally expanded, so as to compensate for the absence of the interfemoral membrane by acting as a supplementary parachute. In general appearance, flying squirrels resemble ordinary squirrels, although they are even more beautifully colored. Their habits, food Roman 100, are also very similar to those of the true squirrels, except that they are more nocturnal and are therefore less often seen. The Indian flying squirrel P. oral leaps with its parachute extended from the higher branches of a tree and descends first directly, and then more and more obliquely, until the flight, gradually becoming slower, assumes a horizontal direction, and finally terminates in an ascent to the branch or trunk of the tree, to which it was directed. The presence of these rodents at night is made known by their screaming cries. Sciuropterus is represented by S. velucella in Eastern Europe and Northern Asia, and by a second species in North America, but the other species of this genus, and all those of Pteromes, are Indomalayan, a third genus Eupatorus, typified by a very large long-haired dark gray species from the mountains to the northwest of Kashmir. EU Cinereus differs from all other members of the squirrel family by its tall-crowned molar teeth. It has a total length of 37 in, of which 22 are taken up by the In Africa, the name of flying squirrel is applied to the members of a very different family of rodents, the Anomaluridae, which are provided with a parachute. Since, however, this parachute is absent in some members of the family, the most distinctive character is the presence of a double row of spiny scales on the undersurface of the tail, which apparently aid in climbing. The flying species are also distinguished from ordinary flying squirrels by the circumstance that the additional bone serving for the support of the forepart of the flying membrane rises 587 from the elbow joint. Instead of from the wrist, the family is represented by two flying genera, Anomalurus and Idiurus, the latter containing only one very minute species, shown in the cut, characterized by its small ears and elongated tail. Most of the species are West African in habits. These rodents appear to be very similar to the true flying squirrels. The species without a parachute constitutes the genus Zenkerella and looks very like an ordinary squirrel. C. rodentia. In Australia and Papua, the name flying squirrel is applied to such marsupials as are provided with parachutes, animals which naturalists prefer to designate flying phalangers. See Marsupialia. R. Roman 50. Flysch in geology, a remarkable formation composed mainly of sandstones, soft marls, and sandy shales, found extending from SW Switzerland eastward along the northern alpine zone to the Vienna Basin, whence it may be followed round the northern flanks of the Carpathians into the Balkan Peninsula. It is represented in the Pyrenees, the Apennines, the Caucasus, and extends into Asia. Similar flysch-like deposits are related to the Himalayas, as the European formations are to the Alps. The flysch is not of the same age in every place. Thus, in the western parts of Switzerland, the oldest portions probably belong to the Eocene period, but the principal development is of Oligocene age. As it is traced eastward, we find in the East Alps that it descends into the Upper Cretaceous, and in the Vienna region and the Carpathians it contains intercalations, which clearly indicate a lower Cretaceous horizon. For the lower parts, it appears indeed that this type of formation was in progress of deposition at one point or another in the regions enumerated above. From Jurassic to late Tertiary times. The absence of fossils from enormous thicknesses of flysch makes the correlation with other formations difficult. Often the only indications of organisms are the abundant markings supposed to represent algae chondrites Roman 100, which have given rise to the term hieroglyphic sandstone. The most noteworthy exceptions are perhaps the Oligocene fishbed of Glarus, the Eocene nummulitic beds in Calabria, and the Aptitious beds of Weidhofen. Local phases of the flysch have received special names. It is the Vienna or Carpathian sandstone of those regions, the Masigno, a soft sandstone with calcareous cement of the Maritime Alps, and Apennines. The Scagliose scaly clays and Albarese limestones of the same places are portions of this formation. The Gris de Menton, the Gris de Anot of the Basses Alps, and the Gris de Embrun of Chaillot appear in Switzerland as the Gris de Tavenaz. At several places, the upper layers of the flysch are iron-stained, as in the region of Lemon, and at the foot of the Dent du Midi, it is then styled the red flysch. Lenticular intercalations of gabbro diabase Roman 100 occur in the flysch in Calabria on the Pyrenees. Large exotic blocks of granite gneiss and other crystalline rocks in coarse conglomerates are found near Vienna, near Sonthofen in Bavaria, near Lake Thun wild flysch, and at other points, which have been variously regarded as indications of glaciation or of coastal conditions. Foca, pronounced Focha, a town of Bosnia situated at the confluence of the Drina and Sehatina rivers, and encircled by wooded mountains. Pop. 1895-4217. The town is the headquarters of a thriving industry in silver filigree work and inlaid weapons, for which it was famous. With its territories enclosed by the frontiers of Montenegro and Novi Bazar. Foca, then known as Chacha, was the scene of almost incessant border warfare during the Middle Ages. No monuments of this period are left except the Bogomil cemeteries and the beautiful mosques, which are the most ancient in Bosnia. The three adjoining towns of Foca, Gorazda, and Ustikalina were trading stations of the Ragusans in the 14th century, if not earlier in the 16th century. Benedetto Ramberti, ambassador from Venice to the Porte, described the town in his Libri Tree del Coast de Turchai as Casa, a large settlement with good houses in Turkish style, and many shops and merchants. Here dwells the governor of Herzegovina, whose authority extends over the whole of Servia. Through this place, all goods must pass both going and returning between Ragusa and Constantinople. Fochibers, a burgh of barony and village of Elginshire, Scotland. Pop. 1901-981. It is delightfully situated on the Spey, about 9 Roman 1000 e by s of Elgin, the terminus of a branch of the Highland Railway, connecting at Orbliston Junction with the main line. From Elgin to Keith, the town was rebuilt in its present situation at the end of the 18th century, when its earlier site was required for alterations in the grounds of Gordon Castle, in which the old town cross still stands. The streets all lead at right angles to the central square, where fairs and markets are held. The public buildings include a library and reading room, the courthouse, and the Milne School, named after Alexander Milne, who endowed it with a legacy of 20,000, adjoining the town, surrounded by a park containing many magnificent old trees, stands Gordon Castle, the chief seat of the Duke of Richmond, and Gordon, erected in the 18th century. The antiquary George Chalmers, 17,421,825, and the composer William Marshall, 17,480,1833, were natives of the burgh. Făcșani, Romanian Făcșani, sometimes incorrectly written Făcșani or Focșani, the capital of the department of Putna, Romania, on the river Milcov, which formed the ancient frontier of the former principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia. Pop. 1923,783, of whom 6,000 were Jews. The chief buildings are the prefecture schools, synagogues, and many churches, including those of the Armenians and Protestants. Făcșani is a commercial center of some importance, the chief industries being oil and soap manufacture, and tannery. A large wine trade is also carried on, and corn is shipped in lighters to Galatz. The annual fair is held on the 29th of April. Government explorations in the vicinity of this town show it to be rich in minerals, such as iron, copper, coal, and petroleum. The line Făcșani Galatz is covered by a very strong line of fortifications, known as the Sureth Line. A congress between Russian and Turkish diplomatists was held near the town in 1772, In the neighborhood, the Turks suffered a severe defeat from the Austrians and Russians in 1789. Focus, Latin for hearth or fireplace, a point at which converging rays meet toward which they are directed, or from which diverging rays are directed in the latter case, called the virtual focus. See microscope, telescope, lens in geometry. The word is used to denote certain points. See geometry, conic section, and perspective. Fog, the name given to any distribution of solid or liquid particles in the surface layers of the atmosphere, which renders surrounding objects notably indistinct or altogether invisible, according to their distance. In its more intense forms, it hinders and delays travelers of all kinds by sea or land, by railway, road, or river, or by the mountain path. It is sometimes so thick as to paralyze traffic. Altogether, according to the New English Dictionary, the word appears to be a back formation from the adjective foggy, a derivative of fog used with its old meaning of aftermath or coarse grass, or in the north of Britain of moss. Such a formation would be reasonable, because wreaths of fog in the atmospheric sense are specially characteristic of meadows and marshes, where fog in the more ancient sense grows. Two other words, mist and haze, are also in common use with reference to the deterioration of transparency of the surface layers of the atmosphere caused by solid or liquid particles. And in ordinary literature, the three words are used almost according to the fancy of the writer. It seems possible to draw a distinction between mist and haze that would be fairly well supported. By usage, mist may be defined as a cloud of water particles at the surface of land or sea, and would only occur when the air is nearly or actually saturated, that is, when there is little or no difference between the readings of the dry and wet bulbs. The word haze, on the other hand, may be reserved for the obscuration of the surface layers of the atmosphere when the air is dry. It would not be difficult to quote instances in which even this distinction is disregarded in practice. Indeed, the Telegraphic Code of the British Meteorological Office uses the same figure for mist and haze, and formerly the Beaufort weather notation had no separate letter for haze, now indicated by Z, though at 588 distinguished between F fog and M mist. It is possible, however, that these practices may arise not from confusion of idea, but from economy of symbols, when the meaning can be made out from a knowledge of the associated observations. As regards the distinction between mist and fog, careful consideration of a number of examples leads to the conclusion that the word fog is used to indicate not so much the origin or meteorological nature of the obscurity as its effect upon traffic and travelers, whether on land or sea. It is generally speaking in a fog that a traveler loses himself, and indeed the phrase has become proverbial in that sense. A fogbell or foghorn is sounded when the atmosphere is so thick that the aid of sound is required for navigation. A vessel is foglogged or fogbound when it is stopped or detained on account of thick atmosphere. A fog signal is employed on railways when the ordinary signals are obliterated within working distances. A fogbow is the accompaniment of conditions when a mountain traveler is apt to lose his way. These words are used quite irrespective of the nature of the cloud, which interferes with effective vision and necessitates the special provision. The word mist is seldom used in similar connection. We may thus define a fog as a surface cloud, sufficiently thick to cause hindrance to traffic. It will be a thick mist if the cloud consists of water particles, a thick haze if it consists of smoke or dust particles, which would be persistent even in a dry atmosphere. It is probable that sailors would be inclined to restrict the use of the word to the surface clouds met with in comparatively calm weather, and that the obscurity of the atmosphere when it is blowing hard, and perhaps raining hard as well, should be indicated by the terms thick weather or very thick weather and not by fog. But the term fog would be quite correctly used on such occasions from the point of view of cautious navigation. If cloud, drizzling rain, or heavy rain cause such obscurity that passing ships are not visible within working distances, the sounding of a foghorn becomes a duty. The number of occasions upon which fog and mist may be noted as occurring with winds of different strengths may be exemplified by the following results of 30 years for St. Mary's, Scilly Isles, where the observations have always been made by men of nautical experience. Wind force 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 812, all. Winds. Number of occasions of fog per 1,000 observations, 8, 7, 9, 14, 6, 3, 1, 147. Number of occasions of mist per 1,000 observations, 5, 6, 11, 22, 2012, 6, 2, 84. The use of the word fog in the connection high fog to describe the almost total darkness in the daytime, occasionally noted in London and other large cities, due to the persistent opaque cloud in the upper air, without serious obscuration of the surface layers, is convenient but incorrect. Regarding fog as a word used to indicate the state of the atmosphere as regards transparency, considered with reference to its effect upon traffic, a scale of fog intensity has been introduced for use on land, or at sea, whereby the intensity of obscurity is indicated by the numbers 1 to 5 in the table following. At sea, or in the country of fog, as a rule is white, and consists of a cloud of minute water, globules of no great vertical thickness, which disperses the sunlight by repeated reflection, but is fully translucent in dust storms, and sandstorms. Dark or colored fog clouds are produced, such as those which are met with in the Harmattan wines off the west coast of Africa in large towns. The fog cloud is darkened and intensified by smoke, and in some cases may be regarded as due entirely to the smoke. Description of effects. Name: no on land, on sea, on river. Slight fog or mist. One objects indistinct but. Traffic by rail or road. Unimpeded horizon invisible but. Lights and landmarks. Visible at working. Distances objects indistinct but. Navigation unimpeded. Moderate fog 2. 3. Traffic by rail requires. Additional caution. Traffic by rail or road. Impeded lights passing vessels. And landmarks generally. Indistinct under. A mile fog signals. Are sounded. Navigation impeded. Additional caution. Required. Thick fog 4. 5. Traffic by rail or road. Impeded. Traffic by rail or road. Totally disorganized ships, lights, and vessels. Invisible at 14 mile, or less. Navigation suspended. The physical processes which produce fogs of water particles are complicated and difficult to unravel. We have to account for the formation and maintenance of a cloud at the Earth's surface, and the process of cloud formation, which is probably most usual in nature, namely the cooling of air by rarefaction due to the reduction of pressure on ascent, cannot be invoked except in the case of the fogs forming the cloudcaps of hills, which are perhaps not fairly included. We have to fall back upon the only other process hitherto recognized as causing cloudy condensation in the atmosphere, that is to say, the mixing of masses of mist air of different temperatures. The mixing is brought about by the slow motion of air masses, and this slow motion is probably essential to the phenomenon. Table Roman 1. Air traveling from northern Africa to northern Russia round by the Azores. Successive temperatures of C 68, 68, 67, 59, 54 F. Successive temperatures of air 68, 70, 67, 60, 56 F. Successive states of the atmosphere: clear, 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 shower, mist. Table Roman 2. Air traveling from NW Africa to Scotland. Successive temperatures of C 67, 63, 54 F. Successive temperatures of air 66, 64, 53 F. Successive state of atmosphere: fair shower, mist with shower. Over the sea, fog is most frequently due to the cooling of a surface layer of warm air by the underlying cold water. The amount of motion of the air must be sufficient to prevent the condensation taking place at the sea surface, without showing itself as a cloud. In a research on the life history of surface air currents, the changes incidental to the movement of the air over the North Atlantic Ocean were traced with great care, and the above examples tables I Roman 2 taken from page 72 of the work referred to are typical of the formation of sea fog by the cooling of a relatively warm current passing over cold water. In conformity with this suggestion, we find that fog is most liable to occur over the open ocean in those regions, whereas off the Newfoundland banks cold water currents underlie warm air, and that it is most frequent at the season of the year when the air temperature is increasing faster than the water temperature. But it is difficult to bring this hypothesis always to bear upon actual practice, because the fog is representative of a temperature difference which has ceased to exist. One cannot therefore observe under ordinary circumstances both the temperature difference and the fog. Doubtless one requires not only the initial temperature difference, but also the slow drift of air which favors cooling of the lower layers without too much mixing, and consequently a layer of fog close to the surface. Such a fog The characteristic sea fog may be called a cold surface fog from 589. The conditions of its formation, it is likely to be less dense at the masthead than it is on deck. One would expect that a cold air current passing over a warm sea surface would give rise to an ascending current of warmed air and hence cause cumulus cloud and possibly thunder showers, rather than surface fog. But one cannot resist the conclusion that sea fog is sometimes formed by slow transference of cold air over relatively warm water, giving rise to what may be called a steaming pot fog. In such a case, the actual surface layer, in contact with the warm water, would be clear and the fog would be thicker aloft, where the mixing of cold air and water vapor is more complete. Such fogs are, however, probably rare in comparison with the cold-water fogs. If the existence of a cold current over warm water were a sufficient cause of fog, as a current of warm air over cold water appears to be, the geographical distribution of notable fog would be much more widespread than it actually is, and the seasonal distribution of fog would also be other than it is. The formation of fog over land seems to be an even more complicated process than over the sea. Certainly in some cases, mistiness amounting to fog arises from the replacement of cold surface air, which has chilled the earth and the objects thereon, by a warm current, but this process can hardly give rise to detached masses or banks of fog. The ordinary land or valley fog of the autumn evening or winter morning is due to the combination of three causes. First, the cooling of the surface layer of air at or after sunset by the radiation of the earth, or more particularly of blades of grass. Secondly, the slow downward flow in the absence of wind of the air, thus cooled towards lower levels following roughly the course of the natural water drainage of the land. And thirdly, the supply of moisture by evaporation from warm, moist soil, or from the relatively warm water surface of river or lake. In this way, steaming pot fog gradually forms and is carried downward by the natural though slow descent of the cooled air. It thus forms in wreaths and banks in the lowest parts, until perhaps the whole valley becomes filled with a cloud of mist, or fog. A case of this kind in the Lake District is minutely described by J.B. Cohen QJ Roy Met Soch Vol 30 p. 211 1904. It will be noticed that upon this hypothesis, the circumstances favorable for fog formation are: 1. A site near the bottom level of the drainage area, 2. Cold surface air, and no wind, 3. An evening or night of vigorous radiation, 4. Warm soil, and 5. Abundant moisture in the surface soil. These conditions define with reasonable accuracy the circumstances in which fog is actually observed. The persistence of these fog wreaths is always remarkable when one considers that the particles of a fog cloud, however small they may be, must be continually sinking through the air which holds them, and that unless some upward motion of the air keeps at least a balance against this downward fall, the particles of the cloud must reach the earth or water, and to that extent the cloud must disappear in sheltered valleys. It is easy to suppose that the constant downward drainage of fresh and colder fog-laden material at the surface supplies to the layers displaced from the bottom the necessary upward motion, and the result of the gradual falling of drops is only that the surface cloud gets thicker. But there are occasions when the extent and persistence of land fog seems too great to be accounted for by persistent radiation. Cooling, for example, in the week before Christmas of 1904, the whole of England south of the Humber was covered with fog for several days. It is of course possible that so much fog-laden air was poured down from the sides of mountains and hills that did project above the surface of the fog as to keep the lower reaches supplied for the whole time, but without more particulars, such a statement seems almost incredible. Moreover, the drifting of fog banks over the sea seems capricious and unrelated to any known circumstances of fog formation, so that one is tempted to invoke the aid of electrification of the particles or some other abnormal condition to account for the persistence of fog. The observations at Kew Observatory show that the electrical potential is abnormally high during fog, but whether that is the cause or the result of the presence of the water particles, we are not yet in a position to say. It must be remembered that a fog cloud ought to be regarded as being, generally speaking, in process of formation, by mixing. Observations upon clouds formed experimentally in globes tend to show that if a mass of fog-bearing air could be enclosed and kept still for only a short while, the fog would settle and leave the air clear. The apparently capricious behavior of fog banks may be due to the fact that mixing is still going on in the persistent ones, but is completed in the disappearing ones. One remarkable characteristic of a persistent fog is the coldness of the foggy air at the surface, in spite of the heat of the sun's rays falling upon the upper surface of the fog. A remarkable example may be quoted from the case of London, which was under fog all day on 28 January 1909. The maximum temperature only reached 31 F, whereas at Warlingham in Surrey, from which the fog lifted it, was as high as 46 F. A priori, we might suppose that the formation of fog would arrest cooling by radiation, and that fog would thus act as a protection of plants against frost. The condensation of water evaporated from wet ground, which affords the material for making fog, does apparently act as a protection, and heavy watering is sometimes used to protect plants from frost. But the same cannot be said of fog itself. Cooling appears to go on in spite of the formation of fog. A third process of fog formation, namely the descent of a cloud from above in the form of light drizzling rain, hardly calls for remark, in so far as it is subject to rules. They are the rules of clouds and rain, and are therefore independent of surface conditions. These various causes of fog formation may be considered with advantage in relation to the geographical distribution of fog. Statistics on this subject are not very satisfactory on account of the uncertainty of the distinction between fog and mist. But a good deal may be learned from the distribution of fog over the North Atlantic Ocean and its various coasts, as shown in the monthly meteorological charts of the North Atlantic issued by the Meteorological Office and the pilot charts of the North Atlantic of the United States Hydrographic Office. Coast fog, which is probably of the same nature as land fog, is most frequent in the winter months, whereas sea fog and ocean fog is most extensive and frequent in the spring and summer. By June, the fog area has extended from the Great Banks over the ocean to the British Isles. In July, it is most intense, and by August, it has notably diminished, while in November, which is proverbially a foggy month on land, there is hardly any fog shown over the ocean. The various meteorological aspects of fog and its incidence in London were the subject of reports to the Meteorological Council by Captain A. Carpenter and Mr. R.G.K. Lempfert, based upon special observations made in the winters of 19,011,902 and 19,021,903, in order to examine the possibility of more precise forecasts of fog. The study of the properties and behavior of fog is especially important for large towns in consequence of the economic and hygienic results, which follow the incidence of dense fogs. The fogs of London in particular have long been a subject of inquiry. It is difficult to get trustworthy statistics on the subject in consequence of the vagueness of the practice. As regards the classification of fog for large towns, there is great advantage in using a fog scale, such as that given above, in which one deals only with the practical range of vision, irrespective of the meteorological cause. Accepting the classification which distinguishes between fog and haze or mist, but not between the two latter terms as equivalent to specifying fog, when the thickness amounts to the figure 2 or more on the fog scale, we are enabled to compare the frequency of fog in London by the comparison of the results at the London observing stations. The comparison was made by Mr. Brodie in a paper read before the Royal Meteorological Society Quarterly Journal Vol. 31 p. 15, and it appears therefrom that in recent years there has been a notable diminution of fog 590 frequency, as indicated in the following table of the total number of days of fog in the years from 1871, 1872, 1873, 1874, 1875, 1876, 1877, 1878, 1879, 1880, 1881, 1882, 1883, 1884, 1885, 1886, 1887, 1888, 1889. 42, 35, 75, 53, 49, 40, 46, 63, 69, 74, 59, 69, 61, 53, 69, 86, 83, 62, 75. 1891, 1892, 1893, 1894, 1895, 1896, 1897, 1898, 1899, 1900, 1901, 1902, 1903, 1904, 1905, 1906, 1907, 1908. 65, 69, 68, 31, 51, 48, 43, 48, 47, 56, 13, 45, 42, 26, 44, 19, 16, 37, 19. But from any statistics of the frequency occurrence of fog, it must not be understood that the atmosphere of London is approaching that of the surrounding districts as regards transparency, judged by the autographic records. It is still almost opaque to sunshine strong enough to burn the card of the recorder during the winter months. The bibliography of fog is very extensive, the titles referring to fog, mist, and haze, in the Bibliography of Meteorology Part 2 of the U.S. Signal Office, published in 1889, number 306, among more recent authors on the subject, besides those referred to in the text, may be mentioned Koppen Bodenebel, Zeit 1885 Trabert met Zeit 1901 p. 522 Elias, in Ergebnis des Aeronautischen Observatoriums, Bay Berlin Roman 2, Berlin 1904, Scott QJR met Soch Roman 19 p. 229, A.G. Mc 80 Fog Studies, Amer Inv Roman 9 Washington Roman 500 Roman 119, 02 p. 209, Buchan Fogs, on the coasts of Scotland Jern Scott met, Soch Roman 12 p. 3. W.N.S. Fogazzaro Antonio 1842, Italian novelist and poet, was born at Vicenza in 1842. He was a pupil of the Abate Zanella, one of the best of the modern Italian poets, whose tender, thoughtful, and deeply religious spirit continued to animate his literary productions. He began his literary career with Miranda, a poetical romance, 1874, followed in 1876 by Valsolda, which republished in 1886, with considerable additions, constitutes perhaps his principal claim as a poet, which is not inconsiderable to the classic grandeur of Carducci and D. Annunzio's impetuous torrent of melody. Fogazzaro opposes a Wordsworthian simplicity and pathos, contributing to modern Italian literature wholesome elements, of which it would otherwise be nearly destitute. His novels Malambra 1882, Daniel Cordi's 1887 Misterio del Poeta, 1888, obtained considerable literary success upon their first publication, but did not gain universal popularity until they were discovered and taken up by French critics in 1896. The demand then became prodigious, and a new work, Piccolo Mondo Antico, 1896, which critics far from friendly to Fogazzaro's religious and philosophical ideas pronounced the best Italian novel, since I Promessi Sposi went through numerous editions. Even greater sensation was caused by his novel Il Santo the Saint 1906, on account of its being treated as unorthodox by the Vatican and Fogazzaro's sympathy with the liberal Catholic movement's own Catholicism being well known made this novel a center of discussion in the Roman Catholic world. See the biography by Momenti 1900. Fogelberg Benedict or Bengt Erland, 17,861,854, Swedish sculptor, was born at Gothenburg on the 8th of August, 1786. His father, a copper founder encouraging an early exhibited taste for design, sent him in 1801 to Stockholm, where he studied at the School of Art. There he came much under the influence of the sculptor Sergel, who communicated to him his own enthusiasm for antique art and natural grace. Fogelberg worked hard at Stockholm for many years, although his instinct for severe beauty rebelled against the somewhat rococo quality of the art then prevalent in the city. In 1818, the grant of a government pension enabled him to travel. He studied from 1 to 2 years in Paris, first under Pierre Guérin, and afterwards under the sculptor Bosio for the technical practice of sculpture. In 1820, Fogelberg realized a dream of his life in visiting Rome, where the greater part of his remaining years were spent in the assiduous practice of his art and the careful study and analysis of the works of the past. Visiting his native country by royal command in 1854, he was received with great enthusiasm, but nothing could compensate him for the absence of those remains of antiquity and surroundings of free natural beauty to which he had been so long accustomed. Returning to Italy, he died suddenly of apoplexy at Trieste on the 22nd of December, 1854. The subjects of Fogelberg's earlier works are mostly taken from classic mythology of these Cupid and Psyche. Venus entering the bath, a bather, 1838, Apollo Cythered Venus, and Cupid, 1839, and Psyche, 1854, may be mentioned in his representations of Scandinavian mythology. Fogelberg showed perhaps for the first time that he had powers above those of intelligent assimilation and imitation. His Odin 1831, Thor 1842, and Balder 1842, though influenced by Greek art, display considerable power of independent imagination. His portraits and historical figures, as those of Gustavus Adolphus, 1849, of Charles Roman 121,851, of Charles Roman 131,852, and of Birger Jarl, the founder of Stockholm 1853, are faithful and dignified works. See Casimir Leconte Lover de Fogelberg Paris, 1856. Foggia, a town and episcopal see since 1855 of Apulia, Italy, the capital of the province of Foggia, situated 243 ft. Above sea level, in the center of the great Apulian plain, 201 Roman 1000 by rail SC of Ancona, and 123 Roman 1000 NE by E of Naples Pop 1901 Town 49,030, 1, Commune 53,130, 4. The name is probably derived from the pits or cellars fovii, in which the inhabitants store their grain. The town is the medieval successor of the ancient RP3 Roman 1000 to the N. The Normans, after conquering the district from the Eastern Empire, gave it its first importance. The date of the erection of the cathedral is probably about 1179. It retains some traces of Norman architecture, and the facade has a fine figured cornice by Bartolomeo de Foggia. The crypt has capitals of the 11th century. The whole church was, however, much altered after the earthquake of 1731. A gateway of the palace of the emperor Frederick Roman 21,223 by Bartolomeo de Foggia is also preserved here. Died his third wife Isabella, daughter of King John of England. Charles of Anjou died here in 1284 after his son's death. It was a prey to internal dissensions and finally came under Alfonso, Roman I of Aragon, who converted the pastures of the Apulian plain into a royal domain in 1445. And made Foggia the place at which the tax on the sheep was to be paid, and the wool to be sold. The other buildings of the town are modern. Foggia is a commercial center of some importance for the produce of the surrounding country, and is also a considerable railway center, being situated on the main line from Bologna to Brindisi. At the point where this is joined by the line from Benevento and Caserta, there are also branches to Ricchetta S. Antonio, and thence to either Avellino Potenza or Gioia del Colle, to Manfredonia, and to Lucera. Fonger probably derived through Romansch favon from Lat favonius, a warm dry wind blowing down the valleys of the Alps from high central regions, most frequently in winter. The foehn wind often blows with great violence. It is caused by the indraft of air from the elevated region to areas of low barometric pressure in the neighborhood, and the warmth and dryness are due to dynamical compression of the air as it descends to lower levels. Similar local winds occur in many parts of the world as Greenland, and on the slopes of the Rocky Mountains in the southern alpine valleys. The foehn wind is often called sirocco, but its nature and cause are different from the true sirocco. The belief that the warm, dry wind comes from the Sahara dies hard, and still finds expression in some textbooks. For a full account of these winds, see Han Leobuch der Meteorologie p. 594. Foer, a German island in the North Sea belonging to the province of Schleswig-Holstein, and situated off its coast Pop 4500. It comprises an area of 32 sq Roman 1000, and is reached by a regular steamboat service from Husum and Dagebel on the mainland, to Wick, the principal bathing resort on the coast of the island. The chief attraction of Wick is the Sandwall, a 591 promenade which is shaded by trees and skirts the beach. Foer, the most fertile of the North Frisian islands, is principally marshland and comparatively well wooded. There are numerous pleasantly situated villages and hamlets scattered over it, of which the most frequented are Boldixum Niblum and Alkersum. The inhabitants are mainly engaged in the fishing industry and are known as excellent sailors. Foil 1 through OFR from Lat folium, a leaf, modern FR fuel, a leaf, and so used in heraldry and in plant names such as the trefoil clover, and hence applied to anything resembling a leaf in architecture. The word appears for the small leaf-like spaces formed by the cusps of tracery in windows or panels, and known according to the number of such spaces as caterfoil, cinquefoil, Roman 100. The word is also found in counterfoil, a leaf of a receipt or check book containing memoranda, or a duplicate of the receipt or draft, kept by the receiver or drawer as a counter or check foil, is particularly used of thin plates of metal resembling a leaf, not in shape as much as in thickness. Foil comes between leaf and sheet metal in jewelry. A foil of silvered sheet copper, sometimes known as Dutch foil, is used as a backing for paste gems or stones of inferior luster or color. This is coated with a mixture of isinglass and translucent color varying with the stones to be backed, or if only brilliancy is required left uncolored, but highly polished from this use of foil, the word comes to mean in a figurative sense, something which by contrast, or by its own brightness, serves to heighten the attractive qualities of something else placed in juxtaposition. The commonest foil is that generally known as tinfoil. The ordinary commercial tinfoil usually consists chiefly of lead and is used for the wrapping of chocolate or other sweetmeats, tobacco, or cigarettes. A Japanese variegated foil gives the effect of damascening a large number of thin plates of various metals, gold, silver, copper, together with alloys of different metals, are soldered together. In a particular order, a pattern is hammered into the soldered edges, and the whole is hammered or rolled into a single thin plate, the pattern then appearing in the order in which the various metals were placed. From an ofr fuller or foaler, modern fowler, to tread or trample, to full cloth, lat fullo, a fuller, an old hunting term, used of the running back of an animal over its own tracks to confuse the scent and baffle the hounds. It is also used in wrestling of a throw. Thus comes the common use of the word, in a figurative sense, with reference to both these meanings of baffling or defeating an adversary, or of parrying an attack. As the name of the weapon used in fencing, see full fencing. The word is of doubtful origin. One suggestion, based on a supposed similar use of fr fleuret, literally, a little flower for the weapon, is that foil means a leaf, and must be referred in origin to lat folium. A second suggestion is that it means blunted, and is the same as to a third, is that it is an adaptation of an expression at foils Roman 1 parrying of. These suggestions, according to the New English Dictionary, the first has nothing to support it, the second is not supported by any evidence that in sense two the word ever meant to blunt, the third has some support. Finally, a suggestion is made that the word is an alteration of an old word foin, meaning a thrust with a pointed weapon. The origin of this word is probably an ofr foisni from the lat fusina, a three-pronged fork. Full fencing, the art of attack and defense with the fencing foil. The word is used in several spellings. Foil, file Roman 100, by the English writers of the last half of the 16th century, but less in the sense of a weapon of defense than merely as an imitation of a real weapon. Blunt swords for practice in fencing have been used in all ages for the most part. These were of wood and flat in general form, but when towards the close of the 17th century, all cutting action with the smallsword was discarded. See, fencing foilblades were usually made of steel, and either round three-cornered or four-cornered in form with a button covering the point. The foil is called in French fleuret, and in Italian fioretto, literally bud. From this button, the classic small sword play of the 17th and 18th centuries is represented at the present time by fencing with the épée de combat fighting rapier, which is merely the modern dueling sword furnished with a button. See épée de combat, and by full fencing. Full fencing is a conventional art, its characteristic limitation lying in the rule that no hits except those on the body shall be considered good, and not even those, unless they be given in strict accordance with certain standard precepts. In epifencing, on the contrary, a touch on any part of the person, however given, is valid. Full fencing is considered the basis, so far as practice is concerned, of all swordplay, whether with foil, épée, or saber. There are two recognized schools of full fencing: the French and the Italian. The French method, which is now generally adopted everywhere, except in Italy, is described in this article, reference being made to the important differences between the two schools. The foil consists of the blade, and the handle. The blade, which is of steel and has a quadrangular section, consists of two parts: the blade proper, extending from the guard to the button, and the tongue, which runs through the handle and is joined to the pommel. The blade proper is divided into the forte or thicker half next the handle, and the foible or thinner half. Some authorities divide the blade proper into three parts: the forte, middle, and foible. The handle is comprised of the guard, the grip, and the pommel. The guard is a light piece of metal, shaped like the figure 8 fr lunette spectacles, and backed with a piece of stiff leather of the same shape. The grip, which is grasped by the hand, is a hollow piece of wood, usually wound with twine, through which the tongue of the blade passes. The pommel is a piece of metal, usually pear-shaped, to which the end of the tongue is joined, and which forms the extremity of the handle. The blade from guard to button is about 33 in long, no 5, though a somewhat shorter and lighter blade is generally used by ladies. The handle is about 8 in long and slightly curved downwards. The genuine Italian foil differs from the French in having the blade a trifle longer and more whippy, and in the form of the handle, which consists of a thin solid bell-shaped guard from 4 to 5 in diameter, a straight grip, and a light metal bar joining the grip with the guard, beyond the edge of which it extends slightly on each side. Of late years, many Italian masters use French blades, and even discard the crossbar, retaining however the bell guard. In holding the foil, the thumb is placed on the top or convex surface of the grip, the sides of which are a trifle narrower than the top and bottom, while the palm and fingers grasp the other three sides. This is the position of supination or thumb-up. Pronation is the reverse position with the knuckles up. The French lay stress upon holding the foil lightly, the necessary pressure being exerted mostly by the thumb and forefinger, the other fingers being used more to guide the direction of the executed movements. This is in order to give free scope to the doigt fingering, or the faculty of directing the point of the foil, by the action of the fingers alone, and includes the possibility of changing the position of the hand on the grip. Thus, in parrying, the end of the thumb is placed within half an inch, or even less, of the guard, while in making a lunge, the foil is held as near the pommel as possible in order to gain additional length. It will be seen that doigt is impossible with the Italian foil, in holding which the forefinger is firmly interlaced, with the crossbar preventing any movement of the hand. The lightness of grasp inculcated by the French is illustrated by the rule of the celebrated master Lafauger: hold your sword as if you had a little bird in your hand, firmly enough to prevent its escape, yet not so firmly as to crush it. This lightness has for a consequence that a disarmament is not considered of any value in the French school. To come on guard. The position of on guard is that in which the fencer is best prepared both for attack and defense. It is taken from the position of attention, the feet together, and at right angles, with each other, head and body erect, facing forward in the same direction as the right foot, left arm and hand hanging in touch with the body, and the right arm and foil 592 forming a straight line, so that the button is about 1 yd in front of the feet, and 4 in from the floor. From this position, the movements to come on guard are 7 in number. Raise the arm and foil, and extend them towards the adversary or master in a straight line, the hand being opposite the eye. Drop the arm and foil again until the point is about 4 in from the floor. Swing the button round so that it shall point horizontally backwards, and hold the hilt against the left thigh, the open fingers of the left hand being held knuckles down against the guard and along the blade. Carry the foil without altering the position of the hands above the head, until the arms are fully extended, the foil being kept horizontal and close to the body as it is lifted. Let the left arm fall back behind the head to a curved position, the hand being opposite the top of the head. At the same time, bring the right hand down opposite the right breast, and about 8 in from it, keeping the elbow well in, and the point of the foil directed towards the opponent's eye. Bend the legs by separating them at the knees, but without moving the feet. Shift the weight of the body on to the left leg, and advance the right foot a short distance from 14 to 18, in according to the height of the fencer. In the Italian school, the fencer stands on guard, with the right arm fully extended, the body more effaced, Roman 1, the left shoulder thrown farther back, and the feet somewhat farther apart at the present time. However, many of the best Italian fencers have adopted the guard with crooked swordarm, owing to their abandonment of the old long full blade. The recover at the close of the lesson, or assault to recover in advance. Extend the right arm at right angles with the body, drop the left arm, and straighten the legs by drawing the rear foot up to the one in advance. To recover to the rear, extend the right arm, and drop the left as before, and straighten the legs by drawing the forward foot back to that in the rear. The salute always follows the recover, the two really forming one maneuver. Having recovered, carry the right hand to a position just in front of the throat, knuckles out, foil vertical with point upwards, then lower and extend the arm with nails up until the point is 4 in from the floor and slightly to the right. To advance, being on guard, take a short step forward with the right foot and let the left foot follow immediately the same distance, the position of the body not being changed. However, the step or series of steps is made, the right foot should always move first. To retreat, this is the reverse of the advance, the left foot always moving first. The calls du appels, being on guard, tap the floor twice with the right foot without altering the position of any other part of the person. The object of the calls is to test the equilibrium of the body, and they are usually executed as a preliminary to the recover. The lunge is the chief means of attack. It is immediately preceded by the movement of extension. In fact, the two really form one combined movement. Extension is executed by quickly extending the right arm, so that point hand and shoulder shall have the same elevation no other part of the person is moved. The lunge is then carried out by straightening the left leg and throwing forward the right foot so that it shall be planted as far forward as possible, without losing the equilibrium or preventing a quick recovery to the position of guard. The left foot remains firmly in its position. The right shoulder is advanced, and the left arm is thrown down and back with hand open and thumb up to balance the body. The recovery to the position of guard is accomplished by smartly throwing the body back by the exertion of the right leg, until its weight rests again on the left leg, the right foot and arms, resuming their en-garde positions. The point upon which the French school lays most stress is that the movement of extension shall, if only by a fraction of a second, actually precede the advance of the right foot. The object of this is to ensure the accuracy of the lunge. Roman 1e, the direction of the point. The gain this consists in bringing up the left foot towards the right, the balance being shifted, keeping the knees bent. In this manner, a step is gained, and an exceptionally long lunge can be made without the knowledge of the adversary. It is a common stratagem of fencers whose reach is short. Defense. For the purpose of nomenclature, the space on the fencer's jacket, within which hits count, is divided into quarters, the two upper ones being called the high lines, and the two lower ones the low lines. Thus a thrust directed at the upper part of the breast is called an attack in the high lines. In like manner, the parries are named from the different quarters they are designed to protect. There are 4 traditional parries executed with the hand in supination, and 4 others practically identical in execution, made with the hand held in pronation. Thus the parries defending the upper right-hand quarter of the jacket are 6/6 with the hand in supination, and tierce third hand in pronation. Those defending the upper left-hand quarter are quart fourth in supination, and quint fifth in pronation. Those defending the lower right-hand quarter are octave eighth in supination, and second second in pronation. Those defending the lower left-hand quarter are septime seventh in supination, more generally called demicircle or half-circle, and prime first in pronation. The parries. The tendency of the French school has always been towards simplicity, especially of defense, and at the present day, the parries made with the knuckles up pronation, although recognized and taught, are seldom if ever used against a strong adversary in foil fencing, owing principally to the time lost in turning the hand. The theory of parrying is to turn aside the opponent's foil with the least possible expenditure of time and exertion, using the arm as little as possible, while letting the hand and wrist do the work, and opposing the forte of the foil to the foible of the adversaries. The foil is kept pointed as directly as possible towards the adversary, and the parries are made rather with the corners than the sides of the blade. The slightest movement that will turn aside the opponent's blade is the most perfect parry. There are 2 kinds of parries: simple, in which the attack is warded off by a single movement, and counter, in which a narrow circle is described by the point of the foil round that of the opponent, which is thus enveloped and thrown aside. There are also complex parries composed of combinations of 2 or more parries, which are used to meet complicated attacks, but they are all resolvable into simple parries. In parrying, the arm is bent about at right angles. Simple parries. The origin of the numerical nomenclature of the parries is a matter of dispute, but it is generally believed that they received their names from the positions assumed in the process of drawing the sword and falling on guard. Thus the position of the hand and blade the moment it is drawn from the scabbard on the left side is practically that of the first or prime parry. To go from prime to second, it is only necessary to drop the hand and carry it across the body to the left side. Thence to tierce is only a matter of raising the point of the sword. Roman 100 parry of prime, to ward off attacks on the usually lower left-hand side of the body. Hold the hand knuckles up opposite the left eye, and the point directed towards the opponent's knee. This parry is now regarded more as an elegant evolution than a sound means of defense, and is little employed. Parry of second against thrusts at the lower right-hand side. This is executed by a quick, not too wide movement of the hand downwards, and slightly to the right, knuckles up. Parry of tierce against thrusts at the upper right-hand side. A quick dry beat on the adversary's foible is given, forcing it to the right, the hand in pronation being held opposite the middle of the right breast. This parry has been practically discarded in favor of sixth. Parry of quart against thrusts at the upper left-hand side. This parry, perhaps the most used of all, is executed by forcing the adversary's blade to the left by a dry beat. the hand being in supination opposite the left breast. Parry of quint against thrusts at the left-hand side, like quart, this is practically a low quart, and is little used. Parry of sixt against thrusts at the upper right-hand side, this parry is together with quart the most important of all. It is executed with the hand held in supination, opposite the right breast, a quick narrow movement, throwing the adversary's blade to the right. Parry of septime or half circle against thrusts at the lower left-hand side is executed by describing with the point of the foil a small semicircle downward, and towards the left the hand moving a few inches in the same direction, but kept thumb up. Parry of octave against thrusts at the lower right-hand side is executed by describing with the point of the foil a small semicircle downward, and towards the right the hand moving a few inches in the same direction, but kept thumb up. Counter parries, fr contour. Although the simple parries are theoretically sufficient for defense, they are so easily deceived by feints that they are supplemented by counter parries, in which the blade describes narrow circles, following that of the adversary and meeting, and turning it aside. Thus, the point describes a complete circle while the hand remains practically stationary. Each simple parry has its counter made with the hand in the same position, and on the same side as in the simple parry. The two most important are the counter of quart and the counter of sixt, while the counters of septime and octave are less used, and the other four at the present time practically never. Counter of quart: being on guard in quart with your adversary's blade on the left of yours, if he drops his point under, and thrusts in sixt, in other words, at your right breast, describe a narrow circle with your point round his blade downward to the right, and then up over to the left, bringing hand and foil back to their previous positions and catching and turning aside his blade on the way. The counter of sixt is executed in a similar manner, but the circle is described in the opposite direction, throwing off the adverse blade to the right. The counters of septime and octave are similar to the other two, but are executed in the low lines. Complex or combined parries are such as are composed of two or more parries executed in immediate succession, and are made in answer to feint attacks by the adversary. See below, for example, being on guard in quart. Should the adversary drop his point under and feint at the right breast, but deflect the point again, and really thrust on the left, it is evident that the simple parry of sixt would cover the right breast, but would leave the real point of attack, the left, entirely uncovered. The sixt parry is therefore followed as a continuation of the movement by the parry of quart or a counter parry. The complex parries are numerous and depend upon the attack to be met. Engagement is the junction of the blades, the different engagements being named from the parries. Thus, if both fencers are in the position of quart, they are said to be engaged in quart. To engage in another line change of engagement, for example, from quart to sixt, the point is lowered and passed under the adversary's blade, which is pressed slightly outward, so as to be well covered, called opposition. Double engagement is composed of two engagements executed rapidly, in succession, in the high lines, the last with opposition. Attack. The attack in fencing comprises all movements, the object of which is to place the point of the foil upon the adversary's breast, body sides, or back between collar and belt. The space upon which hits count is called the target, and differs according to the rules prevailing in the several countries, but is usually as above stated. In Great Britain, no hits above the collarbones count, while in America, the target is only the left breast between the median line and a line running from the armpit to the belt. The reason for this limitation is to encourage accuracy. Attacks are either primary or secondary. Primary attacks are those initiated by a fencer before his adversary has made any offensive movement, and are divided into simple, feint, and force attacks. Simple attacks, the characteristic of which is pace, are those made with one simple movement only, and are four in number, viz. The straight lunge, the disengagement, the counter disengagement, and the cutover. The straight lunge, coup droit, used when the adversary is not properly covered, when on guard, is described above under lunge. The disengagement is made by dropping the point of the foil under the opponent's blade and executing a straight lunge on the other side. It is often used to take an opponent unawares or when he presses unduly hard on your blade. The counter disengagement is used when the adversary moves his blade. Roman 1 E changes the line of engagement, upon which you execute a narrow circle avoiding his blade, and thrust in your original. The cutover coup is a disengagement executed by passing the point of the foil over that of the adversary and lunging in the opposite line. The preliminary movement of raising the point is made by the action of the hand, only the arm not being drawn back. Feint attacks deceptive in character are those which are preceded by one or more feints or false thrusts made to lure the adversary into thinking them real ones. A feint is a simple extension, often with a slight movement of the body threatening the adversary, in a certain line, for the purpose of inducing him to parry on that side and thus leave the other open for the real thrust. At the same time, any movement of the blade, or any part of the body, tending to deceive the adversary in regard to the nature of the attack about to follow, must also be considered a species of feint. The principal feint attacks are the 1-2, the 1-2-3, and the double. The 1-2 is a feint in one line, followed as the adversary parries by a thrust in the original line of engagement. Thus, being engaged in court, you drop your point under the adversary's blade and extend your arm as if to thrust at his left breast. But instead of doing this the instant he parries, you move your point back again and lunge in court. Roman 1e on the side on which you were originally engaged. In feinting, it is necessary that the extension of the arm and blade be so complete as really to compel the adversary to believe it a part of a real thrust in that line. The 1-2-3 consists of two feints, one at each side, followed by a thrust in the line opposite to that of the original engagement. Thrusts, preceded by three feints, are also sometimes used. It is evident that the above attacks are useless if the adversary parries by a counter circular parry, which must be met by a double. This is executed by feinting, and upon perceiving that the adversary opposes with a circular parry, by following the circle described by his point, with a similar circle, deceiving. Roman 1e, avoiding contact with his blade, and thrusting home. The double, which is a favorite maneuver in fencing, is a combination of a disengagement and a counter-disengagement. Force attacks, the object of which is to disconcert the opponent by assaulting his blade, are various in character, the principal ones being the beat, the press, the glide, and the bind. The beat is a quick, sharp blow of the forte of the foil upon the foible of the adversaries, for the purpose of opening a way for a straight lunge, which follows instantly. The blow is made with the hand. Only a false beat is a lighter blow made for the purpose of drawing out or disconcerting the opponent, and is often followed. Disengagement, the press, is similar in character to the beat, but instead of striking the adverse blade, a sudden pressure is brought to bear upon it sufficiently heavy to force it aside, and allow one's own blade to be thrust home. A false press may be used to entice the adversary into a too heavy responsive pressure, which may then be taken advantage of by a disengagement. The traverse fr frois idel stricio is a prolonged press, carried sharply down the adverse blade towards the handle. The glide graze fr cool is a stealthy sliding of one's blade down that of the adversary without his notice, until a straight thrust can be made inside his guard. It is also used as a feint before a disengage. The bind liment consists in gaining possession of the adversary's foible with one's forte and pressing it down and across into the opposite low line, when one's own point is thrust home, the adversary's blade being still held by one's hilt. It may be 594, also carried out from a low line into a high one. The bind is less used in the French school than in the Italian. The flanconade is a bind made by capturing the adversary's blade in high court, carrying it down, and thrusting in the outside line, with strong opposition. Another attack, carried out by means of a twist and thrust, is the cross-croise, which is executed when the adversary's blade is held low, by passing one's point over his wrist, and forcing down both blades into second with a full extension of the arm. The result is to create a sudden and wide opening, and often disarms the adversary. Secondary attacks are those made one just as your adversary himself starts to attack, 2 during his attack, and 3 on the completion of his attack if it fails. Attacks on the preparation are a matter of judgment and quickness. They are usually attempted when the adversary is evidently preparing a complicated attack, such as the 1-3, or some other maneuver involving one or more preliminary movements. At such a time, a quick thrust will often catch him unawares, and score opportunities for preparation attacks are often given when the adversary attempts a beat preliminary to his thrust. The beat is frustrated by an absence of the blade. Roman 1e, your blade is made to avoid contact with his by a narrow movement, and your point thrust home into the space left unguarded by the force of his unresisted beat, or the adversary himself may create an absence by suddenly interrupting the contact of the blades, in the hope that by the removal of the pressure your blade will fly off to one side, leaving an opening. If, however, you are prepared for his absence, a straight thrust will score. The chief attacks on the development or counter-attacks are the stop thrust and the time thrust both made, while the adversary is carrying out his own attack. The stop thrust, coup d'arrêt, is one made after the adversary has actually begun an attack involving two or more movements and is only justified when it can be brought off without your being hit by the attacking adversary's point on any part of the person. The reason for this is that the rules of fencing decree that the fencer attacked must parry, and that if he disregards this and attempts a simultaneous counter-attack, he must touch his opponent while totally avoiding the latter's point. Should he, however, be touched even on the foot or mask by the adversary, his touch, however good, is invalid. If both touches are good, that of the original attacker, only count stop thrusts are employed mostly against fencers who attack wildly, or, without being properly covered. The time thrust is delivered with opposition upon the adversary's composite attack one involving several movements, and if successful generally parries the original attack at the same time. It is not valid if the fencer employing it is touched on any part of the person. Attacks on the completion Roman 1e of the adversary's attack are ripostes, counter-ripostes, remises, and renewals of attack. The riposte, literally response, is an attack made immediately after parrying successfully by merely straightening the arm, the body remaining immovable. The counter-riposte is a riposte made after parrying the adversary's riposte, and generally from the position of the lunge, or while recovering from it, since one must have attacked with a full lunge if the adversary has had an opportunity to deliver a riposte. There are three kinds of ripostes: direct, with feints, and after a pause. The direct riposte may be made instantly after parrying the adversary's thrust by quitting his blade and straightening the arm so that the point will touch his body on the nearest and most exposed part, or by not quitting his blade but running yours quickly down his, and at the same time keeping a strong opposition. Riposte d'opposition. The quickest direct riposte is that delivered after parrying quart for a right-hand fencer, and is called by the French the riposte of tac-attack, imitative of the sudden succession of the click of the parry and the tap of the riposting fencer's point on his adversary's breast. In making ripostes with a feint, the point is not jabbed on to the opponent's breast immediately after the parry, but one or more preliminary movements precede the actual riposte, such as a disengagement, a cutover, or a double. Ripostes with a pause, attempts perdus with lost time, are made after a second's hesitation, and are resorted to when the fencers are too near for an accurate direct riposte, or to give the adversary time to make a quick parry, which is then deceived. The remise is a thrust made after one's first thrust has been parried, and in the same line, it must be made in such a way that the adversary's justified riposte is at the same time parried by opposition or completely avoided. It is really a renewal of the attack in the original line, while the so-called renewal of attack redoublement d'attaque is a second thrust, which ignores the adversary's riposte, but made in a different line. Both the remise and the renewal are valid only when the adversary's riposte does not hit. False attacks are broad movements made for the purpose of drawing the adversary out, or of disconcerting him. They may consist of an advance and extension, a change of engagement, and intentional uncovering, by taking a wide guard called invitation guard, or any movement or combination of movements, tending to make the adversary believe that a real attack is underway. The assault is a formal fencing bout or series of bouts in public, while formal fencing in private is called loose play, or a friendly bout. Bouts between fencers take place on a platform about 24 ft long and 6 ft wide in the United States. 23 ft formal bouts are usually for a number of touches or for a certain number of minutes. The fencer who touches oftenest, winning, the judges, usually 3 or 5, are sometimes empowered to score 1 or more points against a competitor for breaches of good form, or for overstepping the space limits. In the United States, bouts are for 4 minutes with a change of places after 2 minutes, and the competitors are not interrupted, the winner being indicated by a vote of the judges, who take into account touches and style. In all countries, contestants are required to wear jackets of a light color, so that hits may be easily seen. Audible acknowledgement of all touches, whether on the target or not, is universally considered to be a fencer's duty. Fencing competitions are held in Great Britain under the rules of the Amateur Fencing Association, and in the United States under those of the Amateur Fencers League of America. Fencing terms not mentioned above: cavazzini idle, for disengagement; contraction parries of those which do not parry in the simplest manner, but drag the adverse blade into another line, for example, to parry a thrust in high sixth by counter of quart; controppo idle, for time thrust coronation, An attack preceded by circular movement from high sixth to high court and vice versa, made famous by Lafoger corpse body, to body the position of two fencers, who are at such close quarters that their persons touch. When this occurs, the fencers must again come on guard cool fr for glide disarm to knock the foil out of the adversary's hand. It is of no value in the French school double hit, when both fencers attack and hit at the same time. Neither hit counts. Philo idle for glide graze. Flying cutover, a cutover executed as a continuation of a parry, the hand being drawn back towards the body. In contro idle for double attack, give the blade. To allow the adversary easy contact with the foil, it is often resorted to in order to tempt the adversary into a beat or bind menace, to threaten the adversary by an extension and forward movement of the trunk. Merci salute passage of arms, a series of attacks and parries, ending in a successful hit. Phrase of arms, series of attacks and parries ending in a hit, or invalidation, a hit on some part of the person, outside the target made by the fencer, whose right it is at that moment to attack or riposte. Such a hit invalidates one made simultaneously, or subsequently, by his opponent. However good, rebeat 2 beats, executed as quickly as possible together, one on each side of the adversary's blade. Reprises dadek fr for renewed attacks, salute the courteous salutation of the public and the adversary before and after a bout. A more elaborate salute called by the French the mer consists of a series of parries, lunges, and other evolutions carried out by both fencers at the same time. Important exhibition assaults are usually preceded by the mer, which is called in English the grand salute septime enveloppe, a riposte by means of a twist and thrust. After a parry in septime, it envelops and masters the adverse blade, whence the name secret. Thrusts. The French bots secretes pretended infallible attacks, of which the user is supposed alone to 595. No. The method of execution, they have no real existence. Sforza idle, for disarmament. Scandaglio idle, for examination, studying the form of an opponent, at the beginning of a bout. Toccato idle, for touched. Fr2 sh. Bibliography. The literature of full fencing is practically identical with that of the art in general. See fencing. The following modern works are among the best French school fencing in the Badminton Library, 1897 foil and saber by Roman 50 Rindell, Boston. 1892 fencing by Roman 100. Provost in the Encyclopaedia of Sport 1901. Fencing by Edward Breck, New York 1906. Italian school Istruzioni per la Scherma Roman 100 by S. de Frey, Milan, 1885. La Scherma Italiana di Spada e di Sciabola by F. Masiello, Florence, 1887. eBay's Foix Paul de 15,280,1584 French prelate and diplomatist. He studied Greek and Roman literature at Paris and jurisprudence at Toulouse, where shortly after finishing his curriculum, he delivered a course of lectures on civil law, which gained him great reputation. At the age of 19, he was named Councillor of the Parliament of Paris, having in this capacity expressed himself favorable to the adoption of mild measures in regard to certain persons accused of Lutheranism. He was arrested but escaped punishment and subsequently regained the favor of the French court. At the end of 1561, he was sent ambassador to England, where he remained 4 years. He was then sent to Venice and returned a short time afterwards to England to negotiate a marriage between Queen Elizabeth and the Duke of Anjou. He again fulfilled several important missions during the reign of Henry Roman III of France. In 1577, he was made Archbishop of Toulouse, and in 1579 was appointed ambassador to Rome, where he remained till his death in 1584. Les lettres de Mesquier de Paul de Foix Archives de Talos, et ambassadeur pour le roi Opers, du pape Grégoire Roman XIII, au roi Henry Roman III, were published in 1628. But there are some doubts as to their authenticity. See Gallia Christiana 1715, Sec Roman 1000 a Muret Oraison Funèbre de Paul de Foix Paris, 1584 Letters de Catherine de Médicis, edited by Hector de la Ferrière Paris, 1880 Sec, in the collection de Documents Inédits sur l'Histoire de France. Foix, a town of southwestern France in the Middle Ages, capital of the Counts of Foix, and now capital of the department of Ariège. 51 Roman 1000 S of Toulouse, on the southern railway from that city to Aix Pop 1906 town 4498 commune 6750. It is situated between the Ariège and the Argot at their confluence. The old part of the town with its ill-paved winding streets and old houses is dominated on the west by an isolated rock, crowned by the three towers of the castle 12th, 14th, and 15th centuries, while to the south it is limited by the shady Promenade de Villot. The chief church is that of St. Volusian, a Gothic building of the 14th century. The town is the seat of a prefecture, a court of assizes, and a tribunal of first instance, and has a lycée training, colleges, a chamber of commerce, and a branch of the Bank of France. Flour milling and ironworking are carried on. Foix probably owes its origin to an oratory founded by Charlemagne. This afterwards became an abbey, in which were laid the remains of St. Volusian, Archbishop of Tours in the 5th century. The county of Foix included roughly the eastern part of the modern department of Ariège, a region watered chiefly by the Ariège and its affluents during the later Middle Ages. It consisted of an agglomeration of small holdings ruled by lords who, though subordinate to the counts of Foix, had some voice in the government of the district. Protestantism obtained an early entrance into the county, and the religious struggles of the 16th and 17th centuries were carried on with much implacability therein. The estates of the county, which can be traced back to the 14th century, consisted of three orders, and possessed considerable power and virility in the 17th and 18th centuries. Foix formed one of the 33 governments of France, and in 1790 it was incorporated in the department of Ariège. Counts of Foix. The Counts of Foix were an old and distinguished French family, which flourished from the 11th to the 15th century. They were at first feudatories of the Counts of Toulouse, but chafing under this yoke, they soon succeeded in throwing it off, and during the 13th and 14th centuries were among the most powerful of the French feudal nobles, living on the borders of France, having constant intercourse with Navarre, and in frequent communication with England. They were in a position peculiarly favorable to an assertion of independence, and acted rather as the equals than as the dependents of the kings of France. The title of Count of Foix was first assumed by Roger, son of Bernard Roger, who was a younger son of Roger Roman I, Count of Carcassonne Roman 500, when he inherited the town of Foix and the adjoining lands which had hitherto formed part of the county of Carcassonne. Dying about 1064, Roger was succeeded by his brother Peter, who died 6 years later, and was succeeded in turn by his son Roger Roman II. This count took part in the Crusade of 1095, and was afterwards excommunicated by Pope Paschal Roman II for seizing ecclesiastical property, but subsequently he appeased the anger of the Church by rich donations, and when he died in 1125 he was succeeded by his son Roger Roman III. The death of Roger Roman III, about 1149, and of his son Roger Bernard Roman I, in 1188, brought the county to Roger Bernard's only son Raymond Roger, who in 1190 accompanied the French King Philip Augustus to Palestine and distinguished himself at the capture of Acre. He was afterwards engaged in the wars of the Albigenses, and on being accused of heresy, his lands were given to Simon Roman IV, Count of Montfort. Raymond Roger, who came to terms with the Church and recovered his estates before his death in 1223, was a patron of the Provençal poets, and counted himself among their number. He was succeeded by his son Roger Bernard Roman II, called the Great, who assisted Raymond Roman VII, Count of Toulouse, and the Albigenses in their resistance to the French kings Louis Roman VIII and Louis Roman IX, was excommunicated on 2 occasions, and died in 1241. His son Roger Roman IV, who followed, died in 1265, and was succeeded by his son Roger Bernard Roman III, who, more famous as a poet than as a warrior, was taken prisoner both by Philip Roman III of France and by Peter Roman III of Aragon. This count married Marguerite, daughter and heiress of Gaston Roman VII, Viscount of Béarn Roman 500, and this union led to the outbreak of a long feud between the houses of Foix and Armagnac, a quarrel which was continued by Roger Bernard's son and successor Gaston Roman I, who became count in 1302, inheriting both Foix and Béarn, becoming embroiled with the French King Philip Roman IV. In consequence of the struggle with the Count of Armagnac, Gaston was imprisoned in Paris, but quickly regaining his freedom, he accompanied King Louis Roman X on an expedition into Flanders in 1315, and died on his return to France in the same year. His eldest son Gaston Roman II was the next count, having become reconciled with the House of Armagnac. Gaston took part in various wars, both in France and Spain, dying at Seville in 1343, when he was succeeded by his son Gaston Roman 313,311,390. 1. Gaston Roman III, who was surnamed Phoebus on account of his beauty, was the most famous member of the old Foix family. Like his father, he assisted France in her struggle against England, being entrusted with the defense of the frontiers of Gascony. But when the French King John Roman II showed a marked preference for the Count of Armagnac, Gaston left his service and went to fight against the heathen in Prussia. Returning to France about 1357, he delivered some noble ladies from the attacks of the adherents of the Jacquerie at Meaux, and was soon at war with the Count of Armagnac. During this struggle, he also attacked the Count of Poitiers, the royal representative in Languedoc, but owing to the intervention of Pope Innocent Roman VI, he made peace with the Count in 1360. Gaston, however, continued to fight against the Count of Armagnac, who in 1362 was defeated and compelled to pay a ransom, and this war lasted until 1377, when peace was made. Early in 1380, the Count was appointed governor of Languedoc, but when Charles Roman VI succeeded Charles Roman V as king later, in the same year, this appointment was cancelled, refusing, however, to heed the royal command, and supported by the communes of Languedoc. Gaston fought for about 2 years against John Duke of Berry, who had been chosen as his successor, until worsted in the combat. He abandoned the struggle and retired to his estates, remaining neutral and independent. In 1340, the Count had married Agnes, daughter of Philip Count of Evreux, Roman 500, by his wife Jean Roman II, Queen of Navarre. By Agnes, whom he 596 divorced in 1373, he had an only son, Gaston, who is said to have been incited by his uncle Charles Roman II, King of Navarre, to poison his father, and who met his death in 1381. It is probable, as Froissart says, that he was killed by his father left without legitimate sons. Gaston was easily persuaded to bequeath his lands to King Charles Roman VI, who thus obtained Foix and Béarn. When the Count died at Orthes in 1391, Gaston was very fond of hunting, but was not without a taste for art and literature. Several beautiful manuscripts are in existence which were executed by his orders, and he himself wrote Deduits de la chasse des bestes, sauvages et des oiseaux d'après Froissart, who gives a graphic description of his court, and his manner of life speaks enthusiastically of Gaston, saying, "I never saw none like him of personage, nor of so fair form, nor so well made, and again, in everything, he was so perfect that he cannot be praised too much." Almost immediately after Gaston's death, King Charles Roman VI granted the county of Foix to Matthew, Viscount of Castelban, a descendant of Count Gaston Roman I, dying without issue. In 1398, Matthew's lands were seized by Archambault, Count of Grailly and Captal de Buch, the husband of his sister Isabella Roman 500, who became Count of Foix in 1401. Archambault's eldest son, John Roman 1,001,436, who succeeded to his father's lands and titles in 1412, had married in 1402 Jean, daughter of Charles Roman III, King of Navarre, having served the King of France in Guyenne and the King of Aragon in Sardinia. John became the royal representative in Languedoc when the old quarrel between Foix and Armagnac broke out again. During the struggle between the Burgundians and the Armagnacs, he intrigued with both parties, and consequently was distrusted by the Dauphin, afterwards King Charles Roman VII, deserting the cause of France. He then allied himself with Henry Roman V of England, but when Charles Roman VII became king in 1422, he returned to his former allegiance and became the king's representative in Languedoc and Guyenne. He then assisted to suppress the marauding bands which were devastating. France fought for Aragon against Castile and aided his brother, the Cardinal of Foix, to crush some insurgents in Aragon. Peter, Cardinal of Foix, 13,861,464, was the fifth son of Archambault of Grailly and was made Archbishop of Arles in 1450. He took a prominent part in the struggle between the rival popes and founded and endowed the Collège de Foix at Toulouse. The next count was John's son Gaston Roman IV, who married Leonora Roman 500, a daughter of John, King of Aragon and Navarre. In 1447, he bought the Viscounty of Narbonne, and having assisted King Charles Roman VII in Guyenne, he was made a peer of France in 1458. In 1455, his father-in-law designated him as his successor in Navarre, and Louis Roman XI of France gave him the counties of Roussillon and Cerdagne and made him his representative in Languedoc and Guyenne. But these marks of favor did not prevent him from joining a league against Louis in 1471. His eldest son Gaston, the husband of Madeleine, a daughter of Charles Roman VII of France, died in 1470, And when Gaston Roman IV died 2 years later, his lands descended to his grandson Francis Phoebus Roman 500, who became King of Navarre in 1479, and was succeeded by his sister, Catherine Roman 500, the wife of Jean d'Albret Roman 500. Thus the House of Foix-Grailly was merged in that of Albret, and subsequently in that of Bourbon. And when Henry of Navarre became King of France in 1589, the lands of the Counts of Foix-Grailly became part of the French royal domain. A younger son of Count Gaston Roman IV was John Roman 500, who received the Viscounty of Narbonne from his father, and married Marie, a sister of the French King Louis Roman XII. He was on good terms both with Louis Roman XI and Louis Roman XII, and on the death of his nephew Francis Phoebus in 1483, he claimed the Kingdom of Navarre against Jean d'Albret and his wife Catherine de Foix. The ensuing struggle lasted until 1497, when John renounced his claim. He left a son Gaston de Foix 14,890,1512, the distinguished French general, and a daughter Germaine, who became the second wife of Ferdinand Roman I, King of Spain. In 1507, Gaston exchanged his Viscounty of Narbonne with King Louis Roman XII for the Duchy of Nemours, and as Duke of Nemours, he took command of the French troops in Italy. Having delivered Bologna and taken Brescia, Gaston encountered the troops of the Holy League at Ravenna in April 1512, and after putting the enemy to flight was killed during the pursuit. From the younger branch of the House of Foix-Grailly have also sprung the Viscounts of Lautrec, and of May the Counts of Benanges and Candale, and of Gerson and Flakes. See Roman 500, J. Vacite Histoire Générale de Languedoc tome, Roman 4 Paris, 1876, Roman 50 Flourac, Jean Comte de Foix Vicomte Souverain de Béarn Paris, 1884, Le Père Anselme Histoire Généalogique tome Roman 3 Paris, 17,261,733, Castellan Histoire du Comte de Foix Toulouse, 1852, Madon Gaston Ph. Comte de Foix, et Souverain de Béarn Pau 1865, and Froissart's Chroniques edited by S. Luce and G. Reynaud Paris, 18,691,897. Follard Jean-Charles Chevalier de 16,691,752, French soldier and military author, was born at Avignon on the 13th of February 1669. His military ardor was first awakened by reading Caesar's commentaries, and he ran away from home and joined the army. He soon saw active service, and, young as he was, wrote a manual on partisan warfare, the manuscript of which passed with Follard's other papers to Marshal Belleisle. On the author's death in 1702, he became a captain and aide-de-camp to the Duke of Vendôme, then in command of the French forces in Italy in 1705. While serving under Vendôme's brother, the Grand Prior, Follard won the Cross of St. Louis for a gallant feat of arms, and in the same year he distinguished himself at the Battle of Cassano, where he was severely wounded. It was during his tedious recovery from his wounds that he conceived the tactical theories to the elucidation of which he devoted most of his life. In 1706, he again rendered good service in Italy, and in 1708 distinguished himself greatly in the operations attempted by Vendôme and the Duke of Burgundy for the relief of Lille, the failure of which was due in part to the disagreement of the French commanders, and it is no small testimony to the ability and tact of Follard that he retained the friendship of both. Follard was wounded at Malplaquet in 1709, and in 1711, his services were rewarded with the governorship of Berberg. He saw further active service in 1714 in Malta, under Charles Roman XII of Sweden in the north, and under the Duke of Berwick in the short Spanish War of 1719. Charles Roman XII he regarded as the first captain of all time, and it was at Stockholm that Follard began to formulate his tactical ideas. In a commentary on Polybius on his way back to France, he was shipwrecked and lost all his papers, but he set to work at once to write his essays afresh, and in 1724 appeared his Nouvelles découvertes sur la guerre dans une dissertation de Polybe, followed 17,271,730 by Histoire de Polybe, traduite par de Thulier avec un commentaire de Roman 1000 de Follard Chevalier de l'Ordre de Saint Louis. Follard spent the remainder of his life in answering the criticisms provoked by the novelty of his theories. He died friendless and in obscurity at Avignon in 1752. An analysis of Follard's military writings brings to light not a connected theory of war as a whole, but a great number of independent ideas, sometimes valuable and suggestive, but far more often extravagant, the central point of his tactics was his proposed column formation for infantry, struck by the apparent weakness of the thin line of battle of the time, and arguing from the Orcunius of ancient warfare, he desired to substitute the shock of a deep mass of troops for former methods of attack and further considered that in defense, a solid column gave an unshakable stability to the line of battle. Controversy at once centered itself upon the column, while some famous commanders such as Marshal Saxe and Guido Starhemberg approved it and put it in practice. The weight of military opinion throughout Europe was opposed to it, and eventually, history justified this opposition. Amongst the most discriminating of his critics was Frederick the Great, who is said to have invited Foulard to Berlin. The Prussian king certainly caused a précis to be made by Colonel von Sears, and wrote a preface thereto expressing his views. The work, like others, by Frederick fell into unauthorized hands, and on its publication Paris, 1760, under the title Esprit du Chef Foulard, created a great impression. Thus kept within bounds, said 597. The Prince de Ligne Foulard was the best author of the time. Frederick himself said tersely that Foulard had buried diamonds in a rubbish heap. Thus began the controversy between line and column formations, which long continued and influenced the development of tactics up to the most modern times. Foulard's principal adherents in the 18th century were Joly de Mézeroy and Menel Durand. See Memoirs pour servir à l'histoire de Roman, 1000 Le Chevalier de Foulard, Paris and Regensburg, 1753, and for a detailed account of Foulard's works, and those of his critics and supporters, Max Johns, Geschichte der Kriegswissenschaften, Vol. Roman 2 pp. 14,780, 1493 Munich, and Leipzig 1890. Fold a pleat or bend in a flexible material, or a curve in any surface, whence its particular application in geology, with which this article deals. The verb to fold o engfielden meant originally to double back a piece of cloth or other material, so as to form a pleat, whence has evolved its various senses of to roll up, to enclose, enfold, or embrace, as with the arms to clasp the hands or arms together. Roman 100. The word is common to Teutonic languages, cf. Ger Falten Dutch vouwen for vouden. Roman 100, and the ultimate Indo-European root is found in gr lat plicer plector, to plait, pleat, weave, and in the suffixes of such words as duplex, double, simplex. Roman 100. Similarly, the termination fold is added to numbers implying so many, for example, twofold, hundredfold, cf. manifold. The similar word for an enclosure or pen for animals, especially for sheep, and hence applied in a spiritual sense to a community of worshippers, or to the whole body of Christians regarded as Christ's flock, must be distinguished. In o eng, it is fouled, and cognate forms are found in Dutch vault. Roman 100. It apparently meant a planked or boarded enclosure, cf. Dan F. Yale Swede F. Jal plank. In geology, a fold is a bend or curvature in the stratified rocks of the Earth's crust, whereby they have been made to take up less horizontal space. The French equivalents are pli plissement riedement, in Germany Faultung Sattelung, are the terms usually employed. It is comparatively rarely that bedded rocks are observed in the position in which they were first deposited, a certain amount of buckling up or sagging down of the crust being continually in progress in one region or another. In every instance, therefore, wherein walking over the surface, we traverse a series of strata, which gradually, and without dislocations, increase or diminish in inclination, we cross part of a great curvature in the strata of the Earth's crust. Such foldings, however, can often be distinctly seen either on some cliff or coastline, or in the traverse of a piece of hilly or mountainous ground. The observer cannot long continue his researches in the field without discovering that the rocks of the Earth's crust have been almost everywhere thrown into curves, usually so broad and gentle as to escape observation, except when specially looked for. The outcrop of beds at the surface is commonly the truncation of these curves. The strata must once have risen above the present surface, and in many cases may be found descending to the surface again, with a contrary dip, the intervening portion of the undulation having been worn away. Fig. 1 section of the Isle of Wight monoclinal, curve a chalk B. Woolwich and Reading beds, see London Clay D. Bagshot series, E. Head-on series, F. G. Osborne and Bembridge series. The curvature occasionally shows itself among horizontal or gently inclined strata in the form of an abrupt inclination, and then an immediate resumption of the previous flat or sloping character. The strata are thus bent up and continue on the other side of the tilt. At a higher level, such bends are called monoclines, monoclinal folds, or flexures. because they present only one fold or one half of a fold, instead of the two which we see in an arch or trough. The most notable instance of this structure in Britain is that of the Isle of Wight, of which a section is given in Fig 1. The Cretaceous rocks on the south side of the island rapidly rise in inclination, till they become nearly vertical. The lower tertiary strata follow with a similar steep dip, but rapidly flatten down towards the north coast. Some remarkable cases of the same structure have been brought to light by J.W. Powell in his survey of the Colorado region. Fig 2. Plan of anticlinal and synclinal folds. It much more frequently happens that the strata have been bent into arches and troughs, so that they can be seen dipping under the surface on one side of the axis of a fold, and rising up again on the other side, where they dip away from the axis of movement. The structure is termed an anticline or anticlinal fold where they dip towards the axis. It is a syncline or synclinal fold. The diagram in Fig 2 may be taken to represent a series of strata 117 thrown into an anticline AA and syncline BB. A section drawn across these folds in the line CD would show the structure given in Fig 3. Here we see that at the part of the anticlinal axis A where the section crosses bed No. 4 forms, the crown of the arch Nos 1, 2, and 3, being concealed beneath it on the east side of the axis. The strata follow each other in regular succession, as far as No. 13, which instead of passing here under the next in order, turns up with a contrary dip, and forms the center of a trough or syncline B from underneath No. 13 on the east side. The same beds rise to the surface, which passed beneath it on the west side. The particular bed marked F has been entirely removed by denudation from the top of the anticline, and is buried deep beneath the center of the syncline. Fig 3. Section of anticlinal and synclinal folds on the line CD. Fig 2. Such foldings of strata must always die out unless they are abruptly terminated by dislocations. In the cases given in Fig 2, both the arch and trough are represented as diminishing, the former towards the north, the latter towards the south. The observer, in passing northwards along the axis of that anticline, finds himself getting into progressively higher strata as the fold sinks down. On the other hand, in advancing southwards along the synclinal axis, he loses stratum after stratum and gets into lower portions of the series. When a fold diminishes in this way, it is said to nose out. In Fig 2, there is obviously a general inclination of the beds towards the north besides the outward dip from the anticline and the inward dip from the syncline. Hence, the anticline noses out to the north and the syncline to the south. Fig 4. Simple folds. In describing rockfolds, special terms have been assigned to certain portions of the fold. Thus, the sloping 598 sides of an anticline or syncline are known as the limbs, slopes, flanks, or members of the fold in an anticline. The part 10. Fig 3. The angle of the bend is the crest or crown jur julbebigung, fr charniere. Anticlinal, the corresponding part of a syncline being the trophcore or base. Y. Fig 3. Jur moldenbigung, fr charniere. Synclinale, the portion of an anticline which has been removed by denudation, is the aerial arch dotted in Fig 3. The innermost strata in a fold constitute the core, arch core of Fig 3 or trophcore B. In the same figure, in the majority of folds, the bending of the strata has taken place about an axial plane, often called the axis, which in the examples illustrated in Fig 3 would pass through the points A and B perpendicularly to the horizontal line Roman 400 in powerfully folded regions. The axial planes of the folds are no longer upright. They may be moderately inclined, producing an inverted fold or overfold. When the inclination of the axial plane is great, a recumbent overfold is produced. Fr ply Kuster, legend fault. In a fold of this kind, Fig 4, we have an arch limb, a middle limb B, and a floor or trough limb CX, and Y are the upper and lower bends respectively. One of the important functions of a fold is its direction. This, of course, depends upon the orientation of the axial plane. The crestline of an anticline or trough-line of a syncline is rarely horizontal for any great distance. Its departure from horizontality is designated the pitch, and the fold is said to pitch or dip towards the north. Roman 100. Most simple folds, with the exception of very shallow curvatures of wide area when considered in their entirety, are seen to be somewhat cano-shaped in form. There are three variations of the simple fold dependent upon the position of the limbs. 1. The limbs may tend to diverge as they recede from the crest. Fig 3, sometimes styled an open anticline. 2. The limbs may be parallel in closed folds, commonly known as isoclinal folding. 3. The limbs may make an open angle or widen out towards the crest fig, for this is known as a fan-shaped fold. Fr ply en eventueel fascherfelt, another variant of the same form, is the mushroom fold. Fr ply en champignon, the axial plane is not always extended. It may be so abbreviated that the folding appears to have taken place about a point. Anticlines of this type are variously designated shortanticlines brachyanticlinox, or domes. Similarly, there are shortsinclines brachisinclinox, or cuvettes. The dip in cases of this kind has been described as quaquiversal or paraclinal. Complex folding. Sometimes, a simple fold has been itself subjected to further folding, repeated more than once. It is then termed a refolded fold. Fr ply repli. Fine examples may be observed in the Alps, and in other mountain chains, a great regional major fold containing within itself a number of minor special or subsidiary folds is described as a geanticline Fr structure, en eventueel compose, or as a geosyncline Fr structure, en eventueel renverse. Even folds of lesser magnitude may be highly complex in regions of extreme crustal movement, and may contain smaller folds of the first, second, third, or higher order Fr couches Goffrey's, Fig. 5. In its smaller manifestation, this class of folding passes into crumpling or puckering, where quite a large number of folds may be crowded into a single hand specimen in frilling or frilled structure. The folds have still smaller amplitude, and in many highly corrugated rocks minute folds are observable with the microscope that do not appear to the unaided eye when a series of adjacent isoclinal overfolds has passed into a series of thrusts. See fault. The so-called imbricated structure, Fr structure imbriquiger Schuppenstructure, is generated occasionally. Crust blocks, resembling graben and horsts, are circumscribed by folds instead of faults. When this is so, they have been called respectively infolded graben or overfolded horsts. The heterogeneous character of great masses of strata has always had a marked influence on the nature of the folding. Some beds have yielded much more readily than others. Certain beds will be found to be faulted, while those above and below have folded without fracture. In many examples of apparent plasticity, it can be shown that this effect has been produced by an infinite number of minute slippings within the rock substance. Fig. 5. Curved and contorted rocks near Old Head of Kinsel du Neuer. The larger rock folds have produced important economic results. For example, in many coal regions, the deposits have been conserved in some districts in the synclines or basins, while they have been removed by denudation from the uplifted anticlines. In others, near the crest of anticlines is commonly an enriched portion of the ground in mineralized districts, and in the case of water supply, the tilt of the strata determines the direction of the underground flowage. Again, the most convenient site for oil wells is the crest of an anticline or dome, where an impervious stratum imprisons the gas and oil in a subjacent saturated layer under pressure. For a discussion of the question of the distribution and arrangement of the great folded regions of the Earth's crust, see Issus des Antlitz, der Erd. English translation. The face of the Earth vols, Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3, Roman 4. Oxford. See also E. de Margerie, and a Heim les Dislocations de l'Ecorce terrestre, Zurich, 1880. 8. A Rothplatz geotectonische Problem, Stuttgart, 1894. Folengo Teofilo 14,911,544, otherwise known as Merlino Caccaggio or Caccaggio, one of the principal Italian macaronic poets, was born of noble parentage at Sappada near Mantua on the 8th of November 1491. From his infancy, he showed great vivacity of mind and a remarkable cleverness in making verses. At the age of 16, he entered monastery of Monte Cassino near Brescia, and 18 months afterwards, he became a professed member of the Benedictine order. For a few years his life as a monk seems to have been tolerably regular, and he is said to have produced a considerable quantity of Latin verse written, not unsuccessfully, in the Virgilian style. About the year 1516, he forsook the monastic life for the society of a well-born young woman named Girolama Dieta, with whom he wandered about the country for several years, often suffering great poverty, having no other means of support than his talent for versification. His first publication was the Merlini Cocchi Macaronicon, which relates the adventures of a fictitious hero named Baldus. The coarse buffoonery of this work is often relieved by touches of genuine poetry, as well as by graphic descriptions and acute criticisms of men and manners. Its macaronic style is rendered peculiarly perplexing to the foreigner by the frequent introduction of words and phrases from the Mantuan patois. Though frequently censured for its occasional grossness of idea and expression, it soon attained a wide popularity, and within a very few years passed through several editions. Folengo's next production was the Orlandino, an Italian poem of 8 cantos written in rhymed octaves. It appeared in 1526, and bore on the title page the new pseudonym of Limerno Pataco Merlin the Beggar de Mantova. In the same year, wearied with a life of dissipation, Folengo returned to his ecclesiastical obedience, and shortly afterwards wrote his Chaos del Tri per Uno, in which partly in prose, partly in verse, sometimes in Latin, sometimes in Italian, and sometimes in macaronic, he gives a veiled account of the vicissitudes of the life he had lived under his various names. 599. We next find him about the year 1533, writing in rhymed octaves a life of Christ entitled El Humanita del Figliuolo di Dio, and he is known to have composed still later another religious poem upon the creation, fall, and restoration of man. Besides few tragedies, these, however, have never been published. Some of his later years were spent in Sicily under the patronage of Don Fernando de Gonzaga, the viceroy. He even appears for a short time to have had charge of a monastery there. In 1543, he retired to Santa Croce de Campizio near Bassano, and there he died on the 9th of December, 1544. Folengo is frequently quoted, and still more frequently copied by Rabelais. The earlier editions of his opus Macaronicum are now extremely rare. The often reprinted edition of 1530 exhibits the text as revised by the author after he had begun to amend his life. Foley John Henry, 18,180,1874, Irish sculptor, was born at Dublin on the 24th of May 1818. At 13, he began to study drawing and modelling at the schools of the Royal Dublin Society, where he took several first-class prizes. In 1835, he was admitted a student in the schools of the Royal Academy, London. He first appeared as an exhibitor in 1839, with his Death of Abel and Innocence, Eno and Bacchus, exhibited in 1840, gave him immediate reputation, and the work itself was afterwards commissioned to be done in marble for the Earl of Ellesmere. Lear and Cordelia, and Death of Lear were exhibited in 1840. 1. Venus rescuing Aeneas, and the Houseless Wanderer in 1842, Prospero and Miranda in 1843. In 1844, Foley sent to the exhibition at Westminster Hall his Youth at a Stream, and was with Calder Marshall and John Bell chosen by the commissioners to do work in sculpture for the decoration of the Houses of Parliament. Statues of John Hampden and Selden were executed for this purpose, and received liberal praise for the propriety, dignity, and proportion of their treatment. Commissions of all kinds now began to come rapidly. Fanciful works, busts, bas-reliefs, tablets, and monumental statues were in great numbers undertaken and executed by him with a steady equality of worthy treatment. In 1849, he was made an associate, and in 1858, a member of the Royal Academy. Among his numerous works, the following may be noticed besides those mentioned above: the Mother Egeria, for the Mansion House; the elder brother in Camus; his diploma work, The Muse of Painting; the monument of James Ward Raw Caractacus for the Mansion House; Helen Fawcett Goldsmith and Burke for Trinity College, Dublin; Faraday Reynolds Barry for Westminster Palace Yard; John Stuart Mill for the Thames Embankment; O'Connell and Cough for Dublin; Clyde for Glasgow; Clive for Shrewsbury; Hardinge Canning and Outram for Calcutta; Hun James Stewart for Ceylon; the symbolical group Asia, as well as the statue of the Prince himself for the Albert Memorial in Hyde Park, and Stonewall Jackson in Richmond. The statue of Sir James Outram is probably his masterpiece. Foley's early fanciful works have some charming qualities, but he will probably always be best remembered for the workmanlike and manly style of his monumental portraits. He died at Hampstead on the 27th of August 1874, and on the 4th of September was buried in St. Paul's Cathedral. He left his models to the Royal Dublin Society, his early school, and a great part of his property to the Artists' Benevolent Fund. C. W. Cosmo, Monkhouse. The Works of J. H. Foley, 1875. Foley Sir Thomas, 17,571,833, British Admiral, entered the Navy in 1770, and during his time as midshipman, saw a good deal of active service in the West Indies against American privateers. Promoted lieutenant in 1778, he served under Admiral, afterwards Viscount Keppel, and Sir Charles Hardy in the Channel, and with Rodney's squadron was present at the defeat of de Langara off Cape St. Vincent in 1780, and at the relief of Gibraltar still under Rodney's command. He went out to the West Indies and took his part in the operations which culminated in the victory of the 12th of April 1782. In the Revolutionary War, he was engaged from the first as flag captain to Admiral John Gell, and afterwards to Sir Hyde Parker. Foley took part in the Siege of Toulon in 1793, the action of Gulf Juan in 1794, and the two fights off Toulon on the 13th of April and the 13th of July 1795 at St. Vincent. He was flag captain to the second in command, and in the following year was sent out in command of the Goliath 74 to reinforce Nelson's fleet in the Mediterranean. The part played by the Goliath in the Battle of the Nile was brilliant. She led the squadron round the French van, and this maneuver contributed not a little to the result of the day. Whether this was done by Foley's own initiative or intended by Nelson has been a matter of controversy. See Journal of the Royal United Service Institution, 1885 p. 916. His next important service was with Nelson in the Baltic. The Elephant carried Nelson's flag at the Battle of Copenhagen, and her captain acted as his chief of staff. Ill health obliged Foley to decline Nelson's offer made when on the point of starting for the Battle of Trafalgar of the post of captain of the fleet from 1808 to 1815. He commanded in the Downs, and at the peace was made K. Roman 100 B. Sir Thomas Foley rose to be full admiral, and G. Roman 100 B. He died while commanding-in-chief at Portsmouth in 1833. C.J.B. Herbert Life and Services of Sir Thomas Foley Cardiff, 1884. Foley Allen James, 18,371,899, Irish bass singer, was born at Cahir, Tipperary, on the 7th of August 1837. Originally a carpenter, he studied under by Saxia at Naples, and made his first appearance at Catania in 1862. From the opera in Paris, he was engaged by Mapleson for the season of 1865, and appeared with much success. Various parts he sang in the first performance of The Flying Dutchman Daland in England in 1870, and in the first performance of Gounod's Redemption in 1882. He was distinguished in opera and oratorio alike for his vigorous, straightforward way of singing, and was in great request at ballad concerts. He died on the 20th of October 1899. Foligno Anc Fulginii Curoman, 5 a town, and Episcopal See of Umbria, Italy, 771 ft above sea level, in the province of Perugia, from which it is 25 Roman 1000 SC, by rail Pop 1901 9532 town, 26,278, commune. It lies in a fertile plain on the Tipino, a tributary of the Tiber. It is almost square in shape and is surrounded by walls. It is a picturesque and interesting town. Several of its churches contain paintings by Umbrian masters, notably works by Niccolo di Liberator or Niccolo Alunno, 14,301,502, and among them, his chief work, a large altarpiece, the predella of which is in the Louvre in S. Niccolo. The cathedral has a Romanesque S facade of 1133, restored in 1903. The interior was modernized in the 18th century. To the left of the choir is an octagonal chapel by Antonio de Sangallo the Younger, 1527. In the same piazza as the S facade is the Palazzo del Governo, erected in 1350, which has a chapel with frescoes by Ottaviano Nelli of Gubbio, 1424. S. Maria Infraportas is said to date from the 7th century, but from this period only the columns of the portico remain. Raphael's Madonna di Foligno, now in the Vatican, was originally painted for the Church of S. Anna. The Palazzo Orfini and the Palazzo Deli are two good Renaissance buildings. Foligno seems to have been founded about the middle of the 8th century A. Roman 500. It changed hands often during the wars of the 13th century, and was destroyed by Perugia in 1281. From 1305 to 1439, it was governed by the family of the Trinci as deputies of the Holy See, until in the latter year, one of its members went against the church. Pope Eugene Roman IV sent a force against Foligno, to which the inhabitants opened their gates, and the last of the Trinci, Corrado Roman II, was beheaded. Henceforth Foligno belonged to the States of the Church. Until 1860, it suffered from a severe earthquake in 1832. Foligno is a station on the main line from Rome via Ort to Ancona, and is the junction for Perugia 3 miles. To the E is the Abbey of Sassovivo with cloisters of 1229, very like those of S. Paolo Fiore Lamura, At Rome, with pairs of small columns, supporting arches and decorations, in colored mosaic cosmatesque work, the church has been modernized. Folio, properly the ablative case of the lat folium leaf, but also frequently an adaptation of the idilfoglio, a term in 600 bibliography and printing, with reference either to the size of paper employed, or of the book, or to the pagination in the phrase in folio. It means a sheet of paper folded once, and thus a book bound up in sheets thus folded is a book of the largest size, and is known as a folio C bibliography. Similarly, folio is one of the sizes of paper adapted to be thus folded C paper. In bookkeeping, the word is used for a page in a ledger, on which the credit and debtor account is written in writing for a fixed number of words, in a legal document used for measurement of the length. And for the addition of costs in Great Britain, a folio is taken to contain 72 words, except in parliamentary and chancery documents, when the number is 90. In the USA, 100 words form a folio. Folium in mathematics, a curve invented and discussed by René Descartes. Its Cartesian equation is x3y3 3-axis. The curve is symmetrical about the line xy, and consists of two infinite branches asymptotic to the line xy o, and a loop in the first quadrant. It may be traced by giving m various values in the equations x3am1m3, y3m2 1m3, since by eliminating m between these relations the equation to the curve is obtained. Hence, it is unicursal C curve the area of the loop, which equals the area between the curve and its asymptote, is 3a2. Foulkes Martin, 16,901,754, English antiquary, was born in London on the 29th of October 1690. He was educated at Somers University and Clare College, Cambridge, where he so distinguished himself in mathematics that when only 23 years of age, he was chosen a Fellow of the Royal Society. He was elected one of the Council in 1716, and in 1723, Sir Isaac Newton, president of the Society, appointed him one of the vice-presidents. On the death of Newton, he became a candidate for the presidency, but was defeated by Sir Hans Sloane, whom however he succeeded in 1741. In 1742, he was made a member of the French Academy. In 1746, he received honorary degrees from Oxford and Cambridge. In 1733, he set out on a tour through Italy, in the course of which he composed his dissertations on the weights and values of ancient coins before the Society of Antiquaries, of which he was president from 1749 to 1754. He read in 1736 his observations on the Trajan and Antonine pillars at Rome, and his table of English gold coins from the 18th year of King Edward Roman III. In 1745, he printed the latter with another on the history of silver coinage. He also contributed both to the Society of Antiquaries and to the Royal Society other papers chiefly on Roman antiquities. He married in 1714 Lucretia Bradshaw, an actress who had appeared at the Haymarket and Drury Lane. See Nishal's Lit. Anecdote Roman 2598. For Sir John Hill's attack on Foulkes' review of the works of the Royal Soc. 1751, see Disraeli Calamities and Quarrels of Authors, 1860 pp. 364,366. Folkestone, a municipal borough, seaport, and watering place of Kent, England, within the parliamentary borough of Hythe, 71 Roman 1000 SC, by E. of London, by the Southeastern Chatham Railway Pop, 1891 23,905 19, 01 30,650. This is one of the principal ports in cross-channel communications, the steamers serving Boulogne 30 Roman 1000 distant. The older part of Folkestone lies in a small valley, which here opens upon the shore between steep hills. The more modern portions extend up the hills on either hand to the north. The town is sheltered by hills rising sharply to heights of 400 to 500 ft, on several of which, such as Sugarloaf and Castle Hills, are ancient earthworks. Above the cliff west of the old town is a broad promenade called the Leas, commanding a notable view of the channel, and connected by lifts with the shore below. On this cliff also stands the parish church of St. Mary and St. Eanswythe, a cruciform building of much interest with central tower. It is mainly early English, but the original church, attached to a Benedictine priory, was founded in 1095, on the site of a convent established by Eanswythe, daughter of Eadbald, King of Kent, in 630. The site of this foundation, however, became endangered by encroachments of the sea. The monastery was destroyed at the dissolution of religious houses by Henry Roman VIII. Folkestone Inner Harbor is dry at low water, But there is a deep water pier for use at low tide by the Channel steamers, by which not only the passenger traffic, but also a large general trade are carried on. The fisheries are important among institutions, may be mentioned the grammar school founded in 1674, the public library and museum, and a number of hospitals and sanatoria. The discontinued Harveyan Institution for Young Men was named after William Harvey, discoverer of the circulation of the blood, a native of Folkestone 1578, who is also commemorated by Tercentenary Memorial on the Lees. Folkestone is a member of the Cinque Port of Dover. It is governed by a mayor, 7 aldermen, and 21 councillors. Area 25-22 acres to the west of Folkestone, close to Shorncliffe Camp, is the populous suburb of Cheriton, an urban district. Pop. 7090. Folkestone Falseston was among the possessions of Earl Godwine, and was called upon to supply him with ships when he was exiled from England at the time of the Domesday Survey. It belonged to Odo, Bishop of Bayeux. From early times, it was a member of the Cinque Port of Dover, and had to find one out of the 21 ships furnished by that port for the royal service. It shared the privileges of the Cinque Ports, whose liberties were exemplified at the request of the barons of Folkestone by Edward Roman III in 1330. The corporation, which was prescriptive, was entitled the Mayor Jurats and Commonalty of Folkestone. The history of Folkestone is a record of its struggle against the sea, which was constantly encroaching upon the town. In 1629, the inhabitants, impoverished by their losses, obtained license to erect a port. By the end of the 18th century, the town had become prosperous by the increase of its fishing and shipping trades, and by the middle of the 19th century, one of the chief health and pleasure resorts of the south coast. Falkland. This term occurs 3 times in Anglo-Saxon documents. In a law of Edward the Elder, Roman 100 Roman 1, it is contrasted with Bookland, in a way which shows that these 2 kinds of tenure formed the 2 main subdivisions of land ownership. No one is to deny right to another in respect of Falkland or Bookland. By a charter of 863 Cod Dipple 281, King Thelbert exchanges 5 hides of Falkland for 5 hides of Bookland, which had formerly belonged to a thane, granting the latter for the newly acquired estates exemption from all fiscal exactions, except the threefold public obligation of attending the field and joining in the repair of fortresses and bridges. Evidently Falkland was not free from the payment of gaffel land tax, and providing quarters for the king's men in Ealdorman Alfred's, while the testator disposes freely of his Bookland estates in favor of his sons and his daughter, but to a son who is not considered as rightful offspring. 5 hides of Falkland are left provided the king consents. It is probable that Falkland is meant in 2 or 3 cases, when Latin documents speak of terra re publici jure possessa. 2 principal explanations have been given to this term. Allen thought that Falkland was similar to the Roman ager publicus. It was the common property of the nation Falk, and the king had to dispose of it by carving out dependent tenures for his followers, more or less, after the fashion of continental beneficia. These estates remained subject to the superior ownership of the folk and of the king. They could eventually be taken back by the latter, and in any case, the heir of a holder of Falkland had to be confirmed in possession by the king. A letter of Bede to the Archbishop Ecbert of York may be interpreted to apply to this kind of tenure. Kemble, K. Mora H. Roman 100 Lodge Stubbs, and others followed Allen's lead. Another theory was started by Professor Vinogradoff in an article on Falkland in the English Hist. Review for 1893. It considers Falkland as land ownership by folkritat common law, as might be said in modern legal speech. In opposition to it, Bookland appears as land ownership derived from royal privilege. The incidents recorded in the charters characterize Falkland as 601 subject to ordinary fiscal burdens and to limitations in respect of testamentary succession. Thane Wolof has to be relieved from fiscal exactions when his estate is converted from Falkland into Bookland. Roman 100 Roman 500 Ealdorman Alfred's son, not being recognized as legitimate, has to claim Falkland not by direct succession or devise, but by the consent of the king. These incidents and limitations are thrown into relief by copious illustrations as to the fundamental features of Bookland contained in the numberless books. These are exemptions from fiscal dues and freedom of disposition of the owner. This view of the matter has been accepted by the chief modern authorities. Bibliography. J. Allen Inquiry into the Rise and Growth of Royal Prerogative in England, London, 1849. K. Mora Kritisch Überschau, 1853. Band Roman 1 FF, FW Maitland Doomsday Book and Beyond. 244, FF Cambridge, 1897 p. Vinogradov Falkland in the Eng Hist. Rev 1893 p1 FF, Sir F. Pollock Land. Laws London 1896, H. Brunner Deutsch Richsgeschichte Band Roman 12th ed. 293. Leipzig 18,871,892. P. Roman 6. Folklore, a term invented in 1846 by Mr. W. J. Toms as a designation for the traditional learning of the uncultured classes of civilized nations. The word has been adopted in this sense into many foreign languages. It is sometimes regarded as the equivalent of the Ger Volkskunde, but folklore is properly speaking the lore of the folk, while Volkskunde is lore or learning about the folk, and includes not only the mental life of a people but also their arts and crafts. The term folklore is also used to designate the science, which deals with folklore. The study of survivals involves the investigation of the similar customs, beliefs, Roman 100 of races on lower planes of culture. Consequently, folklore, as interpreted by the English and American societies, concerns itself as much or more with savage races as with the popular superstitions of the white races. History. The scientific study of folklore dates back to the first quarter of the 19th century, but folklore was collected long before that date. The organized study of folklore is a thing of recent growth. The first folklore society was founded in London in 1878. Similar bodies now exist in the United States, France, Italy, Switzerland, and especially in Germany and Austria. The folktale makes its appearance in literature at a very early period. Egyptian examples have come down to us from the 28th century. B. Roman 100 in Greece. The Homeric poems contain many folktale incidents. For India, we have the Jatakas and Panchatantra, and for the Arabs, the great collection of the 1001 Nights. Another type of folk narrative is represented by Aesop's fables. Not unnaturally, beliefs and customs received less attention. Our knowledge of them among the ancients is as a rule pieced together among the oldest professed collections are J.B. Thier's 16,061,703, Trait des Superstitions, 1679, Aubrey's Miscellanies, 1686, and H. Bourne's 16,961,733, Antiquitates Vulgars, 1725. But they belong to the antiquarian non-scientific period. The pioneers of the modern scientific treatment of folklore were the brothers Grimm, by the publication of their Kinderrund Hausmärchen 18,121,815, and Deutsche Mythology 1835. They were the first to present the folktale in its genuine, unadulterated form. They differed from their predecessors in regarding the myth, not as the result of conscious speculation, but of a mythopoeic impulse. They were, however, disposed to press modern linguistic evidence too far and make the figures of the folktale the lineal representatives of ancient gods, as the folktales themselves were of the myths. This tendency was exaggerated by their successors, J. W. Wolfe, W. Rochhals, and others at the outset of his career. W. Manhart, 18,311,880, the forerunner of the anthropological school of folklore, shared in this mistake, breaking away eventually from the philological schools, which interpreted myths, and their supposed descendants, the folktales, as relating to the storm, the sun, the dawn. Roman 100 C. Mythology. Manhart made folk custom and belief his basis to this end. He set himself to collect and compare the superstitions of the peasantry, but his health was always feeble, and he never completed his scheme. For a time, Manhart's researches bore fruit neither in his own country nor abroad. In 1878, the foundation of the Folklore Society marked a new era in England, where the philological school had had few adherents, and the anthropological school soon produced evidence of its vitality in the works of Mr. Andrew Lang, Dr. J. G. Fraser, and Professor Robertson Smith. With the growth of our knowledge of European folk custom and belief on the one hand, and of rites and religions of people in the lower stages of culture on the other hand, it has become abundantly clear that there is no line of demarcation between the two. Each throws light upon the other, and the superstitions of Europe are the lineal descendants of savage creeds, which have their parallels all over the world in the culture of primitive peoples. Subdivisions. The folklore of civilized peoples may be conveniently classified under three main heads: 1. Belief and custom; 2. Narratives and sayings; 3. Art. These again may be subdivided. The first division, belief and custom, includes a superstitious beliefs and practices, including those connected with natural phenomena or inanimate nature B. Tree, and plant superstitions. C. Animal superstitions D. Ghosts and goblins. E. Witchcraft F. Leechcraft G. Magic in general and divination H. Eschatology, and I. Miscellaneous superstitions and practices, and B. Traditional customs, including a festival customs, for which are set aside certain days and seasons. B. Ceremonial customs on the occasion of events, such as birth, death, or marriage. C. Games D. Miscellaneous local customs, such as agricultural rites, connected with the corn spirit. C. Demonology, and E. Dances. The second head of narratives and sayings may be subdivided A. into sagas, or tales told as true. B. Marchen or nursery tales. C. Fables D. Drolls, apologues, cumulative tales, Roman 100. E. Myth C. Mythology, and F. Place legends B. into ballads and songs, insofar as they do not come under art, and C. into nursery rhymes, riddles, jingles, proverbs, nicknames, place rhymes, Roman 100. The third head art subdivides into a folk music with ballads and songs B. Folk drama. Any classification, however, labors under the disadvantage of separating items, which properly belong together. Thus, myths are obviously the form in which some superstitions are expressed. They may also be ideological in their nature, and form an elaborate record of a custom. Eschatological beliefs naturally take the form of myths. Traditional narratives can also be classified under art, and so on. Literature. The literature of the subject falls into two sharply defined classes: synthetic works and collections of folklore, which the latter are immensely more numerous of the former class. The most important is Dr. J. G. Fraser's Golden Bough, which sets out from the study of a survival in Roman religion, and covers a wide field of savage and civilized beliefs, and customs. Especially important are the chapters on agricultural rights, in which are set forth the results of Manhart's researches. Other important lines of folklore research in the Golden Bough are those dealing with spring ceremonies, with the primitive view of the soul, with animal cults, and with sun and rain charms. Mr. E. Hartland's Legend of Perseus is primarily concerned with the origin of a folktale, and this problem in the end is dismissed as insoluble. A large part of the book is taken up with a discussion of sympathetic magic, and especially with the life index, an object so bound up with the life of a human being that it acts as an indication of his well-being, or otherwise. The importance of children's games in the study of folklore has been recognized of recent years. An admirable collection of the games of England has been published by Mrs. G. Roman 50 Gom, with the more minute study of uncivilized peoples. The problem of the diffusion of games has also come to the fore. In particular, it is found that the string game called Cat's Cradle in various forms is of very wide diffusion, being found even in Australia. The question of folk music has recently received much attention. See Song. Bibliography. Introductory works. Roman 1000 R. Cox. Introduction to Folklore. Kindle Die Volkskunde Marelier, in Revue de l'Histoire des Religions, Roman 43, and other works mentioned by Kindle. General works. J. G. Fraser The Golden Bough. E. Hartland The Legend of Perseus. A. Lang Custom and Myth, Ritual and Religion. Tyler Primitive Culture. Liebrecht zur Volkskunde. British Isles, England. Burn Shropshire Folklore. Denham Tracks. F. Roman 50 S. Harland and Wilkinson. Lancashire Folklore. Henderson Folklore of Northern Counties County Folklore Series. Printed extracts of the F. Roman 50 S. Wales. Elias, Owen. Welsh Folklore. Rees. Celtic Folklore, Scotland. Daliel Darker. Superstitions. Gregor. Folklore of Any of Scotland. The works of J. G. Campbell. Roman 100. Germany. Grimm. Deutsche Mythology. English translation by Stalabres Wuttke. Der Deutsche Volksüberglaube. Mehr Deutsche Volkskunde. Tetzner Die Slaven in Deutschland Mag. In Paul's Grundriss der Germanischen Philologie, and the works cited by Kindle. See above. Franz Sebelot's works. Roland von Populaire Laisnel de la Salle Croyances et Legends. On the Slavs. See the works of Cross and Roman 5 W. Laslaci, for Bohemia. Groman Aberglaube for Greece. Abbott Macedonian Folklore, and Rennell Rod Folklore of Greece. For Italy. Pitter's Bibliography for India. Crook's works, and the Indian Antiquary for Questionnaires. C. Handbook of Folklore. Folklore Soch Sebelot, S.I. de Questionnaires. Journal of American Folklore 1890. Roman 100. And Kindle's Volkskunde, for a bibliography of folktales. See Hartland Mythology, and folktales. To his list may be added Petitot's Legends. Indians. Rand Legends of the Micmacs. Lummies. The Man Who Married the Moon, and the publications of the American Folklore Society. For other works, see Bibliographies in Folklore, and other periodicals on special points. May be mentioned Miss Cox's Cinderella Folklore Society. Kohler's works. Roman 100. See also. Bibliography to the article tale, for games see Gom English games, Kulin Korean games, Rochhals, Alemannisches, Kinderlied Bohm-Deutsches, Kinderlied Handelman Volks, und Kinderspiel Jane, String Figures Roman 100, and the bibliography to Dahl see, also Sonnenschein's best books. The following is a list of the more important societies and publications. England Folklore Society, Folksong Society, Gypsylore Society. USA American Folklore Society. France Societe des Traditions Populaires. Germany Verein für Volkskunde, Hessisch Vereinigung für Volkskunde, and minor societies in Saxony, Silesia, and other provinces. Austria Verein für Österreichische Volkskunde. Switzerland Schweizerische Gesellschaft für Volkskunde. Italy Società per lo Studio del Tradizioni Popolari. In addition to these, the anthropological societies devote more or less attention to folklore besides the publications of the societies mentioned above. Minor societies, or individuals, are responsible for the following among others: Belgium, Wallonia, Poland, Wisla, France, Melusine, 1878, 18,830, 1901, Bohemia Seski, Lid, Denmark, Dania, Roman 100, Germany, Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie, 18,590, 1890, A.M. Ergel, 18,900, 1898. N.W.T. Fallen August, or as he afterwards called himself Adolf Ludwig, 17,940, 1855, German poet, was born at Gießen on the 21st of January 1790. For the son of a district judge, he studied theology at Gießen and law at Heidelberg, and after leaving the university, edited the Elberfeld Allgemeine Zeitung. Suspected of being connected with some radical plots, he was imprisoned for 2 years in Berlin. When released in 1821, he went to Switzerland, where he taught in the Canton School at Aarau, farmed from 18,471,850 for the estate of Liebenfels in Thurgau, and then retired to Bern, where he lived till his death on the 26th of December 1855. Besides a number of minor poems, he wrote Harfingruss, Aus Deutschland, und der Schweiz, 1823, Melges und Vivian, 1829, a knightly romance after the fashion of the Romantic school. Of his many translations, mention may be made of the Homeric hymns, in collaboration with R. Schwenk, 1814, Tasso's Jerusalem, delivered 1818, and Siegfried's Tod from the Nibelungenlied, 1842. He also collected and translated Latin hymns and sacred poetry, 1819. In 1846, he published a brief collection of sonnets entitled In die Gottlosen Nichtsuderich. This was aimed at the liberal philosopher Arnold Ruge, and was the occasion of a literary duel between the two authors. Fallen's posthumous poem Tristans, Eltern, 1857, may also be mentioned, but his best known work is a collection of German poetry entitled Bildersaal Deutscher Dichtung, 1827. Fallen Karl, 17,951,840, German poet, and patriot brother of A. Roman 50. Fallen, was born at Ramrad in Hesse-Darmstadt on the 5th of September 1795. He first studied theology at Gießen, but after the campaign of 1814, in which, like his brother August, he took part as a Hessian volunteer, began the study of jurisprudence, and in 1818 established himself as private docent of civil law at Gießen. Owing to being suspected of political intrigues, he removed to Jena, and thence, after the assassination of Kotzebue, fled to France. Here again the political murder of the Duc de Berry, on the 14th of January 1820, led to Fallen being regarded as a suspect, and he accordingly took refuge in Switzerland, where he taught for a while at the cantonal school at Coire, and at the University of Basel, but the Prussian authorities imperatively demanding his surrender, he sought in 1824 the hospitality of the United States of America. Here he became an instructor in German at Harvard in 1825, and in 1830 obtained an appointment as professor of German language and literature there. But his anti-slavery agitation having given umbrage to the authorities, he forfeited his post in 1835, and was ordained Unitarian minister of a chapel at Lexington in Massachusetts. In 1836, he perished at sea on board a steamboat, which was totally consumed by fire. While on a voyage from New York to Boston, on the night of the 13th-14th of January 1840, Fallen was the author of several celebrated patriotic songs written in the interests of liberty. The best is perhaps Horch auf Eicher, Fürsten du Volk, Horch auf, of which Johannes Witt called von Doring, 18,001,863, was long though erroneously considered the author. It was published in A. Roman 50 Follen's collection of patriotic songs, Frey Stimmen frischer Jugend. His wife Alyssa Lee 17,871,860, an American authoress of some reputation, published after his death, his lectures and sermons with a biography written by herself. 5 vols Boston, 1846. Follett Sir William Webb, 17,980,1845, English lawyer, was born at Topsham in Devonshire on the 2nd of December 1790. He was the son of Captain Benjamin Follett, who had retired from the army in 1790 and engaged in business at Topsham. He received his education at Exeter Grammar School and Trinity College, Cambridge, graduating in 1818. He had entered the Inner Temple in 1816 and began to practice as a pleader below the bar in 1821, but was called to the bar in 1824 and joined the Western Circuit in 1825. At the very outset, his great qualifications were universally recognized. He was thoroughly master of his profession, and his rapid rise in it was due not only to his quick perception and sound judgment, but to his singular courtesy, kindness, and sweetness of temper. In 1830, he married the eldest daughter of Sir Ambrose Harding, Gifford Chief Justice of Ceylon. In 1835, he was returned to Parliament for Exeter. In Parliament, he early distinguished himself, and under the first administration of Sir Robert Peel was appointed Solicitor General November 1834, but resigned with the ministry in April 1835. In the course of this year, he was knighted on the return of Peel to power in 1841. Sir William was again appointed Solicitor General, and in April 1844 he succeeded Sir Frederick Pollock as Attorney General, but his health, which had begun to fail him in 1838 and had been permanently injured by a severe illness in 1841, now broke down, and he was compelled to relinquish practice and to visit the south of Europe. He returned to England in March 1845, but the disease consumption reasserted itself, and he died in London on the 28th of June, following a statue of Follett executed by Baines was erected by subscription in Westminster Abbey. Fonblanque Albany William 17,930,1872, English journalist descended from a noble French Huguenot family. The Greniers of Languedoc, was born in London in 1793. John Grenier, a banker, became naturalized England under the name of Fonblanque, and his son John Samuel Martin Fonblanque, 17,601,830, a distinguished equity lawyer, and the author of a standard legal work, A Treatise on Equity, was the father of Albany Fonblanque. He represented the borough of Camelford in Parliament, and was one of the Whig friends of George Roman IV. When Prince of Wales at 14, young Fonblanque was sent to Woolwich to prepare for the Royal Engineers. His health, however, failed, and for 2 years his studies had to be suspended. Upon his recovery, he studied for some time with a view to being called to the bar. At the age of 19, 1812, he commenced writing for the newspapers, and very soon attracted notice both by the boldness and liberality of his opinions, and by 603, the superiority of his style to what Macaulay, when speaking of him, justly called the rant and twaddle of the daily and weekly press of the time, while he was eagerly taking his share in all the political struggles of this eventful period. He was also continuing his studies, devoting no less than 6 hours a day to the study of classics and political philosophy. Under this severe mental training, his health once more broke down. His energy, however, was not impaired. He became a regular contributor to the newspapers and reviews, realizing a fair income, which, as his habits were simple and temperate, secured him against pecuniary anxieties. From 1820 to 1830, Albany Fonblanque was successively employed upon the staff of the Times and the Morning Chronicle, whilst he contributed to the Examiner, to the London Magazine, and to the Westminster Review. In 1828, the Examiner newspaper, which had been purchased by the Rev. Dr. Fellows, author of The Religion of the Universe, Roman 100, was given over to Fonblanque's complete control, and for a period of 17 years, 1830 to 1847, he not only sustained the high character for political independence and literary ability which the Examiner had gained under the direction of Leigh Hunt and his brother John Hunt, but even compelled his political opponents to acknowledge a certain delight in the boldness and brightness of the wit directed against themselves, when it was proposed that the admirers and supporters of the paper should facilitate reduction in its price by the payment of their subscription 10 years in advance. Not only did Mr. Edward Bulwer Lord Lytton volunteer his aid, but also Mr. Disraeli, who was then coquetting with radicalism during his connection with the Examiner Fonblanque, had many advantageous offers of further literary employment, but he devoted his energies and talents almost exclusively to the service of the paper. He had resolved to make a standard of literary excellence in the world of journalism. Fonblanque was offered the governorship of Nova Scotia, but although he took great interest in colonial matters and had used every effort to advocate the more generous political system which had colonial self-government for its goal, he decided not to abandon his beloved Examiner even for so sympathetic an employment. In 1847, however, domestic reasons induced him to accept the post of Statistical Secretary of the Board of Trade. This, of course, compelled him to resign the editorship of the Examiner, but he still continued to contribute largely to the paper, which, under the control of John Forster, continued to sustain its influential position during the later years of his life. Fonblanque took no prominent part in public affairs, and when he died at the age of 79 in 1872, he seemed, as his nephew Edward Fonblanque rightly observes, a man who had lived and toiled in an age gone by, and in a cause long since established. The character of Albany Fonblanque's political activity may be judged of by a study of his England under 7 administrations 1837, in comparison with the course of social and political events in England from 1826 to 1837. As a journalist, he must be regarded in the light of a reformer. Journalism before his day was regarded as a somewhat discreditable profession. Men of true culture were shy of entering the hot and dusty arena lest they should be confounded with the ruder combatants who fought there before the public for hire. But the fact that Fonblanque, a man not only of strong and earnest political convictions, but also of exceptional literary ability, did not hesitate to choose this field as a worthy one in which both a politician and a man of letters might usefully, as well as honorably put forth his best gifts, must have helped in no small degree to correct the old prejudice. See The Life and Labors of Albany Fonblanque, edited by his nephew Edward Barrington de Fonblanque, London, 1874, a collection of his articles with a brief biographical note. Fond du Lac, a city, and the countryside of Fond du Lac County, Wisconsin, USA, about 60 Roman 1000 N of Milwaukee, at the S end of Lake Winnebago, and at the mouth of the Fond du Lac River, which is navigable for only a short distance. Pop. 1890 12,024, 1900 15,110, of whom 2952 were foreign-born. 1910 18,797. The city is a railway center of some importance and is served by the Chicago-Milwaukee, St. Paul, the Minneapolis-St. Paul, Sault Ste. Marie, and the Chicago Northwestern Railways by interurban electric lines, and by steamboat lines connecting through the Fox River, with vessels on the Great Lakes at North Fond du Lac. Just beyond the city limits are carshops of the 2 last-mentioned railways, and in the city are manufactories of machinery, automobiles, wagons and carriages, awnings, leather, beer, flour, refrigerators, agricultural implements, toys, and furniture. The total value of the city's factory products in 1905 was $5,599,606, an increase of 95 since 1900. The city has a Protestant Episcopal Cathedral, the Grafton Hall School for Girls, and St. Agnes Hospital and Convent, and a public library with about 25,000 volumes. In 1908, the first settlers on the site of Fond du Lac arrived about 1835. Subsequently, a village was laid out, which was incorporated in 1847. A city charter was secured in 1852. Fondi Anc Fundi, a town of Campania, Italy, in the province of Caserta, 12 Roman 1000 NW of Formia, and 11 Roman 1000 Iani of Terracina, by road. Pop. 1901 9930. It lies 25 ft above sea level at the end of a plain, surrounded by mountains, which extend to the sea. It occupies the site of the ancient Fundi, Volscian town belonging later to Latium Adjectum on the Via Appia, still represented by the modern highroad, which passes through the center of the town. It is rectangular in plan, and portions of its walls, partly in fine polygonal work, and partly in opus incertum, are preserved. Both plan and walls date, no doubt, from the Roman period. The gate on the northeast still exists, and bears the inscription of 3 aediles, who erected the gate, the towers, and the wall. A similar inscription of 3 different aediles from the NW gate still exists, but not in situ in the neighborhood, are the remains of several ancient villas, and along the Via Appia still stands an ancient wall of opus reticulatum, with an inscription in large letters of 1 Veronianus, the letters being at intervals of 25 ft. The engineering of the ancient Via Appia between Fondi and Formia, where it passes through the mountains near Itri, is remarkable. The modern town is still enclosed by the ancient walls. The castle on the SE side has some 15th century windows with beautiful tracery close by is the Gothic church of S. Pietro, formerly S. Maria, which was the cathedral until the see was suppressed in 1818, and united with that of Gita. It contains a fine pulpit with cosmatesque work, and the fine tomb of Cristoforo Kitani 1439-2, interesting 15th century triptychs, and an episcopal throne, which served for the coronation of the antipope Clement, Roman VII, in 1378, in the Dominican monastery. The cell, which St. Thomas Aquinas sometimes occupied, is shown. Ancient city of Fundi in 338 B. Roman 100, or 332, received with Formii the Civita's sign suffragio. Because it had always secured the Romans safe passage through its territory, the people as a whole did not join Privernum in its war against Rome 3 years later, though Vitruvius Vacca, the leader, was a native of Fundi. It acquired the full citizenship in 188 B. Roman 100, and was partly under the control of a prefectus. The inscription upon some waterpipes which have been discovered shows that later it became a municipium. It was governed by 3 aediles Horaces, just against the officius praetor sic, is due to the exigencies of Meter Th. Mommsen in Hermes Roman 13 p. 113. The family of Livia, the consort of Augustus, belonged to Fundi during the Lombard invasions in 592. Fundi was temporarily abandoned, but it seems to have come under the rule of the papacy by A. Roman 500. At any rate, Pope John Roman VIII ceded it with its territory to Dosibald, Duke of Geta. But its history is somewhat intricate. After this period, sometimes it appears as an independent countship, though held by members of the Kitani family, who about 1297 returned to it in 1504. It was given to Prospero Colonna in 1534. Caillard din Barbarossa tried to carry off Giulia Gonzaga, Countess of Fondi, and sacked the city. After this, Fondi was much neglected. In 1721, it was sold to the Di Sangro family, in which it still remains its position as a frontier town between the Papal States and the Kingdom of Naples. Just in the territory of the latter, the Via Appia can easily be blocked either NW at the actual frontier, called 604 Portella 1, or SC of it affected it a good deal during the French Revolution, and the events which led up to the unification of Italy. The Lago di Fondi, which lies in the middle of the plain, and the partially drained marshes surrounding it, compelled the ancient Via Appia, followed by the modern road, to make a considerable detour. The lake was also known in classical times as Lacus Amiclanu, from the town of Amicli or Amincli, which was founded according to legend by Spartan colonists, and probably destroyed by the Oscans in the 5th century B. Roman 100 E. Pies, in Rendiconti de Lindsay, 1906-611. Sec. The bay was also known as Mare Aminclanum. The ancient spelling key Mod Spurlonga on the coast also belonged to the territory of Fundi. Here was the imperial villa in which Sejanus saved the life of Tiberius, who was almost crushed by a fall of rock. Considerable remains of it, and of the caves from which it took its name, still exist. 1 Roman 1000 SC of the modern village. For modern discoveries, see P. di Tucci in Notizie degli Scavi, 1880 480 G. Patroni, Ibid 1898 493. The wine of Fundi is spoken of by ancient writers, though the Ager Cecubus, the coast plain round the Lago di Fundi, was even more renowned, and Horace frequently praises its wine, and though Pliny the Elder speaks as if its production had almost entirely ceased in his day, attributing this to neglect, but even more to the excavation works of Nero's projected canal, from the Lacus Avernus to Ostia. Martial mentions it often, and it is spoken of in the inscription of a wine dealer of the time of Hadrian, together with Falernian and Session wines. Corpus Inscript Lat. Roman 6, Berlin 1880 297-97. The plain of Fondi is the northernmost point in Italy where the cultivation of oranges and lemons is regularly carried on in modern times. C.G. Conte Collino Storia di Fondi, Naples, 1902, B. Amonte and R. Bianchi Memory Storage e Statuary di Fondi, in Campania, Rome, 1903. T. Ashby in English Historical Review, Roman 190 1904, 557 sec. T as 1 for the passive adloculas C tersina. Fani, a town of Sardinia in the province of Sassari, 3280 ft above sea level, to the NW of Monte Genergentu, 21 Roman 1000 s of Nuoro, by road Pop 1901 4323. It is the highest village in Sardinia, and situated among fine scenery with some chestnut woods. The church of the Franciscans, built in 1708, contains some curious paintings by local artists. The costumes are extremely picturesque, and are well seen on the day of St. John the Baptist, the patron saint. The men's costume is similar to that worn in the district. Generally, the linen trousers are long, and black gaiters are worn. The women wear a white chemise over that, a very small corselet, and over that a red jacket with blue and black velvet facings. The skirt is brown above and red below with a blue band between the two colors. It is accordion pleated. Two identical skirts are often worn one above the other. The unmarried girls wear white kerchiefs, the married women black. A little to the Enophani by the highroad stood the Roman station of Sorobal, mentioned in the Antonine itinerary, as situated 87 Roman 1000, from Carols on the road to Albia. Excavations made in 1879 and 1880 led to the discovery of the remains of this station, arranged round three sides of a courtyard, some 100 ft square, including traces of baths and other buildings, and a massive embanking wall above them, some 150 ft in length, to protect them from landslips. F. Vivinet in Notizie degli Scavi, 1879, 350 1880, 131, while a discharge certificate tabula honesty missionis of sailors who had served in the classis Ravennas was found in some ruins here or hereabouts. Roman 499, Ib 1882 440 t. Momsen Corp Insker, Lat Roman 10, near Fani 2, are several menhirs called Pieter Celtic in the district, and other prehistoric remains. T as Fonsagrada, a town of northwestern Spain in the province of Lugo, 25 Roman 1000 Iani of Lugo, by road Pop 1900 17302. Fonsagrada is situated 3166 ft above the sea on the watershed, between the rivers Rodel and Suwarna. It is an important market for all kinds of agricultural produce and manufactures, linen and frieze, but its trade is mainly local owing to the mountainous character of the neighborhood, and the lack of a railway or navigable waterway, which prevent the development of any considerable export trade. Fonseca Manuel Deodoro de 18,271,892, first President of the United States of Brazil, was born at Alagoas on the 5th of August, 1827, being the third son of Lieutenant Colonel Manuel Mendes de Fonseca. Roman 500, he was educated at the Military School of Rio de Janeiro, and had attained the rank of captain in the Brazilian army when war broke out in 1864 against Montevideo, and afterwards against Solano Lopez, dictator of Paraguay. His courage gained him distinction, and, before the close of the war in 1870, he reached the rank of colonel, and some years later that of general of division. After holding several military commands, he was appointed in 1886 governor of the province of Rio Grande do Sul. In this position, he threw himself heartily into politics, espoused the republican opinions, then becoming prevalent, and sheltered their exponents with his authority. After a fruitless remonstrance, the government at the close of the year removed him from his post and recalled him to the capital as director of the service of army material, finding that even in that post, he still continued to encourage insubordination. The Minister of War Alfredo Chaves dismissed him from office on 14 May 1887, in conjunction with the Viscount de Pelotas Fonseca, issued a manifesto in defense of the military officers' political rights. From that time, his influence was supreme in the army. In December 1888, when the conservative Correa de Oliveira became Prime Minister, Fonseca was appointed to command an army corps on the frontier of Mato Grosso. In June 1889, the ministry was overthrown, and on a dissolution, an overwhelming liberal majority was returned to the Chamber of Deputies. Fonseca returned to the capital in September. Divisions of opinion soon arose within the Liberal Party on the question of provincial autonomy. The more extreme desired the inauguration of a complete federal system. Amongst the most vehement was Rai Barbosa, the journalist and orator, and after some difficulty, he persuaded Fonseca to head an armed movement against the government. The insurrection broke out on the 15th of November 1889. The government commander Almeida Barreto hastened to place himself under Fonseca's orders, and the soldiers and sailors made common cause with the insurgents. The affair was almost bloodless. The Minister of Marine Baron Desiderio, being the only person wounded, Fonseca had only intended to overturn the ministry, but he yielded to the insistency of the Republican leaders and proclaimed a republic. A provisional government was constituted by the army and navy in the name of the nation, with Fonseca at its head. The council was abolished, and both the Senate and the Chamber of Deputies were dissolved. The emperor was requested to leave the territory of Brazil within 24 hours, and on the 17th of November was embarked on a cruiser for Lisbon. On the 20th of December, a decree of banishment was pronounced against the imperial family. So universal was the republican sentiment that there was no attempt at armed resistance. The provisional government exercised dictatorial powers for a year, and on the 25th of February 1891, Fonseca was elected president of the republic. He was, however, no politician, and possessed indeed little ability beyond the art of acquiring popularity. His tenure of office was short. In May, he became involved in an altercation with Congress, and in November pronounced its dissolution a measure beyond his constitutional power. After a few days of arbitrary rule, insurrection broke out in Rio Grande do Sul, and before the close of November, Fonseca, finding himself forsaken, resigned his office. From that time he lived in retirement. He died at Rio de Janeiro on the 23rd of August 1892. Fonseca Amapala, or Conchagua Bay, of an inlet of the Pacific Ocean in the volcanic region between the Central American republics of Honduras, Salvador, and Nicaragua. The bay is unsurpassed in extent and security by any other harbor on the Pacific. It is upwards of 50 Roman 1,000 in greatest length, by about 30 Roman 1,000 in average width, with an entrance from the sea about 18 Roman 1,000 wide, between the great volcanoes of Conchagua 3,800 ft 605 and Cosquina 3,000 ft, the lofty islands of Conchagata and Mayanguiri, with a collection of rocks called Los Ferlones, divide the entrance into 4 distinct channels, each of sufficient depth for the largest vessels. A channel called El Estero Real extends from the extreme southern point of the bay into Nicaragua, for about 50 Roman 1,000, reaching within 20 or 25 Roman 1,000 of Lake Managua. The principal islands in the bay are Saquet Grande, Tigre Gegency, and Espotion, belonging to Honduras, and Martin Perez, Punta Saquet Conchagata, and Mayanguiri, belonging to Salvador. Of these, Saquet Grande is the largest, being about 7 Roman 1,000 long, by 4 broad. The island of Tigre, from its position, is the most important in the bay, being about 20 Roman 1,000 in circumference, and rising in a cone to the height of 2,500 ft. On the southern and eastern shores of the island, the lava forms black rocky barriers to the waves, varying in height from 10 to 80 ft. But on the northward and eastward are a number of playas, or smooth sandy beaches. Facing one of the most considerable of these is the port of Amapala. Roman 5 Fonseca Bay was discovered in 1522 by Gil González de Avila, and named by him after his patron Archbishop Juan Fonseca, the implacable enemy of Columbus. Fontlat Fons, fountain or spring. Idle font, fr les fonts, the vessel used in churches to hold the water for Christian baptism in the apostolic period. Baptism was administered at rivers or natural springs, cf. Acts Roman 8, and no doubt the primitive form of the rite was by immersion in the water. Infusion, pouring water on the head of the neophyte, was early introduced into the west and north of Europe on account of the inconvenience of immersion as well as its occasional danger. This form has never been countenanced in the Oriental churches. Aspersion or sprinkling was also admitted as valid, but recorded early examples of its use are rare. See baptism. These different modes of administering baptism have caused corresponding changes in the receptacles for the water after the cessation of persecution, when ritual and ornament began to develop. Openly, special buildings were erected for administering the rite of baptism. This was obviously necessary, for a large piscina, basin, or tank in which candidates could be immersed would occupy too much space of the church floor itself. These baptistries consisted of tanks entered by steps. An ascent of 3 and descent of 4 to the water was the normal but not the invariable number, and covered with a domed chamber. See baptistry. By the 9th century, however, the use of separate baptistries had generally given place to that of fonts. The material of which these were made was stone, often decorative marble. As early as 524, however, the Council of Lerida enacted that if a stone font were not procurable, the presbyter was to provide a suitable vessel to be used for the sacrament. exclusively, which might be of any material in the Eastern Church. The font never became an important decorative article of church furniture. The font says Neil Eastern Church Roman 1 in the Eastern Church is a far less conspicuous object than it is in the West. Baptism by immersion has been retained, but the font seldom or never possesses any beauty. The material is usually either metal or wood. In Russia, the Columbithra is movable and only brought out when wanted. One of the most elaborate of early fonts is that described by Anastasius in the Lateran Church at Rome, and said to have been presented thereto by Constantine the Great. It was of porphyry, overlaid with silver, inside and out. In the middle were two porphyry pillars carrying a golden dish, on which burnt the paschal lamp, having an asbestos wick, and fed with balsam. On the rim of the bowl was a golden lamb with silver statues of Christ, and St. John the Baptist. 7 silver stags poured out water. This elaborate vessel was of course exceptional. The majority of early fonts were certainly much simpler. A fine early Byzantine stone example exists, or till recently existed, at Beersheba. Few if any fonts survive older than the 11th century. These are all of stone, except a few of lead. Much less common are fonts of cast bronze. A fine example dated 1112 exists at the Church of St. Bartholomew Liege. The most ancient are plain cylindrical bowls, with a circular, sometimes cruciform, or quatrefoil outline to the basin, either without support or with a single central pillar. Occasionally, there is more than one pillar. The basins are usually lined with lead to prevent absorption by the stone. The Church of Effenechtid Denby possesses an ancient font made of a single block of oak. Though the circular form is the commonest, early Romanesque fonts are not infrequently square, and sometimes an inverted truncated cone is found. Octagonal fonts are also known, though uncommon. Hexagons are even less common, and pentagons very rare. There is a pentagonal font of this period at Cabourg Department, Calvados, and France. Fonts early began to be decorated with sculpture and relief. Arcading and interlacing work are common, so are symbol and pictorial representation. A very remarkable leaden font is preserved at Strasbourg, bearing reliefs representing scenes in the life of Christ. At Pont-à-Mousson on the Moselle are bas-reliefs of St. John the Baptist preaching and baptizing Christ. Caryatides sometimes take the place of the pillars, and sculptured animals and grotesques of strange design not infrequently form the base. More remarkable is the occasional persistence of pagan symbolism. An interesting example is the very ancient font from Ostrava, Sweden, which, among a series of Christian symbols and figures on its panels, bears a representation of Thor. C. G. Stevens' brochure Thunner the Thunderer. In the 13th century, octagonal fonts became commoner. A very remarkable example exists at the Cathedral of Hildesheim in Hanover, resting on 4 kneeling figures, each bearing a vase from which water is running. Typical of the rivers of paradise above is an inscription explaining the connection of these rivers with the virtues of temperance, courage, justice, and prudence. On the sides of the cup are representations of the passage of the Jordan, of the Red Sea, the baptism of Christ and the Virgin and Child. The font has a conical lid, also ornamented with bas-reliefs. A cast of this font is to be seen in the Victoria and Albert Museum at South Kensington. A leaden font with figures of Our Lord, the Virgin Mary, St. Martin, and the 12 Apostles exists at Mainz. It is dated 1328 by a set of 4 leonine hexameters inscribed upon it in the 14th and succeeding centuries. Octagonal fonts became the rule. They are delicately ornamented with moldings and similar decorations in the contemporary style of Gothic architectural art, though the basin is usually circular. In 15th century fonts, examples are not infrequently found in which the outline of the basin follows the octagonal shape of the outer surface of the vessel. Examples of this type are to be found at Strasbourg, Freiburg, and Basel. In England, no fonts can certainly be said to date before the Norman conquest, although it is possible that a few very rude examples, such as those of Washaway, Cornwall, and Denton, Sussex, are actually of Saxon times. Of course, we cannot count as Saxon fonts those adapted from pre-Norman sculptured stones, originally designed for other purposes, such as that at Dolton, Devonshire. On the other hand, Norman fonts are very common and are often the sole surviving relics of the Norman parish church. They are circular or square, sometimes plain, but generally covered with carving of arcades, figures, foliage. Roman 100. Among good examples that might be instanced of this period are Alphington Devon inverted cone, without foot-stoke cannon Devons supported on caryatides, Ilm staffs, cup-shaped Fincham Burnham Deepdale Sculthorpe Toftrees, and Sherborne in Norfolk, all especially the last remarkable for elaborate carving Yalgrave Derby, with a projecting stoop in the side for the chrisma unique. Detail besides others in Lincoln Cathedral, Iffley Oxon Newenden Kent Coleshill Warwick, East Meon Hants Castle, Frome Herefordshire, some of the best examples of Norman fonts in England, such as the notable specimen in Winchester Cathedral, were probably imported from Belgium in the transitional period. We may mention a remarkable octagonal font at Belton, Lincolnshire in this period. Fall most of the leaden fonts that remain in England, of which 30 are known, 7 in 606, Gloucestershire 4 in Berkshire, and Kent 3 in Norfolk Oxford, and Sussex 1 in Derby Dorset Lincoln Somerset Surrey and Wiltshire. Perhaps the finest examples are at Ashover Derbyshire and Walton Surrey. Early English fonts are comparatively rare. They bear the moulding foliage and tooth ornament in the usual style of the period. A good example of an early English font is at All Saints Leicester. Others may be seen at St Giles Oxford, and at Lackford Suffolk. Fonts of the decorated period are commoner but not so frequent as those of the preceding Norman or subsequent perpendicular periods. Fonts of the perpendicular period are very common, and are generally raised upon steps, and a lofty stem, which together with the body of the font are frequently richly ornamented with paneling. It was also the custom during this period to ornament the font with shields and coats of arms and other heraldic insignia, as at Herne, Kent. The fonts of this period, however, are as a rule devoid of interest, and like most perpendicular work, are stiff and monotonous. There is, however, a remarkable font with sculptured figures belonging to the late 14th century at West Drayton in Middlesex. In Holyrood Chapel, there was a brazen font in which the royal children of Scotland were baptized. It was carried off in 1544 by Sir R. Lee, and given by him to the church at St Albans, but was afterwards destroyed by the Puritans. A silver font existed at Canterbury, which was sometimes brought to Westminster on the occasion of a royal baptism at Chobham, Surrey. There is a leaden font, covered with oaken panels of the 16th century, the only existing structure at all, recalling the ancient baptistries in English churches, is found at Luton in Bedfordshire. The font at Luton belongs to the decorated style, and is enclosed in an octagonal structure of freestone consisting of 8 pillars, about 25 ft in height, supporting a canopy. The space around the font is large enough to hold 12 adults comfortably. At the top of the canopy is a vessel for containing the consecrated water, which when required was let down into the font by means of a pipe. In 1236, it was ordered by Edmund, Archbishop of Canterbury, that baptismal fonts should be kept under lock and key, as a precaution against sorcery. Fonts baptismals sub sera clausi, teninter propter sortilegia. The lids appear at first to have been quite simple and flat. They gradually, however, partook of the ornamentation of the font itself, and are often of pyramidal and conical forms, highly decorated with finials, crockets, mouldings, and grotesques. Sometimes these covers are very heavy, and are suspended by chains to enable them to be raised. At will very rich font covers may be seen at Uelmy Oxon, St Gregory Sudbury, North Walsingham, Norfolk, Whirlingworth, Suffolk. The ordinary position of the font in the church was, and is near the entrance, usually to the left of the south door. See Arcis de Caumont, Cours d'Antiquités Monumentales, Paris, 18,301,843. Francis Simpson, A Series of Antient Baptismal Fonts, London, 1828. Paley Ancient Fonts, E. E. Violetal Duck, Dict Rayson de l'Architecture, 18,580, 1868, Vol. Roman 5 J.H. Parker's Glossary of Architecture, Francis Bond Fonts, and Font Covers, London, 1908. A large number of fine illustrations of fonts, principally of the earlier periods, will be found in the volumes of the Reliquary and Illustrated Archaeologist. R.S. Roman 1000. Fontaine Pierre, François Leonard, 17,621,853. French architect, was born at Pontoise on the 20th of September 1762. He came of a family several of whose members had distinguished themselves as architects, leaving the College of Pontoise at the age of 16. He was sent to Laden to assist in hydraulic works undertaken by the architect André. To facilitate his improvement, André allowed him to have access to his plans and to copy his designs. In October 1779, he was sent to Paris to study in the school of Payer the Younger, and there began his acquaintance with Percier, which ripened into a lifelong friendship. After 6 years of study, he competed for a prize at the Academy, and winning the second for the plan of an underground chapel, he received a pension, and was sent to Rome 1785. Percier accompanied him. The revolution breaking out soon after his return to France, he took refuge in England. But after the establishment of the consulate, he was employed by Bonaparte, to whom he had been introduced by the painter David to restore the palace of Malmaison. Henceforth, he was fully engaged in the principal architectural works executed in Paris, as architect, successively, to Napoleon Roman I, Louis Roman XVIII, and Louis Philippe. In conjunction with Percier till his death, he was employed on the Arch of the Carousel, the restoration of the Palais Royal, the Grand Staircase of the Louvre, and the works projected for the Union of the Louvre and the Tuileries in 1812. He was admitted a member of the Academy of Fine Arts, and in 1813 was named first architect to the emperor. With Percier, he published the following works: Palais Masons, et autres édifices de Rome moderne 1802, Descriptions de cérémonies et de fêtes 1807, and 1810, Recueil de décorations intérieures 1812, Trois des plus célèbres Masons de Plaisance de Rome, et des environs 1890, 1813, Residences, des souverains parallèles 1833. L'Histoire du Palais Royal was published by Fontaine alone, who lost Percier, his friend and associate, in 1838, and himself died in Paris on the 10th of October 1853. Fontainebleau, a town of northern France, capital of an arrondissement in the department of Seine-et-Marne, 37 Roman 1000 SC of Paris, on the railway to Lyon. Pop, 1906 11108. Fontainebleau, a town of clean, wide, and well-built streets, stands in the midst of the forest of Fontainebleau, nearly 2 Roman 1000 from the left bank of the Seine. Of its old houses, the Tambur mansion, and a portion of that which belonged to the Cardinal of Ferrara, both of the 16th century, are still preserved. Apart from the palace, the public buildings are without interest. A statue of General Desmesmy Roman 500 stands in the principal square, and a monument to President Carnot was erected in 1895. Fontainebleau is the seat of a subprefect and has a tribunal of first instance and a communal college. The School of Practical Artillery and Engineering was transferred to Fontainebleau from Metz by a decree of 1871, and now occupies the part of the palace surrounding the Cour des offices. Fontainebleau has quarries of sand and sandstone, sawmills, and manufactories of porcelain and gloves. Fine grapes are grown in the vicinity. The town is a fashionable summer resort, and during the season, the President of the Republic frequently resides in the palace, this famous building, one of the largest, and in the interior, one of the most sumptuous of the royal residences of France, lies immediately to the southeast of the town. It consists of a series of courts surrounded by buildings extending from W to ENE. They comprise the Cour du Cheval Blanc, or des Adieus, thus named in memory of the parting scene between Napoleon and the Old Guard in 1814, the Cour de la Fontaine, the Cour Oval built on the site of a more ancient chateau, and the Cour de Henry Roman IV. The smaller Cour des Princes adjoins the northern wing of the Cour Oval. The exact origin of the palace, and of its name Lat Fons Bloody, are equally unknown, but the older chateau was used in the latter part of the 12th century by Louis Roman VII, who caused Thomas Becket to consecrate the Chapelle Saint-Saturnin, and it continued a favorite residence of Philip Augustus and Louis Roman IX. The creator of the present edifice was Francis Roman I, under whom the architect Gilles Le Breton erected most of the buildings of the Cour Oval, including the Porte Dorée, its southern entrance, and the Salle des Fêtes, which in the reign of Henry Roman II was decorated by the Italians Francesco Primatixio and Niccolò del Abate, and is perhaps the finest Renaissance chamber in France. The Galerie de François Roman I and the lower story of the left wing of the Cour de la Fontaine are the work of the same architect, who also rebuilt the two-storied Chapelle Saint-Saturnin in the same reign. The Cour du Cheval Blanc, including the Chapelle de la Cité Trinite and the Galerie d'Eulis, destroyed and rebuilt under Louis Roman XV, was constructed by Pierre Chambiges after Francis Roman I. Fontainebleau owes most to Henry Roman IV, to whom are due the Cour de Henry Roman IV, the Cour des Princes, with the adjoining Galerie de Diane and Galerie des Serfs. Used as a library, Louis Roman XIII built the graceful horseshoe staircase in the Cour du Cheval Blanc. Napoleon Roman I spent 12 million francs 607 on works of restoration, and Louis Roman XVIII, Louis Philippe, and Napoleon Roman III devoted considerable sums to the same end. The palace is surrounded by gardens and ornamental waterstow, The north, the Jardin de l'Orangerie; to the south, the Jardin Anglais and the parterre between which extends the lake known as the Bassin des Carpes, containing carp in large numbers. A space of over 200 acres to the east of the palace is covered by the park, which is traversed by a canal dating from the reign of Henry Roman IV. On the north, the park is bordered by a vinery producing fine white grapes. Forest of Fontainebleau. The Forest of Fontainebleau is one of the most beautiful wooded tracts in France, and for generations, it has been the chosen haunt of French landscape painters. Among the most celebrated spots are the Vallée de la Salle, the Gorge aux Loups, the Gorges de Franchard and d'Apremont, and the Fort l'Empereur. The whole area extends to 42,200 acres, with a circumference of 56 Roman 1,000. Nearly a quarter of this area is of a rocky nature, and the quarries of sandstone supplied a large part of the paving of Paris. The oak, pine, beech, hornbeam, and birch are the chief varieties of trees. It is impossible to do more than mention a few of the historical events which have taken place at Fontainebleau. Philip, the fair, Henry Roman III, and Louis Roman XIII were all born in the palace, and the first of these kings died there. James, Roman V of Scotland, was there received by his intended bride, and Charles Roman V of Germany was entertained there. In 1539, Christina of Sweden lived there for years, and the gallery is still to be seen, where in 1657 she caused her secretary Monaldeschi to be put to death. In 1685, Fontainebleau saw the signing of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, and in the following year the death of the great Condé. In the 18th century, it had two illustrious guests in Peter the Great of Russia and Christian Roman VII of Denmark, and in the early part of the 19th century, it was twice the residence of Pius Roman VII in 1804, when he came to consecrate the Emperor Napoleon, and in 18,121,814, when he was his prisoner. CPF Nor Monographie de Fontainebleau, with text by Champollion Figeac. Paris, 1866. Guide artistique et historique au Palais de Fontainebleau. Paris, 1889. Eborgs, Recherches sur Fontainebleau. Fontainebleau, 1896. Fontaine Louis Marie, 18,011,839, French man of letters, was born at Lorient on the 4th of November 1801. He began his career as a clerk in a government office, but was dismissed for taking part in a political banquet at the age of 19. He went to Paris and began to contribute to the tables and the album. He was brought to trial for political articles written for the latter paper, but defended himself so energetically that he secured the indefinite postponement of his case. The offending paper was suppressed for a time, and Fontaine produced a collection of political poems, odes, et epitaphes, and a number of plays, of which Perkins Warbeck, 1828, written in collaboration with Roman 2000 Halevy and Druino, was the most successful. In 1828, the album was revived, and in it Fontaine published a virulent but witty attack on Charles Roman X, entitled Le Mouton. Enraged 20th June 1829, to escape the inevitable prosecution, Fontaine fled over the frontier, but finding no safe asylum, he returned to Paris to give himself up to the authorities, and was sentenced to 5 years' imprisonment and a heavy fine. He was liberated by the Revolution of 1830, and his Jean La Folle, performed in the same year, gained a success due perhaps more to sympathy with the author's political principles than to the merits of the piece itself, a somewhat crude and violent picture of Breton history, a drama representing the trial of Marshal Ney, which he wrote in collaboration with Charles Duponty. Le Prox d'un Marechal de France, printed 1831, was suppressed on the night of its production. Fontaine died in Paris on the 10th of October 1839. A sympathetic portrait of Fontaine as a prisoner and an analysis of his principal works are to be found in Jules Janin's Histoire de la littérature dramatique, Vol. Roman 1. Fontana Domenico, 15,430,1607. Italian architect and mechanician, was born at Milly, a village on the Lake of Como, in 1543. After a good training in mathematics, he went in 1563 to join his elder brother, then studying architecture at Rome. He made rapid progress and was taken into the service of Cardinal Montalto, for whom he erected a chapel in the church of Santa Maria Maggiore. And the Villa Negroni, when the cardinal's pension was stopped by the Pope Gregory Roman XIII. Fontana volunteered to complete the works in hand at his own expense, the cardinal being soon after elected pope under the name of Sixtus Roman V. He immediately appointed Fontana his chief architect. Amongst the works executed by him were the Lateran Palace, the Palace of Monte Cavallo, the Quirinal, the Vatican Library, Roman 100. But the undertaking which brought Fontana the highest repute was the removal of the great Egyptian obelisk, which had been brought to Rome in the reign of Caligula from the place where it lay in the Circus of the Vatican, its erection in front of St. Peter's. He accomplished, in 1586, after the death of Sixtus. Roman 5 charges were brought against Fontana of misappropriation of public moneys, and Clement Roman 8 dismissed him from his post 1592. This appears to have been just in time to save the Colosseum from being converted by Fontana into a huge cloth factory, according to a project of Sixtus. Roman 5. Fontana was then called to Naples and accepted the appointment of architect to the Viceroy, the Count of Miranda at Naples. He built the royal palace, constructed several canals, and projected a new harbor and bridge, which he did not live to execute. The only literary work left by him is his account of the removal of the obelisk. Rome 1590. He died at Naples in 1607 and was honored with a public funeral in the Church of Santa Anna. His plan for a new harbor at Naples was carried out only after his death. His son Giulio Cesare succeeded him as royal architect in Naples, the university of that town being his best known building. Fontana Lavinia, 15,521,614, Italian portrait painter, was the daughter of Prospero Fontana Roman 5. She was greatly employed by the ladies of Bologna, and going thence to Rome, painted the likenesses of many illustrious personages, being under the particular patronage of the family Buoncampagni of Pope Gregory Roman 13, who died in 1585. The Roman ladies, from the days of this pontiff to those of Paul Roman 5 elected in 1605, showed no less favor to Lavinia than their Bolognese sisters had done, and Paul Roman 5 was himself among her sitters. Some of her portraits, often lavishly paid for, have been attributed to Guido in works of a different kind. Also, she united care and delicacy with boldness. Among the chief of these are a Venus in the Berlin Museum, the Virgin lifting a veil from the sleeping infant Christ in the Escorial, and the Queen of Sheba visiting Solomon. Her own portrait in youth was accounted very beautiful, was perhaps her masterpiece. It belongs to the Count Zappi of Imola, the family into which Lavinia married her husband, whose name is given as Paolo Zappi or Paolo Foppa, painted the draperies in many of Lavinia's pictures. She is deemed on the whole a better painter than her father. From him naturally came her first instruction, but she gradually adopted the Carexesque style with strong quasi-Venetian coloring. She was elected into the Academy of Rome and died in that city in 1614. Fontana Prospero, 15,121,597, Italian painter, was born in Bologna and became a pupil of Innocenzo de Imola. He afterwards worked for Vasari and Perino del Vaga. It was probably from Vasari that Fontana acquired a practice of offhand self-displaying work. He undertook a multitude of commissions and was so rapid that he painted, it is said, in a few weeks an entire hall in the Vitelli Palace at Città di Castello. Along with daring, he had fertility of combination, and in works of parade, he attained a certain measure of success, although his drawing was incorrect, and his mannerism palpable. He belongs to the degenerate period of the Bolognese school, under the influence chiefly of the imitators of Raffaele Sabatini Sammaschini and Passer Rotti, being three of his principal colleagues. His soundest successes were in portraiture, in which branch of art he stood so high that towards 1550 Michelangelo introduced him to Pope Julius Roman III as a portrait painter, and he was pensioned by this pope, and remained at the pontifical court with the three successors of Julius here. He lived on a grand scale, and figured as a sort of arbiter and oracle among his 608 professional brethren returning to Bologna after doing some work in Fontainebleau. And in Genoa, he opened a school of art in which he became the preceptor of Lodovico and Agostino Carracci. But these pupils, standing forth as reformers and innovators, finally extinguished the academy, and the vogue of Fontana. His subjects were in the way of sacred and profane history, and of fable. He has left a large quantity of work in Bologna's picture of the Adoration of the Magi in the Church of S. Maria del Grazie, being considered his masterpiece. Not unlike the style of Paul Veronese, he died in Rome in 1597. Fontaine Theodore, 18,191,898, German poet and novelist, was born at New Ruppin on the 30th of December 1819. At the age of 16, he was apprenticed to a chemist, and after qualifying as an apothecary, He found employment in Leipzig and Dresden in 1844. He traveled in England, and, settling in Berlin, devoted himself from 1849 to literature. He made repeated journeys to England, interesting himself in Old English ballads. And as the first fruits of his tour published Ein Sommer in London, 1854, Aus England Studien und Brief 1860, and Gensate des Tweed, Bilder und Brief aus Scotland 1860. Fontaine was particularly attached to the Mark of Brandenburg, in which his home lay. He was proud of its past achievements, and delighted in the growth of the capital city, Berlin. The fascination which the country of his birth had for him may be seen in his delightfully picturesque Wanderungen durch die Mark Brandenburg, 18,621,882 4 vols. He also described the wars of Prussia in Der Schleswig-Holsteinische Krieg im Jahr 1864-1866, and Der Deutschkrieg von 1866-1869. He proceeded to the theater of war in 1870, and being taken prisoner at Vaucouleurs remained 3 months in captivity. His experiences he narrates in Kriegsgefangenen Urlaubs, 1870-1871, and he published the result of his observations of the campaign in Der Krieg gegen Frankreich, 187,071, 18,740,1876. Like most of his contemporaries, he at first sought inspiration for his poetry in the heroes of other countries, his Gedicht 1851, and Ballads Manner und Helden 1860, tell of England's glories in bygone days. Then the achievements of his own countrymen entered into rivalry, and these as an ardent patriot he immortalized in poem and narrative. It is however as a novelist that Fontaine is best known. His fine historical romance, Vor dem Sturm, 1878, was followed by a series of novels of modern life, El Adultera, 1882, Schach von Wethenow, 1883, Iringen Wieringen, 1888, Stein 1890, Unwiederbringlich 1891, F.E. Briest 1895, Der Stecklin 1899, in which with fine literary tact Fontaine adapted the realistic methods and social criticism of contemporary French fiction to the conditions of Prussian life. He died on the 20th of September 1898 at Berlin. Fontaine's Gesammelte Roman und Erzählungen were published in 12 vols, 18,901,890, 2nd ed., 1905. For his life see the autobiographical works Mein Kinderjahr, 1894, and Von Zwanzig bis 30, 1898, also Brief and Sen Family, 1905, also F. Servies Theodore Fontaine, 1900. Fontaine's Louis Marquis de 17,571,821, French poet and politician, was born at Niort-du-Sevres on the 6th of March 1757. He belonged to a noble Protestant family of Languedoc, which had been reduced to poverty by the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. His father and grandfather remained Protestant, but he was himself brought up as a Catholic. His parents died in 17,741,775, and in 1777, Fontaines went to Paris, where he found a friend in the dramatist J.F. Ducis. His first published poems, some of which were inspired by English models, appeared in the Almanach des Muses Le Cri de mon Coeur, describing his own sad childhood in 1778, and La Forte de Navarre in 1780. His translation from Alexander Pope L. Essai sur l'Homme was published with an elaborate preface in 1783, and La Chartreuse and Le Jour des Morts in the same year, Le Verger in 1788, and his Epître sur l'étude en faveur des non-catholiques, and the Essai sur l'astronomie in 1789. Fontaines was a moderate reformer, and in 1790, he became joint editor of the Moderateur. He married at Lyon in 1792, and his wife's first child was born during their flight from the siege of that town. Fontaines was in hiding in Paris when the 4 citizens of Lyon were sent to the Convention to protest against the cruelties of Collot de Herbois. The petition was drawn up by Fontaines, and the authorship being discovered, he fled from Paris and found shelter at Sévrin near Livry, and afterwards at Andelys on the fall of Robespierre. He was made professor of literature in the École Centrale des Quaternations, and he was one of the original members of the Institute, the Memorial, a journal edited by La Harpe. He discreetly advocated reaction to the monarchical principle. He was exiled by the Directory and made his way to London, where he was closely associated with Chateaubriand. He soon returned to France, and his admiration for Napoleon, who commissioned him to write an eloge on Washington, secured his return to the Institute, and his political promotion in 1802, he was elected to the legislative chamber of which he was president from 1804 to 1810. Other honors and titles followed. He has been accused of servility to Napoleon, but he had the courage to remonstrate with him on the judicial murder of the Duc d'Enghien, and as Grand Master of the University of Paris 18,081,815, he consistently supported religious and monarchical principles. He acquiesced in the Bourbon Restoration, and was made a Marquis in 1817. He died on the 17th of March 1821, in Paris, leaving 8 cantos of an unfinished epic poem entitled La Grise Sauvie. The verse of Fontaine's is polished and musical in the style of the 18th century. It was not collected until 1839, when Sainte-Beuve edited the others 2 vols of Fontaine's with a sympathetic critical study of the author and his career. But by that time, the Romantic movement was in the ascendant, and Fontaine's met with small appreciation. Fontenay-le-Comte, a town of western France, capital of an arrondissement in the department of Vendée, 30 Roman 1000 NE of La Rochelle, on the state railway between that town and Sommer-Pop 19, 06 town 76, 39 commune 10,326. Fontenay, an ancient and straggling town, is situated a few miles south of the forest of Vouvant, and on both banks of the Vendée, at the point where it becomes navigable. The church of Notre Dame 15th to 18th centuries, which has a fine spire and a richly sculptured western entrance, and the church of St. Jean 16th and 17th centuries, are the chief religious buildings. The town has several houses of the 16th and 17th centuries. The most remarkable of these is the Hôtel de Terre-Neuve, 15,951,600, which contains much rich decoration. Together with collections of furniture and tapestry, Fontenay was the birthplace of many prominent men during the 15th and 16th centuries, and the Fontaine des Quatre Tiers, a fountain in the Renaissance style, given to the town by King Francis Roman I, commemorates the fact the chief square is named after François Viet, the great mathematician who was born at Fontenay in 1540. The public institutions of the town include a tribunal of first instance and a communal college. Among its industries are the manufacture of felt hats, oil and soap, and timber sawing, flour milling, and tanning. There is trade in horses, mules, timber, grain, fruit. Roman 100 Fontenay was in existence as early as the time of the Gauls. The affix of Comte is said to have been applied to it when it was taken by King Louis Roman IX from the family of Lusignan and given to his brother Alphonse, Count of Poitou, under whom it became capital of Bas-Poitou, ceded to the English by the Treaty of Bretigny in 1360. It was retaken in 1372 by Duguesclin. It suffered repeated capture during the religious wars of the 16th century, was dismantled in 1621, and was occupied both by the Republicans and the Vendeans in the War of 1793. From 1790 to 1806, it was capital of the department of Vendée. Fontenelle Bernard Lebouvier, de 16,571,757, French author, was born at Rouen on the 11th of February, 1657. He died in Paris on the 9th of January, 1757, having thus very nearly attained the age of 100 years. His father was an advocate, settled in Rouen, his mother a sister of the 2 Corneille. He was educated at the College of the Jesuits in his native city, and distinguished himself by the extraordinary precocity and versatility of his talents. His teachers, who readily appreciated these, were anxious for him to join their 609 order, but his father had designed him for the bar, and an advocate accordingly he became. But having lost the first cause which was entrusted to him, he soon abandoned law and gave himself wholly to literary pursuits. His attention was first directed to poetry, and more than once he competed for prizes of the French Academy, but never with success. He visited Paris from time to time, and established intimate relations with the Abbé de Saint-Pierre, the Abbé Verdot, and the mathematician Pierre Varignon. He witnessed in 1680 the total failure of his tragedy Aspar. Fontenelle afterwards acknowledged the justice of the public verdict by burning his unfortunate drama, his opera of Thetis et Pelée, 1689, though highly praised by Voltaire, cannot be said to rise much above the others, and it may be regarded as significant that of all his dramatic works, not one has kept the stage. His Poésies pastorales, 1688, have no greater claim to permanent repute, being characterized by stiffness and affectation, and the utmost that can be said for his poetry in general is that it displays much of the limi labor, great purity of diction, and occasional felicity of expression. His Letters galants du Chevalier d'Her, published anonymously in 1685, was an amusing collection of stories that immediately made its mark in 1686, his famous allegory of Rome and Geneva slightly disguised as the rival princesses. Emrio and Inigo in the Relation de l'Isle de Borneo gave proof of his daring in religious matters, but it was by his Nouveaux Dialogues des Morts 1683 that Fontenelle established a genuine claim to high literary rank, and that claim was enhanced 3 years later by the appearance of the Entretiens sur la pluralité des mondes, 1686, a work which was among the very first to illustrate the possibility of being scientific without being either uninteresting or unintelligible to the ordinary reader. His object was to popularize among his countrymen the astronomical theories of Descartes, and it may well be doubted if that philosopher ever ranked a more ingenious or successful expositor among his disciples. Hitherto Fontenelle had made his home in Rouen, but in 1687 he removed to Paris, and in the same year he published his Histoire des Oracles, a book which made a considerable stir in theological and philosophical circles. It consisted of 2 essays, the first of which was designed to prove that oracles were not given by the supernatural agency of demons, and the second that they did not cease with the birth of Christ. It excited the suspicion of the Church, and a Jesuit by name Baltus published a ponderous refutation of it, but the peace-loving disposition of its author impelled him to leave his opponent unanswered. To the following year 1688 belongs his digression, Sur les anciens et les modernes, in which he took the modern side in the controversy, then raging his doubts sur le système physique des causes occasionnelles against Malebranche, appeared shortly afterwards. In 1691, he was received into the French Academy, in spite of the determined efforts of the partisans of the ancients, in this quarrel especially of Racine and Boileau, who on 4 previous occasions had secured his rejection. He consequently was admitted a member both of the Academy of Inscriptions and of the Academy of Sciences, and in 1697 he became perpetual secretary to the latter body. This office he actually held for the long period of 4 to 2 years, and it was in this official capacity that he wrote the Histoire du Renouvellement de l'Académie des Sciences Paris, 3 vols, 1708, 1717, 1722, containing extracts and analyses of the proceedings, and also the eloges of the members written with great simplicity and delicacy. Perhaps the best known of his eloges, of which there are 6 to 9, is that of his uncle Pierre Corneille. This was first printed in the Nouvelles de la République des Lettres, January 1685, and as Vie de Corneille was included in all the editions of Fontenelle's others. The other important works of Fontenelle are his Elements de la Géométrie de l'Infini, 1727, and his Apologie des Tourbillons, 1752. Fontenelle forms a link between 2 very widely different periods of French literature, that of Corneille, Racine, and Boileau on the one hand, and that of Voltaire, D'Alembert, and Diderot on the other. It is not in virtue of his great age alone that this can be said of him. He actually had much in common with the beaux esprits of the 17th century, as well as with the philosophers of the 18th, but it is to the latter, rather than to the former period, that he properly belongs. He has no claim to be regarded as a genius, but as Sainte-Beuve has said, he well deserves a place dans la classe des esprits infiniment distinguished. However, it ought to be added by intelligence, rather than by intellect, and less by the power of saying much than by the power of saying a little. Well, in personal character, he has sometimes been described as having been revoltingly heartless, and it is abundantly plain that he was singularly incapable of feeling strongly the more generous emotions of misfortune, or a fault which revealed itself in many ways. Il faut avoir de l'âme pour avoir du goût. But the cynical expressions of such a man are not to be taken too literally, and the mere fact that he lived and died in the esteem of many friends suffices to show that the theoretical selfishness which he sometimes professed cannot have been consistently and at all times carried into practice. There have been several collective editions of Fontenelle's works, the first being printed in 3 vols at The Hague in 17,281,729. The best is that of Paris in 8 vols, 8 vo 1790. Some of his separate works have been very frequently reprinted, and also translated. The Pluralité des Mondes was translated into modern Greek in 1794. Sainte-Beuve has an interesting essay on Fontenelle with several useful references in the Causerie du lundi vol Roman 3. See also Villemain Tableau de la littérature française au XVe siècle. the Abbé Troublet Memoires pour servir à l'histoire de la vie et des ouvrages de Roman, 1000 de Fontenelle 1759, a labored Mille Fontenelle 1905, in the Grands Écrivains Francais series, and Roman 50 Maigran Fontenelle, L'Homme Lover l'Influence Paris, 1906. Fontenoy, a village of Belgium in the province of Henegau, about 4 Roman 1000 SC of Tournai, famous as the scene of the Battle of Fontenoy, in which on the 11th of May 1745, the French army under Marshal Saxe defeated the Anglo-Allied army under the Duke of Cumberland. The object of the French also Austrian succession war was to cover the siege of the then important fortress of Tournai, that of the Allies who slowly advanced from the east to relieve it. Informed of the impending attack, Louis Roman 15, with the Dauphin, came with all speed to witness the operations, and by his presence to give Saxe, who was in bad health and beset with private enemies, the support necessary to enable him to command effectively under Cumberland, served the Austrian Field Marshal Koenigsegg, and at the head of the Dutch contingent, the Prince of Waldeck. The right of the French position map rested on the river at Antoing, which village was fortified and garrisoned. Between Antoing and Fontenoy, 3 square redoubts were constructed, and Fontenoy itself was put in a complete state of defense on the left rear of this line, and separated from Fontenoy by some furlongs of open ground. Another redoubt was made at the corner of the wood of Barry, and a 5th towards Gavrain. The infantry was arrayed in deployed lines behind the Antoing-Fontenoy redoubts, and the low ridge between Fontenoy and the wood behind them was the cavalry. The approaches to Gavrain were guarded by a mounted volunteer corps called Grassins at Calonne. The Marshal had constructed 3 military bridges against the contingency of a forced retreat. The force of the French was about 60,000 of all arms, not including 22,000 left in the lines before Tournai. Marshal Saxe himself, who was suffering from dropsy to such an extent that he was unable to mount his horse, slept in a wicker chariot. In the midst of the troops at early dawn of the 11th of May, the Anglo-Hanoverian army with the Austrian contingent formed up in front of Vezin, facing towards Fontenoy and the wood, while the Dutch on their left extended the general line to Peronne. The total force was 46,000 against about 52,000, whom Saxe could actually put into the line of battle. The plan of attack arranged by Cumberland, Koenigsegg, and Waldeck on the 10th grew out of circumstances. A preliminary skirmish had cleared the broken ground immediately about Vezin and revealed a part of the defenders' dispositions. It was resolved that the Dutch should attack the front Antoing-Fontenoy 610, while Cumberland should deliver a flank attack against Fontenoy, and all in rear of it by way of the open ground between Fontenoy and the wood. A great cavalry attack round the wood was projected, but had to be given up as in the late evening of the 10th, the Allies' light cavalry drew fire from its southern edge. Cumberland then ordered his cavalry commander to form a screen facing Fontenoy so as to cover the formation of the infantry on the morning of the 11th. Another and most important modification had to be made. The advance was beginning when the redoubt at the corner of the wood became visible. Cumberland hastily told off Brigadier James Ingoldsby Major and Brevet Colonel First Guards with 4 regiments, and an artillery detachment to storm this redoubt, which, crossing its fire with that of Fontenoy, seemed absolutely to inhibit the development of the flank attack. At 6 Roman 1000, the brigade moved off, but it was irresolutely handled and halted time, and after waiting as long as possible, the British and Hanoverian cavalry under Sir James Campbell rode forward and extended in the plain, becoming at once the target for a furious cannonade which killed their leader and drove them back. Thereupon Sir John Lord Ligonier, whose deployment the squadrons were to have covered, let them pass to the rear, and hearing the guns of the Dutch towards Antoing, pushed the British infantry forward through the lanes, each unit, on reaching open ground, covering the exit and deployment of the one in rear, all under the French cannonade. This went on for 2 hours, and save that it showed the magnificent discipline of the British and Hanoverian regiments, was a prelude to the real attack. Cumberland's own exertions brought a few small guns to the front of the Guards brigade, and one of the first shots from these killed Anton Louis Duc de Gramont, colonel of the Guards Francaises, and another Henry du Barillon du Brocard, Saxe's artillery commander. It was now 9 Roman 1000, and while the guns from the wood redoubt battered the upright ranks of the Allies, Ingoldsby's brigade was huddled together motionless on the right. Cumberland himself galloped thither, and under his reproaches, Ingoldsby lost the last remnants of self-possession to Sir John Ligonier's aide-de-camp, who delivered soon afterwards a bitterly formal order to advance in Goldsby, sullenly replied that the Duke's orders were for him to advance in line with Ligonier's main body. By now, too, the Dutch advance against Antoine Fontenoy had collapsed. But on the right, the cannonade and the blunders together had roused a stern and almost blind anger in the leaders, and the men they led in Goldsby was wounded, and his successor, the Hanoverian General Zastrow, gave up the right attack and brought his battalions into the main body. A second half-hearted attack on Fontenoy itself, delivered by some Dutch troops, was almost made successful by the valor of two of these battalions, one of them being the then newly raised Highland Regiment, the Black Watch, which came thither of their own accord. Meantime, the young Duke and the old Austrian Field Marshal had agreed to take all risks and to storm through between Fontenoy and the Wood Redoubt, and had launched the great attack, one of the most celebrated in the history of war. The English infantry was in two lines. The Hanoverians on their left, owing to want of space, were compelled to file into third line behind the redcoats, and on their outer flanks were the battalions that had been within Goldsby. A few guns man-drawn accompanied the assaulting mass, and the cavalry followed the column. May have numbered 14,000 infantry. All the infantry battalions closed on their center, the normal 3 ranks becoming 6. If the proper distances between lines were preserved, the mass must have formed an oblong, about 500 ids, 600 ids, excluding the cavalry. The Duke of Cumberland placed himself at the head of the front line and gave the signal to advance slowly, and in parade order, drums beating and colors flying, the mass advanced straight up the gentle slope, which was swept everywhere by the flanking artillery of the defense. Then, when the first line reached the low crest on the ends of which stood the French artillery, the fire, hitherto convergent, became a full enfilade from both sides, and at the same moment the enemy's horse and foot became visible beyond. A brief pause ensued, and the front gradually contracted as regiments shouldered inwards to avoid the fire. Then the French advanced, and the Guards Brigade, and the Guards Francaises met face to face. Captain Lord Charles Hay, Roman 500 lieutenant of the 1st Grenadier Guards, suddenly ran in front of the line, took off his hat to the enemy, and drank to them from a pocket flask, shouting, "Taunt, we hope you will stand till we come up to you, and not swim the river as you did at Dettingen." Then turning to his own men, he called for 3 cheers. The astonished French officers returned the salute, and gave a ragged countercheer whether or not the French, as legend states, were asked, and refused to fire first. The whole British line fired one tremendous series of volleys, by companies. 50 officers and 760 men of the 3 foremost French regiments fell at once, and at so appalling a loss the remnant broke, and fled. 300 paces farther on stood the second line of the French, and slowly the mass advanced, firing regular volleys. It was now well inside the French position, and no longer felt the enfilade fire that swept the crest it had passed over by now. As the rear lines closed up, the assailants were practically in square, and repelled various partial attacks coming from all sides. The Regiment du Roy lost 33 officers and 345 men at the hands of the 2nd Coldstream Guards. But these counterattacks gained a few precious minutes for the French. It was the crisis of the battle. The king, though the court meditated flight, stood steady, with the Dauphin at his side. Fontenoy was the one great day of Louis Roman XV's life, and Saxe ill, as he was mounted his horse to collect his cavalry for a charge. The British and Hanoverians were now at a standstill. More and heavier counterstrokes were repulsed, but no progress was made. Their cavalry was unable to get to the front, and Saxe was by now thinking of victory. Captain Isnard of the Touraine Regiment suggested artillery to batter the face of the square preparatory to a final charge. General Lowendahl galloped up to Saxe, crying, "This is a great day for the king, they will never escape." The nearest guns were planted in front of the assailants, and used with effect. The infantry led by Lowendahl fastened itself on the sides of the square, the regiments of Normandy and Vaso, and the 611 Irish Brigade, conspicuous above the rest on the front waiting for the cannon to do its work, were the Maison du Roy, the gendarmerie, and all the light cavalry under Saxe himself, the Duke of Richelieu and Count d'Estrees. The left wing of the Allies was still inactive, and troops were brought up from Antoine and Fontenoy to support the final blow. About 2 p. Roman 1000, it was delivered, and in 8 minutes the square was broken, as the infantry retired across the plain in small stubborn groups. The French fire still made havoc in their ranks, but all attempts to close with them were repulsed by the terrible volleys, and they regained the broken ground about Vezin, whence they had come. Cumberland himself, and all the senior generals remained with the rearguard. The losses at Fontenoy were, as might be expected, somewhat less than normally heavy, when distributed over the whole of both armies, but exceedingly severe in the units really engaged. 8 out of 19 regiments of British infantry lost over 200 men, 2 of these more than 300 attribute to the loyalty and discipline of the British, as compared with the generality of armies in those days, may be found in the fact that the 3 Guards regiments had no missing men, whatever the 23rd Royal Welsh Fusiliers had 322 casualties. Boschlanger's Hanoverian regiment suffered even more heavily, and 4 others of that nation had 200 or more casualties. The total loss was about 7,500, that of the French 7,200. The French Royal Regiment lost 30 officers and 645 men. Some other regimental casualties have been mentioned above. The Dutch lost a bare 7 of their strength. Fontenoy was in the 18th century what the attack of the Prussian Guards at St. Privat is today, a locus classicus for military theorists, but the technical features of the battle are completely overshadowed by its epic interest, and above all it illustrates the permanent and unchangeable military characteristics of the British and French nations. Fontevrault or Fontevrade, Lat. Fons, Ebraldi, a town of western France in the department of Maine-et-Loire. 10 Roman 1000 SC of Sommer by road, and 212 Roman 1000. From the confluence of the Loire and Vienne. Pop. 1906-1279. It is situated in the midst of the forest of Fontevrault. The interest of the place centers in its abbey, which since 1804 has been utilized and abused as a central house of detention for convicts. The church, 12th century, of which only the choir and apse are appropriated to divine service, has a beautiful nave, formerly covered by 4 cupolas, destroyed in 1816. There is a 5th cupola above the crossing, in a chapel in the south transept are the effigies of Henry Roman II of England, of his wife Eleanor of Guienne, of Richard Roman I of England, and of Isabella of Angoulême, wife of John of England. Eleanor's being of oak, and the rest of stone. The cloister, refectory, and chapter house date from the 16th century. The second court of the abbey contains a remarkable building, the Tour d'Evrault, 12th century, which long went under the misnomer of chapelle funéraire, but was in reality. The old kitchen details and diagrams will be found in Viollet-le-Duc's Dictionnaire de l'Architecture. There are 3 stories, the whole being surmounted by a pyramidal structure. The Order of Fontevrault was founded about 1100 by Robert of Arborsel, who was born in the village of Arborsel or Arborsec, in the Diocese of Reims, and attained great fame as a preacher and ascetic. The establishment was a double monastery containing a nunnery of 300 nuns and a monastery of 200 monks, separated completely so that no communication was allowed except in the church, where the services were carried on in common. There were moreover a hospital for 120 lepers and other sick, and a penitentiary for fallen women, both worked by the nuns. The basis of the life was the Benedictine rule, but the observance of abstinence and silence went beyond it in stringency. The special feature of the institute was that the abbess ruled the monks as well as the nuns. At the beginning, the order had a great vogue, and at the time of Robert's death, 1117, there were several monasteries, and 3,000 nuns afterwards. The number of monasteries reached 57, all organized on the same plan. The institute never throve out of France. There were attempts to introduce it into Spain and England. In England, there were 3 houses at Amesbury in Wiltshire, Nuneaton, and Westwood in Worcestershire. The nuns in England, as in France, were recruited from the highest families, and the abbess of Fontevrault, who was the superior general of the whole order, was usually of the royal family of France. C.P. Heliot Hist, Des Orders Religieuses, 1718, Roman 6, Roman 213, Max Heimbucher Orden und Kongregationen, 1907, Roman 1, The Arts Fontevraud in Wetzer and Welt, Kirchenlexikon ed. 2, and in Herzog Hoch. Real Encyclopaedia ed. 3, supply full references to the literature. The most recent monograph is Edouard Fontevraud et ses Monuments, 1875. For the later history, see Art by Edmund Bishop in Downside, Review 1886. Roman 100b. Food, like the verb to feed, from a Teutonic root, whence eng foda cf fodder, connected with gr, to feed, the general term for what is eaten by man and other creatures for the sustenance of life. The scientific aspect of human food is dealt with under nutrition and dietetics. Infancy, the influence of a normal diet upon the health of man. We exclude here the question of diet in illness, which must depend on the abnormal conditions existing, begins at the earliest stage of his life, no food has as yet been found so suitable for the young of all animals as their mother's milk. This, however, has not been from want of seeking Dr. Bruzet sur l'éducation médicinale des enfants. Roman 1p. 165, had such a bad opinion of human mothers that he expressed a wish for the state to interfere and prevent them from suckling their children, lest they should communicate immorality and disease. A still more determined pessimist was the famous chemist Van Helmont, who thought life had been reduced to its present shortness by our inborn propensities, and proposed to substitute bread boiled in beer and honey for milk, which latter he calls Brute's food. Baron Justus von Liebig, as the result of his chemical researches, introduced a food for infants, which in more modern days has been followed. Multiplication of patent foods, a close imitation of human milk, may also be made by the addition to fresh cow's milk of half its bulk of soft water, in each pint of which has been mixed a heaped-up teaspoonful of powdered sugar of milk, and a pinch of phosphate of lime. These artificial substitutes for the natural nutriment have their value where for any reason it is not available. The wholesomest food, however, for the first 6 months, is certainly mother's milk. Alone, a vigorous baby can indeed bear with impunity much rough usage, and often appears none the worse for a certain quantity of farinaceous food, but the majority do not get habituated to it without an exhibition of dislike, which indicates rebellion of the bowels. It is only when the teeth are on their way to the front, as shown by dribbling, that the parotid glands secrete an active saliva capable of digesting bread stuffs. Till then anything but milk must be given tentatively, and considered in the light of a means of education for its future mode of nutrition. The time for weaning should be fixed partly by the child's age, partly by the growth of the teeth. The first group of teeth 9 times out of 10 consists of the lower central front teeth, which may appear any time during the 6th and 7th month. The mother may then begin to diminish the number of suckling times, and by a month she can have reduced them to twice a day so as to be ready when the second group makes its way through the upper front gums to cut off the supply altogether. The third group, the lateral incisors and first grinders, usually after the first anniversary of birth, give notice that solid food can be chewed, but it is prudent to let dairy milk form a considerable portion of the fare till the eye teeth are cut, which seldom happens till the 18th or 20th month. Childhood and youth. At this stage of life, the diet must obviously be the best, which is a transition from that of infancy to that of adult age. Growth is not completed, but yet entire surrender of every consideration to the claim of growth is not possible, nor indeed desirable. Moreover, that abundance of adipose tissue or reserve new growth which a baby can bear is an impediment to the due education of the muscles of the boy or girl. The supply of nutriment need not be so continuous as before, but at the same time should be more frequent than for 612, the adult up to at least 14 or 15 years of age. The rule should be 4 meals a day, varied indeed, but nearly equal in nutritive power, and in quantity, that is to say, all moderate, all sufficient. The maturity the body then reaches involves a hardening and enlargement of the bones and cartilages, and a strengthening of the digestive organs, which in healthy young persons enables us to dispense with some of the watchful care bestowed upon their diet. 3 full meals a day are generally sufficient, and the requirements of mental training may be allowed to a certain extent to modify the attention to nutrition, which has hitherto been paramount. Adults. It is only necessary here to refer to the article on dietetics. See also vegetarianism for a discussion of the food of normal adults, and to such headings as dietary for fixed allowances or cookery. Different staple articles of food are dealt with under their own headings for animals other than man. See the respective articles on them. Among numerous books on the subject, in addition to those enumerated under dietetics, see Sir Henry Thompson's Foods and Feeding, 1894, Hart's Diet in Sickness and Health, 1896, Night Food and its Functions, 1895. Food preservation, the preservation of food material beyond the short term during which it naturally keeps sound and eatable, has engaged human thought from the earliest dawn of civilization. Necessity compelled man to store the plenitude of one season or place against the need of another. The hunter dried smoked and salted meat and fish. Pastoral man preserved milk in the form of cheese and butter, or fermented grape juice, into wine. With the separation of country from town, the development of manufacturing nation, as distinct from agricultural and food-producing people, the spreading of civilized man from torrid to Arctic zones, the needs of travelers on land and sea, and of armies on the march, the problem of the prevention of the natural decomposition, to which nearly all food substances are liable, became increasingly urgent and forms, today, next to the production of food, the most important problem in connection with the feeding and the trade of nations. As long as the reasons of decomposition were unknown, all attempts at preservation were necessarily empirical, and of the numberless processes which have during modern times been proposed and attempted comparatively, few have stood the test of experience in the light of modern knowledge. However, the guiding principles appear to be very simple. Very few organic materials undergo decomposition, as it were of their own accord. They may lose water by evaporation, and fatty substances may alter by the absorption of oxygen from the air. They are otherwise quite stable and unchangeable, while not attacked and eaten up by living organisms, or while the life with which they may be endowed is in a state of suspense. An apple is alive, and in breathing undergoes its ripening change. A grain of wheat is dormant, and does not alter a substance in order to be a food material, must be decomposable under the attack of a living organism. The energy stored in it must be available to that stream of energy which we call life, whether the life be in the form of the human consumer or of any lower organism. All decomposition of food is due to the development within the food of living organisms under conditions under which living organisms cannot enter or cannot develop. Food keeps undecomposed for an indefinite length of time. The problem of food preservation resolves itself therefore into that of keeping out or killing off all living things that might feed upon and thus alter the food. And as these organisms mainly belong to the family of molds, yeasts, and bacteria, modern food preservation is strictly a subject for the bacteriologist. The changes which food undergoes on keeping are easily intelligible when once their biological origin is recognized. Yeasts cause the decomposition of saccharine substances into alcohol, and carbon dioxide, acetic and lactic ferments produce from sugar or from alcohol. The organic acids causing the souring of food molds, as a rule, cause oxidation and complete destruction of organic matter, nitrogenous or saccharine, while most bacteria act mainly upon the nitrogenous constituents, producing albumoses and peptones, and breaking up the complex albumin molecule into numerous smaller molecules, often allied to alkaloids, generally with the production of evil-smelling gases. These processes may go on simultaneously, but more frequently take place successively in the decomposition of food, one set of organisms taking up the work of destruction, as the conditions become favorable to its development and unfavorable to its predecessor. The organisms may come from the air, the soil, or from animal sources. The air teems with organisms which settle and may develop when brought upon a favorable nidus. The organic matter of the soil largely consists of fungoid life, while the intestinal canal and other mucous membranes of all animals harbor bacteria, sarcinae, and other organisms in countless millions. Whenever therefore food material is exposed to the air or touched by the soil, or by animals or man, it becomes infected with living cells, which by their development lead to its decomposition and destruction. Fungoid organisms may be killed by heat or by chemicals, or their development may be arrested by cold removal of water, or by the presence of agents inhibiting their growth, though not destroying their life. All successful processes of food preservation depend upon one or other of these circumstances. Preservation by heat. At the boiling point of water, all living cells perish, but some spores of bacteria may survive. For about 3 hours, few adult bacteria can live beyond 75 Roman 100,167 F. In the presence of water, though dry heat only kills with certainty. At 140 Roman 100,284 F, destruction of life takes place more rapidly in solutions showing an acid than a feebly alkaline reaction. Hence, acid fruit is more easily preserved than milk, which when quite fresh is alkaline. By cooking, therefore, food becomes temporarily sterile, until a fresh crop of organisms finds access from the air. By repeated cooking, all food can be indefinitely preserved. One of the most important functions of cookery is sterilization. Civilized man unwittingly revolts against the consumption of non-sterile food, and the use of certain fungus-infected material is an inheritance from barbarous ages. Few materials of animal origin are eaten raw, and in vegetables, some sort of sterilizing process is attempted by washing of salads or removal of the outer skin of fruits, all preparation of food for the table, cooking being the most important, tends towards preservation, but is effectual only for a few hours or days, at most unless special means are adopted to prevent reinfection. The housewife covering the jam with a thin paper soaked in brandy, or the potted meat with a thin layer of lard, attempts, unconsciously, to bar the road to bacteria and other minute organisms to preserve food in a permanent manner. And, on a commercial scale, it has to be cooked in a receptacle, which must be sufficiently strong for transport, cheap, light, and unattacked by the material in contact with it. None of the receptacles at present in use quite fulfills the whole of these conditions. Glass and china are heavy and fragile, and their carriage is expensive. Tinned iron, so-called tinplate, is rarely quite unaffected by food materials, but owing to its strength, tenacity, and cheapness, it is used on an ever-increasing scale. The sheet iron, which formerly was made of soft wrought iron, now generally consists of steel containing but very little carbon. It is cleaned by immersion in acid and covered with a very thin layer of pure tin, all excessive tin being removed by hot rollers and brushes. The layer of tin, which formerly constituted from 3 to 5 of the total weight of the plate, has, owing to the increased price of tin and the improvement in machinery, gradually become so thin that its weight is only from 1 to 3. Not rarely, therefore, the tin surface is imperfect. Perforated or pinholed tin itself is slightly attacked by all acid juices of vegetable or animal substances. With the exception of milk, all human food is slightly acid, and consequently all food that has been preserved in tin canisters contains variable traces of dissolved tin. Happily, salts of tin have but little physiological action. Nevertheless, the employment cf. tinplate for very acid materials like tomatoes, peaches, Roman 100, is very objectionable. The process of preservation in canisters is carried out, as 613 follows. The canister, which has been made either by the use of solder or by folding machinery, only is packed with the material to be preserved, and a little water having been added to fill the interstices, the lid is secured by soldering or folding, generally the former. Sterilization is effected by placing the tins in pressure chambers, which are heated by steam to 120 Roman 100 or more. The tins are exposed to that temperature for such time as experience has shown to be necessary to heat the contents throughout to at least 100 Roman 100. The temperature is then allowed to fall slowly to below the boiling point of water. When the tins can be taken out of the pressure chamber, or they are placed in pans filled with water or a solution of calcium chloride, and are therein heated till thoroughly cooked. Sometimes a small aperture is pierced through the lid to allow of the escape of the expanding air. Such holes, before cooling, closed by means of a drop of solder. This process, which was originally introduced by Francois Appert early in the 19th century, is employed on an enormous scale, especially in America. The use of lacquered tins, having the inner surface of the tin covered with a heat-resisting varnish, is gradually extending. Imperfect sterilization shows itself in many cases by gas development within the tin, which causes the ends to become convex and drummy more frequently than not. The contents of the larger tins containing meat or other animal products are not absolutely sterile, but the conditions are mostly such that the organisms which have survived the cooking process cannot develop when they can develop without formation of gas. Dangerous products of decomposition may be produced without showing themselves to taste or smell. Numerous cases of so-called ptomaine poisoning have thus occurred. These are more frequently associated with preserved fish and lobster than with meats, although no class of preserved animal food is free from liability of ptomaine formation. The formation of poisonous substances has never been traced to preserved fruit or other material poor in nitrogen. The mode of preserving food in china or glass is quite similar, but the losses by breakage are not inconsiderable. Food which has been preserved in tins is sometimes transferred to glass and re-sterilized. The feeling against tinned food caused by the Chicago scandals not having entirely subsided, were it not for the facts that sterilization is rarely quite perfect, and that the food attacks the tin, the contents of tin canisters ought to keep for an indefinite length of time under existing circumstances. However, there is a distinct limit to the age of soundness of canned food. Preservation by chemical. Salt is the oldest chemical preservative, and either alone or in conjunction with saltpeter and with wood smoke has been used for many centuries, mainly as a meat preservative. It is used either dry in layers strewn on the surface of the meat or fish to be preserved, or in the form of brine, in which the meat is submerged, or which is injected into the carcasses. The preserving power of salt is but moderate. It has the great advantage that in ordinary doses it is non-injurious, that an excess at once betrays itself in the taste, and that it can be readily removed by soaking in water when aided by wood smoke, which depends for its preservative power upon traces of creosote and formaldehyde. It is, however, quite efficient. The addition of saltpeter is principally for the purpose of giving to the meat a bright pink tint. The strongly saline taste of pickled meat, or salted butter, appears gradually to have become repugnant to a large part of mankind, and other preservatives have come into use possessing greater bactericidal power and less taste. The serious objection attaching to them is discussed in the article Adulteration. At the present time, the use of borax or boracic acid is almost universal in England. Meat, which has been exposed to the vapors of formaldehyde and has thus been superficially sterilized, is also coming into commerce in increasing quantities. Formaldehyde in itself is distinctly poisonous and has the property of combining with albuminoids and rendering them completely insoluble in the digestive secretions. Salicylic and benzoic acids are not infrequently used to stop fermentation of saccharine beverages or deterioration of so-called potted meats, which are supposed to last fresh and sweet on the consumer's table for a considerable length of time. Sulfurous acid and sulfites are chiefly used in the preservation of thin ales, wine, and fruit, and sodium fluoride has been found in butter. The whole of these substances possess decided and injurious physiological properties. Alcohol now rarely forms a preservative of food material, its employment being confined to small fruit. The use of sugar as a preservative depends upon the fact that although in a dilute solution, it is highly prone to fermentation and other decomposition, it possesses bactericidal properties. When in the form of a concentrated syrup, a sugar solution containing 30 of water or less does not undergo any biological change in the presence of organic acids like those contained in fruit. Growth of organisms is inhibited when the percentage of water is somewhat greater. Upon this fact depends the use of sugar in the manufacture of jams, marmalades, and jellies. Molds may grow on the surface of such saccharine preparations, but the interior remains unaffected and unaltered. Preservation by drying. Food materials in which the percentage of moisture is small, not exceeding about 8, are but little liable to bacterial growths, at most to the attacks of innocent penicillium. Nature preserves the germs in seeds and nuts, which are laden with otherwise decomposable food material, by the simple expedient of water removal. The life of cereal grains and many seeds appears to be unlimited by the removal of water. The most perishable materials like meat or eggs can be rendered unchangeable, except so far as the inevitable oxidation of the fatty substances contained in them is concerned, and which is independent of liquefaction. The drying of meat, upon which a generation ago inventors bestowed a great deal of attention, has become almost obsolete excepting for comparatively small articles or animals like ox tongues or tails and fish. It has been superseded even among less civilized communities by the spread of canned food. Fruit, however, is very largely preserved in the dried state. Grapes are sun-dried, and thus form currants, raisins, and sultanas, the last variety being often bleached by the addition of sulfites. Plums, apples, and pears are artificially dried in ovens on wooden battens, or on wire sieves. From the latter, they are apt to become contaminated with notable quantities of zinc. Excellent preparations of dried vegetables, including potatoes, carrots, onions, French beans, and cabbages, are also manufactured. The utilization of meat in the form of meat extract belongs to some extent to this class of preserved foods. Its origin is due to J. von Liebig and Max von Pettenkofer, and dates from the middle of the 19th century. The soluble material is extracted mainly from beef, in Australia to some extent from mutton, by means of warm water. The albumin is coagulated by heat and removed, and the broths thus obtained are evaporated in vacuo until the extract contains no more than about 20 of water. 1 pound of extract is obtained from about 25 of lean beef. Preservation by refrigeration at or below the freezing point of water. Fungoid organisms are incapable of growth and multiplication, although it has been asserted that many of them perish when kept for some time in the frozen condition. It is certain that the vast majority of bacteria and their germs remain merely dormant. Even so, highly organized structures, as cereal seeds do not. Suffer in vitality on being kept for a considerable length of time at the far lower temperature of liquid air. Biological change is therefore arrested at freezing point, and as long as that temperature is maintained, food material remains unaltered, except for physical changes depending upon the evaporation of water and of volatile flavoring matters or chemical alterations due to oxidation. Refrigeration, therefore, affords the means of keeping for a reasonably long time, and without the addition of any preservative substance, food in a raw condition. It is the only process of preservation which, from a sanitary point of view, is entirely unobjectionable, as ordinarily and properly employed. Its introduction on a commercial scale has more powerfully affected the economic conditions of England, and to a less degree 614 of the United States, than any other scientific advance since the establishment of railways and steamboats. Enormous quantities of frozen carcasses, butter, fruit, vegetables, and fish are introduced in the fresh condition into Great Britain and stored until required. Extreme fluctuations of supply or of price have become almost impossible, and the abundance of Australian and New Zealand ranches and of West Indian orchards has been made readily accessible to the British consumer for household purposes. Cooling in ice chests or ice chambers suffices to preserve food on a comparatively small scale. The ice used for the purpose comes to a small extent from natural sources stored from the winter or imported from northern countries. A far larger quantity is artificially produced by the methods described in the article on refrigerating, which also contains an account of the means by which low temperatures are produced for industrial purposes of importation and storage. Fleets of steamships, fitted with refrigerating machinery and insulated coldrooms, are employed in carrying the food materials, which are deposited in cold stores at docks, warehouses, markets, and hotels. The first cargo of frozen meat was shipped in July 1873 from Melbourne, but arrived in October in an unsatisfactory state in 18,751,876. Sound frozen meat came from America. The first cargo of frozen meat was successfully brought to the United Kingdom in 1880 from Australia in the Strathlevin, fitted with a Bell-Coleman air machine. The temperature in the cold storage rooms is generally kept near 34 F, whilst in the chilling chambers a somewhat lower, and in the freezing room or chambers, much lower temperature between 0 and 10 F is maintained. The carcasses to be frozen should be cooled slowly at first to ensure even freezing throughout, and to prevent damage by the unequal expansion of the outer layer of ice. The carcasses, when freezing, must be hung separated from each other, but for storage or transportation, they are packed tightly together. Fish, such as salmon, is washed, thoroughly cleansed, and frozen on trays. Butter should be cooled as rapidly as possible to about 10 F. Its composition, as regards proportion of volatile fatty acids, Roman 100, remains absolutely unaltered for years. Cheese should only be cold stirred when nearly ripe, and should not be frozen. Eggs must be carefully selected, each one being inspected by candlelight. They are placed in cases holding about 300, which are taken first to a room in which they are slowly cooled to about 33 F, and are then kept in store just below freezing point. Particular attention must be paid to the relative humidity of the air in egg stores. Fruit should be quite fresh. Grapes may be chilled to 26 F, while lemons cannot safely be kept at a lower temperature than 36. The time during which soft fruit can be kept even in cold store is limited and does not exceed about 6 weeks. In the early days of the chilled meat trade, considerable prejudice existed against stored meat. While in many cases the flavor of fresh meat is rather superior, the food value is in no way altered by cold storage. Preservation by pickling other than salt. For the preservation of vegetables, vinegar or other solution of acetic acid is used to a limited extent. Eggs are submerged in limewater or a dilute solution of sodium silicate soluble glass during the storage of eggs. The more aqueous white of egg yields by endosmosis a portion of its water to the more concentrated yolk, which thereby expands and renders its thin containing membrane liable to rupture. Fish, such as sardines, sprats, and salmon, is preserved by packing in olive or other oil. The preservation of the most important dairy product, namely milk, deserves a separate notice. It has already been stated that alkaline liquids like milk are more difficult to sterilize by heat than acid materials, in consequence of the alteration in flavor, which milk undergoes by long continued boiling, and of the fact that milk forms perhaps the best medium for the growth and propagation of bacterial organisms, there is exceptional difficulty in its sterilization. As secreted by a healthy cow, it is a perfectly sterile fluid, and as shown by Sir J. Lister when drawn under aseptic conditions, and kept under such it remains. Definitely fresh and sweet bacterial and other pollution at the time of milking arises from the animal, the stable, the milker, and the vessels in animals suffering from tuberculosis and other bacterial affections. The milk may be infected within the udder milk. As it reaches the consumer, rarely contains less than 50,000 bacteria, and often many millions per cubic centimeter in fresh country cream, 100 millions per cubic centimeter, are not unusual. These bacteria are of many kinds. Some of them spore-bearing. The spores are more difficult to kill than the adult organism. The first step towards preservation is the removal of the dirt, unavoidably present to the particles of which a considerable proportion of the bacteria adhere. Filtration through cloths, or better, the passing of the milk through centrifugals. Effects that removal. Subsequent treatment is preferably preceded by a breaking up of the larger fat globules, by the projection of a jet of the milk under high pressures against a steel or agate plate, a process known as homogenizing. From homogenized milk, the cream separates slowly and does not form the coherent layer thrown up by ordinary milk. Heating is then effected either after bottling or by passing the milk continuously through pipes in which it is heated to from 160 to 170 F. By a repetition of the heating process on 2 or more succeeding days, complete sterilization may be effected. Although a single treatment is sufficient to render the milk stable for a few days, many forms of pasteurizing apparatus for milk are in use since the general introduction of pasteurization of the skimilk, used in Denmark for the feeding of calves and pigs. Tuberculosis in these animals has practically disappeared on the continent of Europe. The use of sterilized milk is now very general in England. It has found little favor in households, but is making rapid progress on board ship. Milk which has been condensed has for many years found a most extensive sale. The first efforts to condense and thus preserve milk date from 1835, when an English patent was granted to Newton. In 1849, Roman 100 N. Horsford prepared condensed milk with the addition of lactose. Commercially successful milk condensation began in 1856. The milk is heated to about 180 F and filled into large copper vacuum pans after having been mixed with from 10 to 12 parts of sugar per 100 parts of milk. Evaporation takes place in the pans at about 122 F and is carried on till the milk is boiled down to such concentration that 100 parts of the condensed milk, including the sugar, contain the solids of 300 parts of milk. Sweetened condensed milk, although rarely quite sterile, keeps indefinitely and is invariably brought into commerce in tin canisters. The preparation of sweetened condensed milk forms one of the most important branches of manufacture in Switzerland and is steadily increasing in England. Although milk can quite well be preserved in the form of condensed unsweetened milk, which dietetically possesses immense advantages over the sweetened milk, in which the balance between carbohydrates and albuminoids is very unfavorable, such unsweetened milk has found little or no favor. Milk powder is manufactured under various patents, the most successful of which depends upon the addition of sodium bicarbonate and the subsequent rapid evaporation of the milk on steam-heated revolving iron cylinders. Milk powder, made from skimilk, keeps well for considerable periods, but full-cream milk develops rancid or tallowy flavors by the oxidation of the finely divided butterfat. It is largely employed in the preparation of so-called milk chocolates. OH. 1 per contra. See the article by Mary E. Pennington in the Yearbook for 1907-1908 of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, pp. 197,206, with illustrations of chickens kept in cold storage for 2 and 3 years. The results there shown cast considerable doubt on the efficiency of even refrigeration so far as an indefinite period is concerned, and it is suggested that the consumption of frozen meat may really account for various modern diseases. Fool ofr fall modern foo foolish, from a late Latin use of fallus bellows, a ball filled with air for a stupid person, a jester, a windbag, a buffoon or jester. The class of professional fools or jesters, which reached its culminating point of influence and recognized place and function in the social organism during the Middle Ages, appears to have existed in all times and countries. Not only have there always 615 been individuals naturally inclined and endowed to amuse others, there has been besides in most communities a definite class, the members of which have used their powers, or weaknesses in this direction, as a regular means of getting a livelihood. Savage jugglers, medicinemen, and even priests have certainly much in common with the jester by profession. There existed in ancient Greece a distinct class of professed fools, whose habits were not essentially different from those of the jesters of the Middle Ages. Of the behavior of one of these, named Philip, Xenophon has given a picturesque account in the Banquet. Philip of Macedon is said to have possessed a court fool, and certainly these, as well as court poets and court philosophers, with whom they have sometimes been not unreasonably confounded, were common in a number of the petty courts at that era of civilization. Scurry and morions were the Roman parallels of the medieval witty fool, and during the Empire the manufacture of human monstrosities was a regular practice. Slaves of this kind being much in request to relieve the languid hours, the jester again has from time immemorial existed at Eastern courts. Witty stories are told of Bahilal C.D. Herbalat S. Roman 5, the jester of Harun al-Rashid, which have long had a place in Western fiction. On the conquest of Mexico, court fools and deformed human creatures of all kinds were found at the court of Montezuma, but that monarch no doubt hit upon one great cause of the favor of monarchs for this class, when he said that more instruction was to be gathered from them than from wiser men, for they dared to tell the truth. Douce, in his essay on the clowns and fools of Shakespeare, has made a ninefold division of English fools, according to quality and place of employment, as the domestic fool, the city or corporation fool, the tavern fool, the fool of the mysteries and moralities. The last is generally called the vice, and is the original of the stage clowns, so common among the dramatists of the time of Elizabeth, and who embody so much of the wit of Shakespeare. A very palpable classification is that which distinguishes between such creatures as were chosen to excite to laughter from some deformity of mind or body, and such as were so chosen for a certain, to all appearance generally very shallow alertness of mind and power of reparteer. Briefly, butts and wits, the dress of the regular court fool of the Middle Ages was not altogether a rigid uniform, to judge from the prints and illuminations, which are the sources of our knowledge on this matter. It seems to have changed considerably from time to time. The head was shaved, the coat was motley, and the breeches tight, with generally one leg different in color from the other. The head was covered with a garment resembling a monk's cowl, which fell over the breast and shoulders, and often bore ass's ears, and was crested with a coxcomb, while bells hung from various parts of the attire. The fool's bauble was a short staff, bearing a ridiculous head, to which was sometimes attached an inflated bladder, by means of which sham castigations were effected. A long petticoat was also occasionally worn, but seems to have belonged rather to the idiots than to the wits. The fool's business was to amuse his master, to excite him to laughter by sharp contrast, to prevent the overpression of state affairs, and in harmony with a well-known physiological precept, by his liveliness at meals, to assist his lord's digestion. The names and the witticisms of many of the official jesters at the courts of Europe have been preserved by popular or state records in England. The list is long between Hiddard, the fool of Edmund Ironside, and Muckle John, the fool of Charles Roman I, and probably the last official royal fool of England. Many are remembered from some connection with general or literary history. Scogan was attached to Edward Roman IV, and later was published a collection of poor jests ascribed to him, to which Andrew Board's name was attached, but without authority. While Somers, of the time of Henry Roman VIII, seems to have been a kind-hearted as well as a witty man, and occasionally used his influence with the king for good and charitable purposes. Arman, who in his Nest of Ninnies gives a full description of Somers, and introduces many popular fools, says of him only this much: he was a poor man's friend, and helped the widow often in her end. The king would ever grant what he would crave, for well he knew will no exacting knave. The literature of the period immediately succeeding his death is full of allusions to Will Somers. Richard Tarleton, famous as a comic actor, cannot be omitted from any list of jesters. A book of Tarleton's jests was published in 1611, and together with his News Out of Purgatory, was reprinted by Halliwell Phillips for the Shakespeare Society in 1844. Archie Armstrong, for a too free use of wit and tongue against Laud, lost his office, and was banished the court. The conduct of the archbishop against the poor fool is not the least item of the evidence, which convicts him of a certain narrow-mindedness and pettiness in French history. 2. The figure of the court jester flits across the gay or somber scene at times with fantastic effect. Caillet and Tribalite are well-known characters of the times of Francis. Roman 1 Tribalite appears in Rabelais' romance, and is the hero of Victor Hugo's Le Roi s'amuse, and with some changes of Verdi's opera Rigolto, while Chicot the lithe and acute Gascon, who was so close a friend of Henry Roman 3, is portrayed with considerable justness by Dumas in his Dame de Montsoreau. In Germany, Rudolph of Habsburg had his Pfaff Cappadox. Maximilian Roman won his Kunz von der Rosen, whose features, as well as those of Will Sommers, have been preserved by the pencil of Holbein, and many a petty court its jester after jester. Late in the 16th century appeared La Sodalissime Astuzie di Bertoldo, which is one of the most remarkable books ever written about a jester. It is by Giulio Cesare Croce, a street musician of Bologna, and is a comic romance giving an account of the appearance at the court of Alban, king of the Lombards, of a peasant wonderful in ugliness, good sense. And, with the book was for a time the most popular in Italy. A great number of editions and translations appeared, and it was even versified. Though fiction, both the character and the career of Bertoldo are typical of the jester. That the private fool existed as late as the 18th century is proved by Swift's epitaph on Dicky Pierce, the Earl of Suffolk's jester. See Flogelgeschichte der Hofner in Leipzig, 1789, Doran the History of Court Fools, 1858. W. He. Fool's Feast of Lat Festum Stultorum Fatuorum Falorum, Fr. Fate, des Fous, the name for certain burlesque quasi-religious festivals, which during the Middle Ages were the ecclesiastical counterpart of the secular revelries of the Lord of Misrule. The celebrations are directly traceable to the pagan Saturnalia of ancient Rome, which, in spite of the conversion of the empire to Christianity and of the denunciation of bishops and ecclesiastical councils, continued to be celebrated by the people on the calends of January with all their old license. The custom, indeed so far from dying out, was adopted by the barbarian conquerors and spread among the Christian Goths in Spain, Franks in Gaul, Alemanni in Germany, and Anglo-Saxons in Britain. So late as the 11th century, Bishop Burchard of Worms thought it necessary to fulminate against the excesses connected with it. Decretum Roman 19, Roman 100 mean. Patrologia Lat 140 p. 965. Then, just as it appears to have been sinking into oblivion among the people, the clergy themselves gave it the character of a specific religious festival. Certain days seem early to have been set apart as special festivals for different orders of the clergy. The Feast of St. Stephen, December 26, for the deacons St. John's Day, December 27, for the priests Holy Innocents' Day for the boys, and for the subdeacons Circumcision, the Epiphany, or the 11th of January. The Feast of Holy Innocents became a regular festival of children in which a boy elected by his fellows of the choir school functioned solemnly as bishop or archbishop, surrounded by the elder choirboys as his clergy, while the canons and other clergy took the humbler seats. At first, there is no evidence to prove that these celebrations were characterized by any specially indecorous behavior, but in the 12th century such behavior had become the rule. In 1180, Jean Beleth of the Diocese of Amiens calls the festival of the subdeacons Festum Stultorum mean. Patrol Lat 202, p. 79 616. The burlesque ritual which characterized the Feast of Fools throughout the Middle Ages was now at its height. A young subdeacon was elected bishop vested in the episcopal insignia except the mitre, and conducted by his fellows to the sanctuary. A mock mass was begun during which the lections were read cum farcia, obscene songs were sung, and dances performed, cakes and sausages eaten at the altar, and cards and dice played upon it. This burlesquing of things, universally held sacred though condemned by serious-minded theologians, conveyed to the childlike popular mind of the Middle Ages no suggestion of contempt, though when belief in the doctrines and rites of the medieval church was shaken, it became a ready instrument in the hands of those who sought to destroy them. Of this kind of retribution, Scott and the Abbot gives a vivid picture. The Protestants interrupting the Mass, celebrated by the trembling remnant of the monks in the ruined abbey church, and insisting on substituting the traditional Feast of Fools. This naive temper of the Middle Ages is nowhere more conspicuously displayed than in the Feast of the Ass, which under various forms was celebrated in a large number of churches throughout the West. The ass had been introduced into the ritual of the church in the 9th century, representing either Balaam's ass, that which stood with the ox beside the manger at Bethlehem, that which carried the Holy Family into Egypt, or that on which Christ rode in triumph into Jerusalem, often the ass was a mere incident in the Feast of Fools. But sometimes, he was the occasion of a special festival, ridiculous enough to modern notions, but by no means intended in an irreverent spirit. The three most notable celebrations of the Feast of the Ass were at Rouen, Beauvais, and Sens. At Rouen, the feast was celebrated on Christmas Day, and was intended to represent the times before the coming of Christ. The service opened with a procession of Old Testament characters, prophets, patriarchs, and kings, together with heathen prophets, including Virgil. The chief figure being Balaam on his ass. The ass was a hollow wooden effigy within which a priest capered and uttered prophecies. The procession was followed inside the church by a curious combination of ritual office and mystery, play the text of which, according to the Ordo Processionis Asinorum Secundum Rothamagentum Usum, is given in Ducange. Far more singular was the celebration at Beauvais, which was held on the 14th of January, and represented the flight into Egypt. A richly caparisoned ass, on which was seated the prettiest girl in the town, holding in her arms a baby or a large doll, was escorted with much pomp from the cathedral to the church of Saint Etienne. There the procession was received by the priests who led the ass, and its burden to the sanctuary mass was then sung. But instead of the ordinary responses to the introit Kyrie Gloria Roman 100, the congregation chanted Hinnom, Hee-haw 3 times. The rubric of the Mass for this feast actually runs in fine missi sacerdos versus, ad populum vice ite missa est, hinninabit populus viro vice Deo gratias tur, respondibit Hinnom Hinnom Hinnom. At the close of the Mass, the priest, turning to the people, instead of saying ite missa est, shall bray thrice. The people, instead of Deo gratias, shall thrice respond Hee-haw Hee-haw Hee-haw. At Sens, the Feast of the Ass was associated with the Feast of Fools, celebrated at Vespers on the Feast of Circumcision. The clergy went in procession to the west door of the church, where 2 canons received the ass amid joyous chants, and led it to the precentor's table. Bizarre Vespers followed, sung falsetto, and consisting of a medley of extracts from all the Vespers of the year. Between the lessons, the ass was solemnly fed, and at the conclusion of the service was led by the precentor out into the square. Before the church conductus ad ludos, water was poured on the precentor's head, and the ass became the center of burlesque ceremonies, dancing and buffoonery being carried on far into the night, while the clergy and the serious-minded retired to matins and bed. Various efforts were made during the Middle Ages to abolish the Feast of Fools. Thus, in 1198, the chapter of Paris suppressed its more obvious indecencies. In 1210, Pope Innocent Roman III forbade the feasts of priests, deacons, and subdeacons altogether, and in 1246, Innocent Roman IV threatened those who disobeyed this prohibition with excommunication. How little effect this had, however, is shown by the fact that in 1265 Odo, Archbishop of Sens, could do no more than prohibit the obscene excesses of the feast, without abolishing the feast itself, that in 1444 the University of Paris, at the request of certain bishops, addressed a letter condemning it to all cathedral chapters, and that King Charles Roman VII found it necessary to order all masters in theology to forbid it. In collegiate churches, the festival was in fact too popular to succumb to these efforts, and it survived throughout Europe till the Reformation, and even later in France, for in 1645 Mathurin de Nura complains in a letter to Pierre Gassendi of the monstrous fooleries, which yearly on Innocents' Day took place in the monastery of the Cordeliers at Antibes. Never did pagans, he writes, solemnize with such extravagance their superstitious festivals, as do they. The laborers, the cabbage cutters, those who work in the kitchen, occupy the places of the clergy in the church. They don the sacerdotal garments reverse side out, they hold in their hands books turned upside down, and pretend to read through spectacles, in which for glass have been substituted bits of orange epile. C.B. Picart Ceremonies, et caudums religieuses de tous les pupils 1723, Dutiliat Memoirs, pour servir à l'histoire de la fête des fous Lausanne, 1741, Aim cherest nouvelles recherches sur la fête des innocents, et la fête des fous dans plusieurs églises et notamment dans celle de Sens Paris, 1853, Schniegens in Muller's Zeitschrift für Deutsche Kulturgeschichte, 1858, H. Boehmer Art Narrenfest in Herzog Hoch Realencyklope, ed. 1903, Ducange Glossarium ed. 1884 S. Roman 5 Festum Asinorum. Foolscap, the cap usually of conical shape, with a coxcomb running up the center of the back, and with bells attached, worn by jesters and fools. See fool. Also a conical cap worn by dunces. The name is given to a size of writing or printing paper, varying in size from 1215 in to 1713-12. In sea paper, the name is derived from the use of a fool's cap as a watermark. A German example of the watermark dating from 1479 was exhibited in the Caxton Exhibition, 1877. The New English Dictionary finds no trustworthy evidence for the introduction of the watermark by a German Sir John Spielmann at his paper mill at Dartford in 1580, and states that there is no truth in the familiar story that the Rump Parliament substituted a fool's cap for the royal arms as a watermark on the paper used for the journals of Parliament. Foules parsley in botany, the popular name for Ethusa cynapium, a member of the family Umbelliferae, and a common weed in cultivated ground. It is an annual herb with a fusiform root and a smooth hollow branch stem 1 to 2 ft high, with much divided ternately pinnate smooth leaves and small compound umbels of small irregular white flowers. The plant has a nauseous smell, and like other members of the order, for example hemlock waterdrop wort, is poisonous. Foot, the lower part of the leg in vertebrate animals, consisting of tarsus, metatarsus, and phalanges, on which the body rests when in an upright position, standing or moving. See anatomy, superficial and artistic, and skeleton, appendicular. The word is also applied to such parts of invertebrate animals as serve as a foot, either for movement or attachment to a surface. Foot is a word common in various forms to Indo-European languages: Dutch voet, ger fuss, Danfod, Roman 100. The Aryan root is pod, which appears in sans pud gr, and lat pes pedis from the resemblance to the foot, in regard to its position as the base of anything, or as the lowest member of the body, or in regard to its function of movement. The word is applied to the lowest part of a hill or mountain, the plate of a sewing machine which holds the material in position, to the part of an organ pipe below the mouth, and the like. In printing, the bottom of a type is divided by a groove into two portions known as feet, probably referring to the beating of the rhythm, with the foot. In dancing, the gr and lat pes were applied in prosody to a grouping of syllables, one of which is stressed, forming the division of a verse. Foot, Roman 1 e foot soldier, was 617, formerly with an ordinal number prefixed the name of the infantry regiments of the British Army. It is now superseded by territorial designations, but it still is used in the 4 regiments of the infantry of the household, the foot guards, as a lineal measure of length. The foot is of great antiquity, estimated originally by the length of a man's foot. See weights and measures for the ceremonial washing of feet. See Maundy Thursday. Foot-and-mouth disease, aphthis fever epizootic, aphthis eczema epizootica, a virulent, contagious, and inoculable malady of animals, characterized by initial fever, followed by the formation of vesicles or blisters on the tongue, palate, and lips, sometimes in the nostrils, fourth stomach and intestine of cattle, and on parts of the body where the skin is thin, as on the udder and teats, between the claws, on the heels, coronet and pastern. The disease begins suddenly and spreads very rapidly. A rise of temperature precedes the vesicular eruption, which is accompanied by salivation and a peculiar smacking of the lips. The vesicles gradually enlarge and eventually break, exposing a red raw patch which is very sensitive. The animal cannot feed so well as usual, suffers much pain and inconvenience, loses condition, and if a milk-yielding creature gives less milk, or if pregnant, may abort. More or less lameness is a constant symptom, and sometimes the feet become very much diseased, and the animal is so crippled that it has to be destroyed. It is often fatal to young animals. It is transmitted by the saliva and the discharges from the vesicles, though all the secretions and excretions are doubtless infective, as well as all articles and places soiled by them. This disease can be produced by injecting the saliva or the lymph of the vesicles into the blood or the peritoneal cavity. If we were to judge by the somewhat vague descriptions of different disorders by Greek and Roman writers, this disease has been a European malady for more than 2,000 years, but no reliance can be placed on this evidence, and it is not until we reach the 17th and 18th centuries that we find trustworthy proof of its presence, when it was reported as frequently prevailing extensively in Germany, Italy, and France during the 19th century. Owing to the vastly extended commercial relations between civilized countries, it has, like the lung plague, become widely diffused in the Old World. Its effects are now experienced from the Caspian Sea to the Atlantic Ocean. Hungary, Lower Austria, Bohemia, Saxony, and Prussia were invaded in 1834. Cattle in the Vosges and in Switzerland were attacked in 1837. And the disease, extending to France, Belgium, and Holland, reached England in 1839, and quickly spread over the Three Kingdoms Sea, also under agriculture at. This time, the importation of foreign animals into England was prohibited, and it was supposed that the infection must have been introduced by surplus ship stores, probably sheep, which had not been consumed during the voyage. This invasion was followed at intervals by 11 distinct outbreaks, and since 1902, Great Britain has been free of foot-and-mouth disease. From the observations of the best authorities, it would appear to be an altogether exotic malady in the west of Europe, always invading it from the east at least. This has been the course noted in all the principal invasions. It was introduced into Denmark in 1841, and into the United States of America in 1870, from Canada, where it had been carried by diseased cattle from England. It rapidly extended through cattle traffic from the state first invaded to adjoining states, but was eventually extinguished, and does not now appear to be known in North America. It was twice introduced into Australia in 1872, but was stamped out on each occasion. It appears to be well known in India, Ceylon, Burma, and the Straits settlements in 1870. It was introduced into the Andaman Islands by cattle imported from Calcutta, where it was then prevailing, and in the same year it appeared in South America in South Africa. It is frequently epizootic, causing great inconvenience owing to the bullocks used for draft purposes becoming unfit for work. These cattle also spread the contagion. It is not improbable that it also prevails in Central Africa, as Schweinfurth alludes to the cattle of the Dinkas, suffering from a disease of the kind. Though not usually a fatal malady, except in very young animals, or when malignant yet, it is a most serious scourge. In 1 year 1892 in Germany, it attacked 150,929 farms, with an estimated loss to the owners of 7,500,000 sterling. It is transmissible to nearly all the domestic animals, but its ravages are most severe among cattle, sheep, goats, and swine. Human beings are also liable to infection. The treatment of affected animals comprises a laxative diet with salines and the application of antiseptics and astringents to the sores. The preventive measures recommended are isolation of the diseased animals, boiling the milk before use, and thorough disinfection of all places and substances which are capable of conveying the infection. Football, a game between two opposing sides, played with a large inflated ball, which is propelled either by the feet alone or by both feet and hands. Pastimes of the kind were known to many nations of antiquity, and their existence among savage tribes, such as the Maoris, Faroe Islanders, Philippine Islanders, Polynesians, and Eskimos, points to their primitive nature in Greece. This seems to have borne a resemblance to the modern game of this. We read in Smith's Dictionary of Antiquities it was the game at football played in much the same way as with us, by a great number of persons, divided into two parties, opposed to one another amongst the Romans. The harpastum derived from the Greek verb ices, thus showing that carrying the ball was permissible, bore a certain resemblance. Basil Kennet, in his Rami Antiqui Notitia, terms this missile a larger kind of ball which they played with, dividing into two companies, and striving to throw it into one another's goals, which was the conquering cast. The harpastum was a gymnastic game, and probably played for the most part indoors. The real Roman football was played with the inflated phallus, which was kicked from side to side over boundaries, and thus must have closely resembled the modern association game. Tradition ascribes its introduction in northern Europe to the Roman legions. It has been played in Tuscany under the name of calcio from the Middle Ages down to modern times. Regarding the origin of the game in Great Britain, the Roman tradition has been generally accepted, although Irish antiquarians assert that a variety of football has been played in Ireland for over 2,000 years. In early times, the great football festival of the year was Shrove Tuesday, though the connection of the game with this particular date is lost in obscurity. William Fitzstephen, in his History of London, about 1175, speaks of the young men of the city annually going into the fields after dinner to play at the well-known game of ball on the day qui dicitur carnalvaria. As far as is known, this is the first distinct mention of football in England. It was forbidden by Edward Roman 21,314, in consequence of the great noise in the city caused by hustling over large balls, rageries de grosses. Pelotes. A clear reference is made ad pilem pedinam in the Rochley Clausarum 39, Edward Roman 30, 1365 mem. 23, as one of the pastimes to be prohibited on account of the decadence of archery, and the same thing occurs in 12 Richard Roman 2 Roman 113, 88, both Henry Roman VIII and Elizabeth enacted laws against football which, both then and under the Stuarts, and the Georges seems to have been violent to the point of brutality, a fact often referred to by prominent writers. Thus Sir Thomas Eliot in his book, named the Governor 1531 speaks of football as being nothing but beastly fury and extreme violence, whereof proceedeth hurt and consequently rancor and malice, to remain with them that be wounded, wherefore it is to be put in perpetual silence. In Stubb's Anatomy of Abuses, 1583, it is referred to as a devilish pastime, and hereof groweth envy, rancor, and malice, and sometimes brawling, murder, homicide, and great effusion of blood, as experience daily teacheth. 50 years later, 1634, Davenant is quoted in Hone's Table Book as remarking, "I would now make a safe retreat, but methinks I am stopped by one of your heroic games called football, which I conceive under your favor, not very conveniently civil in the streets, especially in such irregular and narrow roads as crooked 618 Lane, yet it argues your courage much like your military pastime of throwing at cocks, since you have long allowed these two valiant exercises in the streets." An evidence of its old popularity in Ireland is that the Statutes of Galway in 1527 forbade every other sport save archery, excepting only the great football in the time of Charles Roman II. Football was popular at Cambridge, particularly at Magdalene College, as is evidenced by the following extract from the register book of that institution, under the date 1679. That no scholars give or receive at any time any treat or collation upon account of ye football play on, or about Michaelmas Day further than college beer or ale in ye open holla, to quench their thirsts, and particularly that most vile custom of drinking, and spending money sophisters and freshmen toge thereupon, ye account of making, or not making a speech at that football time, be utterly left off and extinguished. It nevertheless remained for the most part a game for the masses, and never took root, except in educational institutions among the upper classes. Until the 19th century, no clubs or code of rules had been formed, and the sole aim seems to have been to drive the ball through the opposing side's goal by fair means or foul. So rough did the game become that James Roman I forbade the heir apparent to play it, and describes the exercise in his Basilic and Doron as meeter for laming, then making able the users thereof both sexes and all ages seem to have taken part in it. On Shrove Tuesday shutters had to be put up, and houses closed in order to prevent damage, and it is not to be wondered that the game fell into bad repute. Accidents, sometimes fatal, occurred, and Shrove Tuesday football day gradually died out about 1830, though a relic of the custom still remained in a few places. For some 30 years football was only practiced at the great English public schools, many of which possessed special games, which in practically all cases arose from the nature of the individual ground. Thus the rough open game with its charging, tackling, and throwing, which were features of football, when it was taken up by the great public schools, would have been extremely dangerous if played in the flagged and walled courts of some schools, as for example the old Charterhouse. Hence at such institutions, the dribbling style of play, in which Mr. Montague Shearman, Football in the Badminton Library, sees the origin of the association game, came into existence only at Rugby. Later at some other schools, which from the first possessed an extensive grass field, was the old game preserved and developed, including even its roughness for actual hacking. Roman I intentional kicking of an opponent's legs was not expressly abolished at Rugby until 1877. The description of the old school game at Rugby, contained in Tom Brown's School Days, has become classic. Rugby union. We have seen that from early times, a rudimentary game of football had been a popular form of sport in many parts of Great Britain, and that in the old established schools, football had been a regular game among the boys in different schools. There arose various developments of the original game, or rather what at first must have been a somewhat rough form of horseplay, with a ball, began to take shape as a definite game with a definite object and definite rules. Rugby school had developed such a game, and from football played according to rugby rules, has arisen rugby football. It was about the middle of the 19th century that football, up till that time, a regular game only among schoolboys, took its place as a regular sport among men, to begin with men who had played the game as schoolboys formed clubs to enable them to continue playing their favorite school game, and others were induced to join them, while in other cases clubs were formed by men who had not had the experience of playing the game at school, but who had the energy and the will to follow the example of those who had had this experience. In this way, football was established as a regular game, no longer confined to schoolboys, When football was thus first started, the game was little developed or organized. Rules were very few, and often there was great doubt as to what the rules were, but almost from the first clubs were formed to play football according to rugby rules, that is, according to the rules of the game as played at rugby school, but even the rugby rules of that date were few and vague, and indeed almost unintelligible to those who had not been at rugby school. Still, the fact that play was according to rugby rules produced a certain uniformity, but it was not till the establishment of the English Union and the commencement of international matches that a really definite code of rules was drawn up. It is an interesting question to ask why it was that the game of rugby school became so popular in preference to the games of other schools, such as Eton, Winchester, or Harrow. It was probably very largely due to the reputation and success of rugby school under Dr. Arnold, and this also led most probably to its adoption by other schools, for in 1860, many schools, besides rugby, played football. According to rugby rules, the rapidity with which the game spread after the middle of the 19th century was remarkable. The Blackheath Club, the senior club of the London district, was established in 1860, and Richmond its great rival shortly afterwards. Before 1870, football clubs had been started in Lancashire and Yorkshire. Indeed, the Sheffield Football Club dates back to 1855. Likewise, in the universities of Oxford and Cambridge, rugby football clubs had been formed before 1870, and by that date, the game had been implanted both in Ireland and South Wales, while in Scotland before 1860 football had taken a hold. Thus, by 1870, the game had been established throughout the United Kingdom, and in many districts had been regularly played for a number of years. Rapid, as in some ways had been the spread of the game between the years 1850 and 1870, it was as nothing to what happened in the following 20 years, for by 1890 rugby football, together with association football, had become the great winter amusement of the people, and roused universal interest, while today on any fine Saturday afternoon in winter, there are tens of thousands of people playing football, while those who watch the game can be counted by the 100,000. The causes that led to this great increase in the game and interest taken in it were undoubtedly the establishment of the various national unions and the international matches, and of course, the local rivalry of various clubs, together with cup or other competitions prevalent in certain districts, was a leading factor. The establishment of the English Union led to a codification of the rules, without which development was impossible. In the year 1871, the English Rugby Union was founded in London. This union was an association of some clubs and schools which joined together and appointed a committee and officials to draw up a code of rules of the game. From this beginning, the English Rugby Union has become the governing body of rugby football in England and has been joined by practically all the rugby clubs in England, and deals with all matters connected with rugby football, notably the choosing of the international teams. In 1873, the Scottish Football Union was founded in Edinburgh on the same lines and with the same objects, while in 1880 the Welsh Football Union and in 1881 the Irish Rugby Football Union were established as the national unions of Wales and Ireland, though in both countries there had been previously unions not thoroughly representative of the country. All these unions became the chief governing body within their own country, and one of their functions was to make the rules and laws of the game. But as this had been done to start with by the English Union, the others adopted the English rules with amendments to them from time to time. This state of affairs had one element of weakness, viz., that since all the unions made their own rules, if ever a dispute should arise between any of them, a deadlock was almost certain to ensue. Such a dispute did occur in 1884 between the English and Scottish unions. This dispute eventually turned on the question of the right of the English Union to make and interpret the rules of the game, and to be the paramount authority in the game, and superior to the other unions. Scotland, Ireland, and Wales resisted this claim, and finally in 1889, Lord Kingsburgh and Major Merindon were appointed as a commission to settle the dispute. The result was the establishment of the International Board, which consists of representatives from each union, 6 from England, 2 from each of the others, whose duties were to settle any 619 question that might arise between the different unions, and to settle the rules under which international matches were to be played, these rules being invariably adopted by the various unions as the rules of the game. With the establishment of the International Board, the organization of the game was complete. Still, harmony did not prevail, and in 1895, occurred a definite disruption. A number of leading clubs in Yorkshire and Lancashire broke off from the English Union and formed the Northern Union, which since that date has had many accessions and has become the leading body in the north of England. The question in dispute was the payment of players. Football was originally played by men for the sheer love of the game, and by men who were comparatively well toto, and who could give the time to play it. But with the increasing popularity of the game, it became the pastime of all classes of the people, and clubs began to grow rich by drawing big gates, that is, large numbers of spectators, frequently many thousands in number, paid for the privilege of witnessing the match. In these circumstances, the temptation arose to reimburse the player for any out-of-pocket expenses he might be put to for playing the game, and thus it became universally recognized as legitimate to pay a player's expenses to and from a match. But in the case of working men, it often meant that they lost part of their weekly wage when they had to go a distance to play a match, or to go on tour with their club, that is, go off for a few days and play one or two matches in different parts of the country, and, consequently, the claim was made on their behalf to recoup them for their loss of wage, while at the same time rich clubs began to be willing to offer inducements to good players to join their club, and these inducements were generally most acceptable in the form of money. In association football, see below professionalism. Roman 1. The hiring and paying of a player for his service had been openly recognized. A large section of the English Union amateur party would not tolerate anything that savored of professionalism and regarded payments made to a player for broken time as illegitimate. The result was the formation of the Northern Union, which allowed such payments and has practically recognized professionalism. This body has also somewhat altered the laws of the game and reduced the number of players constituting a team from 15 to 13. In Scotland and Ireland, rugby footballers are strongly amateur, but wherever rugby football is the popular game of the artisan, the professional element is strong. Besides legislation, one of the functions of the unions is to select international teams. On the 27th of March 1871, the first international match was played between England and Scotland in Edinburgh. This was a match between teams picked from English and Scottish players. These matches from the first roused widespread interest and were a great stimulus to the development of the game, with the exception of a few years when there were disputes between their respective unions. All the countries of the United Kingdom have annually played one another, England having played Scotland since 1871, Ireland since 1875, and Wales since 1880. Scotland commenced playing Ireland in 1877, and Wales in 1883, while Ireland and Wales met first in 1882, and then in 1884, and since 1887 have played annually. The qualifications of a player for any country were at first vaguely considered to be birth, but they were never definitely settled, and there has been a case of a player playing for two countries in 1894. However, the International Board decided that no player was to play for more than one country, and this has been the only pronouncement on the question. And though birth is still looked upon as the main qualification, it is not essential. Though international matches excite interest throughout the United Kingdom, the matches between two rival clubs arouse just as much excitement in their district, particularly when the clubs may be taken as representatives of two neighboring rival towns. But when to this rivalry there is added the inducement to play for a cup or prize, the excitement is much more intense. Among rugby players, cup competitions have never been so popular as among association. But the competition for the Yorkshire Cup was very keen in the days before the establishment of the Northern Union, and this undoubtedly was the main cause of the popularity of the game in that county. Similarly, the competition for the South Wales Cup from 1878 to 1887 did a great deal to establish the game in that country. The method of carrying on these competitions is that all the clubs entered are drawn by lot in pairs to play together in the first round. The winners of these ties are then similarly drawn in pairs for the next round, until for the final round there is only one pair left, the winner of which takes the cup. An elaboration of this competition is the league system of the association game. This likewise has not been popular with rugby players still. It exists in some districts, especially where clubs are anxious to draw big gates in the league system. A certain number of clubs form a league to play one another twice each season. 2 points are counted for a win, and 1 for a draw. The club which at the end of the season comes out with most points wins the competition. The advantage of this system over a cup competition is that interest is kept up during the whole season, and one defeat does not debar a club from eventually coming out first. It is said that wherever Britons go they take their games with them, and this has certainly been the case with rugby football, especially in New Zealand, South Africa, and Australia. An interchange of football visits between these colonies and the motherland is now an important feature in the game. These tour date from 1888, when an English team visited Australia and New Zealand. In the following season, 1889, a team of New Zealanders, some of whom were native Maoris, came over to England, and by their play even then indicated how well the grammar of the game had been studied in that colony. Subsequently, several British teams visited at intervals New Zealand and Australia, and in 1905, New Zealand sent home a team which eclipsed anything previously accomplished. They played altogether 33 matches, including fixtures with England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, and only sustained one defeat, viz., by a try in their match with Wales, a record which speaks for itself. In 1908, a combined team of English and Welsh players toured in New Zealand and Australia and also visited Canada on their way home. The team was not so strong as could have been wished, and though they did fairly well in Australia, they lost all 3 test matches against New Zealand in South Africa. The game is followed with equal enthusiasm, and the play is hardly inferior, if at all, to that of the New Zealanders. The first British team to visit the Cape went in 1891, through the generosity of Cecil Rhodes, who guaranteed the undertaking against lost teams, were also sent out in 1896 and 1903. The result of matches played in each visit showing the steady improvement of the colonists. In 1906, the South Africans paid their first visit to England, and the result of their tour proved them to be equally formidable with the New Zealanders. England managed to draw with them, but Scotland was the only one of the home unions to gain a victory. The success of these colonial visits, more especially financially, created a development very foreign to the intentions of their organizers. The Northern Union as a professional body had drifted into a somewhat parlous state through suffering on the one hand from a lack of international matches, and on the other from the competition of association professional teams. The great financial success, resulting from the New Zealand tour of 1905, roused the attention of the Northern Union authorities, and they quickly entered into negotiations with New Zealand players to collect a team who would come over and play the Northern Union clubs, the visiting players themselves taking a share of the gate money for this purpose. A team of New Zealanders toured the north of England in 1907, and their action caused the introduction of professional or Northern Union football in both New Zealand and Australia. The spread of the game has not, however, been confined to English-speaking races in France. It has found fruitful soil, and numerous clubs exist in that country. Since 1906, international matches have been played between France and England, and the energy of French players coupled with their national 620 elan makes them formidable opponents. The rugby code has also obtained a firm footing in Canada, India, Ceylon, and the Argentine. The game itself is essentially a winter pastime, as 2 requisite conditions for its enjoyment are a cool atmosphere and a soft though firm turf. The field of play is an oblong not more than 110 ids long, nor more than 75 ids broad, and it usually approximates to these dimensions. The boundaries are marked by lines called touchlines down the sides and goal lines along the ends. The touchlines are continued beyond the goal lines for a distance of not more than 25 ids and parallel to the goal line, and behind it at a distance of not more than 25 ids is drawn a line called the dead ball line, joining the ends of the touchlines produced on each goal line at an equal distance. From the touchlines are erected 2 posts termed goalposts, exceeding 11 ft in height, and generally much more, averaging perhaps from 20 to 30 ft from the ground, and placed 18 ft 6 in apart at a height of 10 ft from the ground. They are joined by a crossbar, and the object of the game is to kick the ball over the crossbar between the upright posts, and so obtain a goal. The ball is egg-shaped, strictly an oblate spheroid, and the official dimensions are length 11 to 1114 in length circumference, 30 to 31 in width circumference, 2512 to 26 in weight, 13 to 1412 Oz. It is made of india rubber, inflated, and covered with a leather case. Halfway between the 2 goal lines there is generally drawn the halfway line, but sometimes it is marked by flags on the touchline and 25 ids from each goal line. There is similarly marked the 25 ids line in the original game. The side that had gained the majority of goals won the match, and if no goal had been scored or an equal number, the game was said to be left drawn. But a modification was adopted, before long a goal can be kicked from the field in the ordinary course of play, but from the very first a try goal could be obtained by that side, one of whose players either carried the ball across his opponent's goal line and then touched it down Roman 1e on the ground, or touched it down after it had been kicked across the goal line before any of his opponents. The try is then proceeded with as follows: the ball is taken out by a member of the side, obtaining the try in a straight line from the spot where it was touched down, and is deposited in a selected position on the ground in the field of play, the defending side being all confined behind their own goal line, until the moment the ball is so placed on the ground, when another member of the attacking side endeavors to kick it from the ground, a place kick over the bar, and between the goalposts. Frequently, a goal is kicked, very often not. The modification first allowed was to count that side the winner which had gained the majority of tries, provided no goal or an equal number of goals had been scored, but a majority of one goal took precedence of any number of tries. But this too was afterwards abolished, and a system of points instituted by which the side with the majority of points wins the numerical value, however, of goals and tries, has undergone several changes. The system, in 1908, being as follows: a try counts 3 points a goal from a try, in which case the try shall not count points a dropped goal, except from a mark or a penalty kick. 4 points a dropped goal being a goal obtained by a player who drops the ball from his hands and kicks it the moment it rises off the ground, as in the half volley at cricket or tennis. A goal from a mark or penalty kick. 3 points under the Northern Union Code. Any sort of goal counts 2 points a try, 3 points. But if a try be converted into a goal, both try and goal count Roman 1e, 5 points are scored. In the game itself, not only may the ball be kicked in the direction of the opponent's goal, but it may also be carried, but it must not be thrown forward or knocked on. That is in the direction of the opponent's goal, though it may be thrown back. Thus the game is really a combination of football and handball. The main principle is that anyone who is not offside is in play. A player is offside if he gets in front of the ball that is on the opponent's side of the ball, nearer than a colleague in possession of the ball to the opponent's goal line. When in this position, he must not interfere with an opponent or touch the ball under penalty. The leading feature of the game is the scrummage. In old days at rugby school, there was practically no limit to the numbers of players on each side, and not infrequently, there would be 100 or more players on one side. This was never prevalent in club football. 20 a side was the usual number to start with, reduced in 1877 to 15, aside the number still maintained in the old rugby big sides. The ball got settled amidst a mass of players, and each side attempted to drive it through this mass by shoving, kicking, and otherwise forcing their way through with the ball in front of them. This was the origin of the scrummage. The game is played usually for 1 hour or 1 hour and 10 minutes, sometimes for 1 hour and a half. Each side defends each goal in turn for half the time of play. Of the 15 players who compose a side, the usual arrangement is that 8 are called forwards and form the scrummage, 2 halfbacks are posted outside the scrummage, and 4 three-quarterbacks a little behind the halves stretch in a line across the field, their duties being mainly to run and kick and pass the ball to other members of their own side, and to prevent their opponents from doing the same. In recent years, owing to the development of passing, the field position of the halfbacks has undergone a change. One stands fairly close to the scrummage and is known as the scrum half. The other takes a position between the latter and the three-quarters and is termed the standoff half. Behind the three-quarters comes the fullback or back, a single individual. To maintain the last line of defense, his duties are entirely defensive, either to tackle an opponent who has managed to get through or more usually to catch and return long kicks. Play is started by one side kicking the ball off from the center of the field in the direction of the opponent's goal. The ball is then caught by one of the other side, who either kicks it or runs with it. In running, he goes on until he is tackled or caught by one of his opponents, unless he should choose to pass or throw it to another of his own side, who, provided he be not offside, may either kick or run or pass as he chooses. The ball in this way is kept moving until it crosses the touchline or goal line, or is tackled if the ball crosses the touchline. Both sides line up at right angles to the point where it crossed the line, and the ball is thrown in straight either by one of the same side whose player carried the ball across the touchline, or if the ball was kicked or thrown out by one of the opposite side. If the ball crosses the goal line, either a try is gained as explained above, or if the defending side touch it down first, the other side retire to the line 25 ids from the goal line, and the defending side kick it up the field. If the ball is tackled, the player carrying the ball gets up from the ground as soon as possible and the forwards at once form the scrummage by putting down their heads and getting ready to shove against one another. They shove as soon as the ball is put down between the two front rows in the scrummage. The object is by shoving the opponent's back or otherwise breaking away with the ball in front to carry the ball in the direction of the opponent's goal line by a series of short kicks, in which the players run after the ball as fast as possible, while their opponents lie in wait to get the ball, and either by a kick or other device, stop the rush instead, however, of the forwards breaking away with the ball. Sometimes, they let the ball come out of the scrummage to their halfbacks, who either kick or run with it, or pass it to the three-quarterbacks, and so the game proceeds until the ball is once more dead. That is brought to a standstill. The scrummage appears to be an uninteresting maneuver, and a strange relic of bygone times. But it is not merely a maneuver in which weight and strength alone tell. It also needs a lot of dexterity in moving the ball with the feet, applying the weight to best advantage, and also in outflanking the opposing side, as it were usually termed wheeling, directing all the force to one side of the scrummage, and thus breaking away. As a rule, the game is a lively one, for the players are rarely at rest. If there is much scrummaging, it is called a slow game. But if much running and passing, a fast or an open game, the spectator, unless he be an expert, prefers the open 621 game. But in any case, the game is always a hard and exciting struggle, frequently, with the balance of fortune swaying very rapidly from one side to the other, so that it is a matter of no surprise to find the British public so ardently attached to it. Roman 100 JNF, Roman 100 JB, Roman 1000. Association. It is generally supposed that the English game of association football is the outcome of the game of football as played at Cambridge University about the middle of the 19th century, in October 1863. A committee consisting of representatives of the schools of Eton, Harrow, Rugby, Marlborough, Shrewsbury, and Westminster drew up a code of laws, which settled the fundamental principle of the association game as distinguished from other forms of the game, which permitted of handling and carrying the ball in association football. Use of the hands or arms, either for the purpose of playing the ball or impeding or holding an opponent, is absolutely prohibited. Dribbling, or kicking the ball with the feet, and propelling it by the head or body, are the methods to be adopted. The Cambridge laws specially provided for kicking the ball. Laws 13 and 14 provided that the ball when in play may be stopped by any part of the body, but may not be held or hit by the hands, arms, or shoulders. All charging is fair, but holding, pushing with the hands, tripping up, and shinning are forbidden. The laws of association football first took practical shape as the outcome of a meeting held on the 26th of October 1863 at the Freemasons' Tavern, London. The clubs which sent delegates were representative of all classes of football. Then played. The meeting was a momentous one, for not only was the foundation laid of the Football Association, the National Association, which has since then controlled the game in England, but as the outcome of the differences of opinion which existed as to hacking being permissible under the laws, the representatives who favored the inclusion of the practice, which is now so roundly condemned, in both the association and rugby games, withdrew and formed the Rugby Union. The Cambridge laws were considered by the Committee of the Football Association at their meeting on the 24th of November 1863. They took the view that those laws embraced the true principles of the game with the greatest simplicity. The laws were officially passed on the 1st of December 1863, and the first publication was made in Bell's Life 4 days later. These laws have from time to time been modified, but the principles as laid down in 1863 have been adhered to, and the association game itself has altered very little since 1880. The usual dimensions for a ground are 120 ids long by 80 ids wide, and the goals are 8 ids in width with a crossbar from post to post, 8 ft from the ground. The ball is about 14 oz in weight, and must be a perfect sphere from 27 to 28 circumference, as distinguished from the elliptical or egg-shaped rugby ball, a rectangular space extending to 18 ids in front of the goals, and marked with lines on the ground, constitutes the penalty area, within which, at a distance of 12 ids opposite the center of the goal, is the penalty kick mark. The boundary lines at the sides of the field are called the touchlines, those at the ends in the center of which are the goals being the goal lines. The game is started by a place kick from the center of the field of play, and none of the opposite side is allowed to approach within 10 ids of the ball. When it is kicked off, when the ball passes over the touch line, it has to be thrown in by one of the opposite side, and can be returned into the field of play in any direction if it passes over the goal line at any time without touching one of the defending side. It has to be kicked out by the goalkeeper or one of the backs from a line marked in front of goal, the spot selected being in front of the post, nearest the point where the ball left the field of play. But should it touch one of the defending side in its transit over the goal line, the attacking side has the privilege of a free kick from the corner flag, a corner kick. This is often a great advantage, but such free kick does not produce a goal unless the ball touches one of the other players on its way to the post. Ordinarily, a goal is scored when the ball goes between the goalposts and under the crossbar, not being thrown, knocked on, or carried. The regulation duration of a game is an hour and a half, and ends are changed at 4 to 5 minutes. The side winning the toss has the choice of ends or kickoff, and the one obtaining the majority of goals wins. A goal cannot be scored from a free kick, except when the free kick has been allowed by the referee as a penalty for certain infringements of the rules by the opposite side, and if such infringement take place within the penalty area on the part of a player on the side then defending the goal, and in the judgment of the referee be intentional, a penalty kick is awarded to the attacking side. The penalty kick is a free kick from the penalty kick. Mark all the players of the defending side being excluded from the penalty area, except the goalkeeper who is confined to the goal line, the result therefore being an almost certain goal. A player is always in play as long as there are 3 of the opposite side between him and the opposite goal at the time the ball is kicked. This offside rule gives much trouble to the young player, though why it should do so it is not easy to say. The rule is simple. If the words in italics are remembered, the ball must not be carried, knocked, or willfully handled under any pretense whatever save by the goalkeeper, who is allowed to use his hands in defense of his goal, either by knocking on or throwing within his own half of the field of play. Thus far he is entitled to go in maintaining his goal, but if he carry the ball, the penalty is a free kick. There are other infringements of the rules, which also involve the penalty of a free kick. Among them, the serious offenses of tripping, hacking, and jumping at a player. Players are not allowed to wear nails in their boots, except such as have their heads driven in flush with the leather or metal plates or gutta percha, and any player discovered infringing this rule is liable to be prohibited from taking further part in a match. In the early 60s of the 19th century, there were probably not more than 25 organized clubs playing association football in the United Kingdom, and these were chiefly confined in the south of England to the universities and public schools. But whilst the game was being established in the south, it was making steady progress in the north, particularly in Yorkshire, where the Sheffield Club had been formed as early as 1854. In 1867, the game had become so well established that it was decided to play an inter-county match. The match, which was played in the wilds of Battersea Park, terminated in a draw, neither side having obtained a goal, and it did much to stimulate the growing popularity of the game. During the season 18,701,871, only 3 years later, 2 matches of an international character were played between Englishmen and Scotsmen in membership with the Football Association. They were not, however, recognized as international matches. The first real international match, England Roman 5 Scotland, was played on the 30th of November 1872 at Partick, Glasgow. The first international match between England and Wales was played at Kennington Oval in 1879, and that between England and Ireland at Belfast in 1882. In 1896, amateur international matches were inaugurated with Germany, Austria, and Bohemia, and games are now annually played with Scotland, Wales, Ireland, France, Belgium, Germany, Holland, Austria, and other continental countries. As the outcome of the international relations with Scotland, Wales, and Ireland, an International Football Association Board was formed in 1882 when a universal code of laws was agreed upon. 2 representatives from each of the 4 national associations constitute the board, whose laws are accepted and observed not only by the clubs and players of the United Kingdom, but in all countries where the association game is played. At a meeting held at Paris on the 21st of May 1904, the International Federation of Association Football was instituted. It consists of the recognized national associations in the respective countries, and its objects are to develop and control association international football. The countries in federation are Austria, Belgium, Denmark, England, Finland, France, Germany, Hungary, Italy, Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, and Switzerland. The small number of clubs taking part in the game in the early days becomes of interest When compared with the magnitude of 622, the game in the 20th century association football has become one of the most popular of all national sports in the United Kingdom. It is slowly but surely taking a similar position on the continent of Europe and is making progress even in the Far East, Japan being one of its latest adherents. In the season of 18,711,872, the Football Association inaugurated its popular Challenge Cup competition, which is now competed for by both amateur and professional clubs. In the first year, 15 clubs entered, all of which were from the south of England. The first winners of the cup were the Wanderers, who defeated the Royal Engineers in the final tie by 1-0 for the first 10 years. The competition was mostly limited to the southern clubs, but in the season of 18,811,882, the Blackburn Rovers were only defeated in the final tie by the Old Etonians by 1-0. Professionalism was then unknown in the game, and comparatively little interest was taken in it, except by the players themselves. In the following season of 18,821,883, the cup was for the first time taken north by the Blackburn Olympic Club, and it remained in the north for the next 19 years, until in the season of 19,001,901, it was again brought south by the Tottenham Hotspur Club, who defeated the Sheffield United Club at Bolton by 3-1. In the following season, the cup was again taken north by the Bury Club. In the early days of the competition, a few hundred people only attended the final tie, which for many years was played at Kennington Oval in London. In the course of time, however, the interest of the public so largely increased that it became necessary to seek a ground of greater capacity. Accordingly, in 1893, the final was played at Fallowfield, Manchester, where it was watched by 40,000 people. In 1894, it was played at Everton, and in 1895 at the Crystal Palace. The attendance during the following 10 years averaged 80,000 people. The record attendance was in the season of 19,001,901, when the South were contesting with the North, the spectators then being upwards of 113,000. In the season of 19,080,1909, 356 clubs entered the competition. In 191,011, the number had increased to 404. The great development of the game necessitated many changes in the system of control about the year 1880. Although contrary to the rules, a practice of making payment to players crept into the game in the north of England, and slowly developed after some years of debate. As to the best method of dealing with this development, the Football Association decided in 1885 to legalize and control the payment of players. The rules define a professional player as one who receives remuneration of any sort above his necessary hotel and traveling expenses actually paid, or is registered as a professional. They further provide that training expenses not paid by the players themselves will be considered as remuneration beyond necessary traveling, and hotel expenses. Players competing for any money prizes in football contests are also considered professionals. In 1888, the Football League, a combination of professional clubs of the North and Midlands of England, was formed, and a new scheme was inaugurated for the playing of matches on what is known as the league principle, the essential advantage of which is that the clubs in membership of a league agree to play with each other home matches each season, and also bind themselves under certain penalties to play their best team in all league matches. 6 years later, the Southern League came into existence primarily with the object of increasing the interest in the game in the south and west of England. The Football League and the Southern League very soon had their imitators, and in 1909 there were upwards of 600 league competitions playing under the sanction and control of the Football Association. The league system also found favour in Scotland, Wales, and Ireland, and has extended to most of the colonies where association football is played. In the season of 18,930,1890, the Amateur Cup competition, restricted to amateur clubs in membership with the Football Association, was inaugurated. In the first season 32 clubs entered, and the growing popularity of the competition is shown by the fact that in the season of 19,081,909, there were 229 entries. The Football Association, founded in 1863, with its 11 clubs, had in 1909 under its jurisdiction upwards of 10,000 amateur clubs, and 250,000 of amateur players, and 400 professional clubs, with 7,000 professional players. It has also directly affiliated 52 county district and colonial associations, and indirectly in membership a large number of minor associations which are affiliated through the county and district associations. The Army Association includes 316 army clubs in Great Britain and Ireland, together with clubs formed by the various battalions in India, South Africa, Gibraltar, and other army stations, and the Royal Navy Football Association comprises all ships afloat having association football clubs. The regulations of the Football Association, which is the recognized administrative and legislative body for the game in England, make provision for the sanction and control of leagues and competitions, and its rules, regulations, principles, and practices very largely prevail in all national associations. The King is the patron, and the Council consists of 56 members, a president 6, vice presidents, a treasurer, 10 representatives, elected by the clubs in the 10 divisions, into which the country is subdivided, together with representatives of the Army, the Navy, and of county associations in England, which have upwards of 50 clubs in membership, each representative being directly appointed by association. In 1905, the Football Association became incorporated under the Joint Stock Companies Acts, and as a consequence the word limited appears in its title. It is not, however, a trading body. The shareholders are not entitled to any dividend, bonus, or profit, nor may the members of the council, who are the directors, receive any payment for their services. The Scottish Football Association is also an incorporated body, with similar powers. Many of the leading clubs of the United Kingdom have also become incorporated, but under the regulations of the Football Association, they may not pay a larger dividend to their shareholders than 5, nor may any of the directors receive payment for their services. The whole policy of legislation in association football of late years has been naturally to make the game faster, by bringing everyone into full play. The great aim accordingly has been to encourage combination, and to discourage purely individual efforts. In the early days, though there was a certain amount of cohesion, a player had to rely mainly on himself. Even up to the middle of the 70s, dribbling was looked upon as the great desideratum. It was the essential for a forward, just as long kicks were the main object of a back. The development of the game was of course bound to change all that. The introduction of passing, long or short, but long in particular, placed the dribbler pure and simple at a discount and necessitated methods, with which he was mostly unacquainted. Combined play gradually came to be regarded as the keynote to success. Instead of one full-back, as was originally the case, and one half-back, the defense gradually developed by the addition first of a second half, then of a second full-back, and still later of a third half-back, until it came to show, in addition to the goalkeeper, of course, 2 full-backs and 3 half-backs, the 8 forwards, who used to constitute the attack. In the earliest days of the association have been reduced by degrees, as the science of the game became understood, until they now number only 5. The effect of the transition has been to put the attack and defense on a more equal footing, and as a natural consequence, to make the game more open, and thereby generally more interesting and attractive. Association football is indeed, from the standpoint of the spectator, a much brighter game than it was in its infancy, the result of the new methods, bringing every one of the 11 players into full relief throughout the game. The players who, as a rule, make or mar the success of a side in modern football are the center forward and the center halfback. They are the pivot on which the attack and the defense respectively turn instead of close dribbling. And following up, the new formation makes for accuracy of passing among the forwards, with intelligent support from the halfbacks. The net result is practically the effective combination of the whole side to do his part, as it ought to be done. Every member of an 11 must work in harmony with the rest, and on a definite system in all cases, subordinating his own 623 methods and personal interests to promote the general well-being of the side. Roman 100 WFJW. The literature of British football is very extensive, but the following works are among the best. Football in the Badminton Library, London, 1904, where the different games played at Eton, Harrow, Rugby, Winchester, and other public schools are thoroughly described. Rev. F. Marshall. Football, the Rugby Game, London. Cassell's J. E. Vincent. Football, its history for 5 centuries, London, 1880. 5 Roman 100 J. B. Marriott, and Roman 100 W. Alcock. Football Oval Series, Football in the Encyclopaedia of Sport, the Rugby Football Union Handbook, Richardson, Greenwich Official Annual, and the Football Annual Merit and Hatcher Association Game, London. United States in America, the game of football has been elaborated far more than elsewhere and involves more complications than in England from colonial times. Until 1871, a kind of football generally resembling the English association game was played on the village greens, and by the students of colleges and academies. There was no running with the ball, but dribbling called babying was common in 1871. A code of rules was drawn up, but they were unsatisfactory and not invariably observed. Batting the ball, Roman 1e, striking the ball forward with the fists was allowed. There were 2 backs, 16 rushers or forwards, and 2 rovers or peanutters, who lurked near the opponent's goal during this period. The first international football game was played at Yale between the college team and one made up of Old Etonians, the rules being a compromise between the American and the English. English rugby, introduced from Canada, was first played at Harvard University, and in 1875, a match under a compromise set of rules taken partly from the rugby union and partly from the existing American game was played with Yale. The following year, Yale adopted the regular rugby union rules and played Harvard under these. Later, several other colleges adopted these English rules. Absence of tradition necessitated expansion of these laws, and a convention of colleges was assembled. Thenceforward, annual conventions were held which from time to time altered and amplified the rules. A college association was formed, and the game grew in popularity. Public criticism of the roughness shown in the play early threatened its existence. Indeed, at one time, the university authorities compelled Harvard to abstain from the annual game. With Yale, changes in the rules were introduced, and the game has been characterized by less roughness and by increased skill. It has become the most popular autumn game in the United States. The principal university matches, often attracting crowds of 35,000 and even 40,000 spectators. The association subsequently disbanded, but a rules committee invited by the University Athletic Club of New York made the necessary changes in the rules from time to time, and these have been accepted by the country at large. In the West, associations were formed, but the game in the East is played principally under separate agreements between the contesting universities, all using, however, one code of rules. Later, this rules committee amalgamated with a new committee of wider representation. Amateur athletic clubs, as well as public and private schools, have also taken up the game. The American football season lasts from the middle of September to the 1st of December. Only owing to the severity of the American winter, professional football is not played in America. The American rugby game is played by teams of 11 men on a field of 330 ft long and 160 ft wide, divided by chalk lines into squares, with sides 5 ids long, leaving a strip 5 ft wide on each side of the field. Until 1903, the field was divided by latitudinal lines only, and was therefore popularly called the gridiron. Subsequently, it was called the checkerboard. The end lines are called goal lines, the side touch lines the 2 lines 25 ids from each goal line, and the middle line, or 55-yard line, are made broader than the rest. In the middle of each goal line is a goal consisting of 2 uprights, exceeding 20 ft in length, set 18 ft 6, in apart with a crossbar 10 ft from the ground. The ball is in shape and material of the English rugby type. Diagram of field. The football rules provide that when the ball is put in play in a scrimmage, the first man, who receives the ball, commonly known as the quarterback, may carry it forward beyond the line of scrimmage, provided, in so doing, he crosses such line at least 5 ids from the point where the snapperback put the ball in play, and furthermore that a forward pass may be made provided the ball passes over the line of scrimmage at least 5 ids from the point at which the ball is put in play. The field is marked off at intervals of 5 ids, with white lines parallel to the goal line for convenience in penalizing fouls, and for measuring the 10 ids to be gained in 3 downs, and also at intervals of 5 ids, with white lines parallel to the sidelines, in order to assist the referee in determining whether the quarterback runs according to rule, or whether, in case of a forward pass, such pass is legally made. Thus the football field is changed from the gridiron, as in 1902, to what now resembles a checkerboard, and the above diagram shows exactly how the field should be marked. As the width of the field does not divide evenly into 5 wide spaces, it is wise to run the first line through the middle point of the field, and then to mark off the 5 ids on each side from that middle line. In order to save labor, it may be sufficient to omit the full completion of the longitudinal lines, as the object of these lines is accomplished if their points of intersection with the transverse lines are distinctly marked, for instance, by a line a foot long. A match game consists of two periods, halves of 35 minutes with an interval of 15 minutes. Practice games usually have shorter halves. There are four officials, the umpire, whose duty it is to watch the conduct of the players and decide, regarding fouls, the referee, who decides questions regarding the progress of the ball, and of play, the field judge, who assists the referee and keeps the time, and the linesman, who, with two assistants, one representing each 11, marks the distance gained or lost in each play. In scoring a touchdown, the English rugby try counts 5 points, a goal from a touchdown 6 or 1, added to the 5 for the touchdown, a goal from the field, whether from placement or dropkick 4, and a safety, the English rugby touchdown 2 mutatis mutandis. These are made as in English rugby. American rugby differs from the English game because, in the scrimmage, the men are lined up opposite each other, and although separated by the length of the ball, are engaged in a constant man-to-man contest, and also in that a system of interference is allowed. Furthermore, a player in the American game is put on side when a kicked ball strikes the ground, and forward passing Roman 1e throwing the ball toward the opponent's goal is permissible under certain restrictions. The costume usually consists of a close-fitting jersey with shoulders and elbows, padded and reinforced with leather, short trousers with padded thighs and knees, heavy stockings, and shoes with leather cleats. In the early period of the game, caps were worn, but as they were impossible to keep on, they were discarded in favor of the wearing of long hair, and the chrysanthemum head became the distinguishing mark of the football player. This, however, 624 proved an inadequate protection, and some players now wear a head harness of soft padded leather. Substitutes are allowed in the places of injured players. The object of the game is identical with that of English rugby, and the rules in regard to fair catches, punting, dropkicking, placekicking, goalkicking, passing, and gentlemanly conduct are practically the same, except that on a free kick after a fair catch, the opposing players in the American game may not come up to the mark, but must keep 10 ids in front of it. In the American game, there is no scrummage in the English sense, nor is the ball thrown in at right angles after going into touch. The element of chance in both these methods of play was done away with by the enunciation of the principle of the possession of the ball in America. When the ball has gone out of bounds, or a runner has been tackled and held, and the ball down, the ball is also put into play by an evolution called a scrimmage, usually called lineup, which beyond the name bears no resemblance to the English scrummage. The ball at every moment of the game belongs theoretically either to one side or to the other. It may be lost by a fumble or by the side in possession not being able to make the required distance of 10 ids in 3 successive attempts, or by a voluntary kick in the lineup. The 7 linemen, Roman 1e forwards, face each other on a line parallel to the goal lines on the spot where it was ordered down by the referee. The ball is placed on the ground by the centre-rush, also called the snapperback, who, upon the signal being given by his quarterback, snaps back the ball to this player, or to the fullback by a quick movement of the hand or foot. The moment the ball is snapped back, it is in play in every scrimmage. It is a foul for the side having the ball attacking side to obstruct an opponent. Except with the body, no use may be made of hands or arms, or for the defending side to interfere with the snapback. The defenders may use their hands and arms only to get their opponents out of the way in order to get at the man with the ball. Each member of the attacking side endeavors, of course, to prevent his opponents from breaking through and interfering with the quarterback, who requires this protection from his line in order to have time to pass the ball to one of the backs, whom he has notified by a signal to be ready. In the United States, a player may be obstructed by an offside opponent, so long as hands and arms are not used in the lineup. This is called blocking off, and interference, when done to protect a friend running with the ball. Interference is one of the most important features of American football. As soon as the ball is passed to one of the halfbacks for a run, for example, round one end of the line, his interference must form immediately. This means that one or more of his fellows must accompany and shield him as he runs, blocking off any opponent who tries to tackle him. The first duty of the defense against a hostile run is therefore to break up the interference. Roman 1e put these defenders out of the play so that the runner may be reached and tackled. The game begins by the captains tossing for choice of kickoff or goal. If the winner of the toss chooses the goal on account of the direction of wind, the loser must kick off and send the ball at least 10 ids into the opponent's territory from a place kick. From the 55 ids, line the two ends of the kicking side, who are usually fast runners, get down the field after the ball as quickly as possible in order to prevent the man who catches the kickoff from running back with the ball. When the kickoff is caught, the catcher, with the aid of interference, runs it back as far as possible, and as soon as he is tackled and held by his opponents, the ball is down and a lineup takes place, the ball being in the possession of the catcher's side, which now attacks in order to prevent the so-called block game, once prevalent, in which neither side made any appreciable progress. The rules provide that the side in possession of the ball must make at least 10 ids in 3 successive attempts, or failing to do so, must surrender the ball to the enemy, or as it is called, lose the ball on downs. This is infrequent in actual play, because if after 2 unsuccessful attempts or partly successful it becomes evident that the chances of completing the obligatory 10 yd gain on the remaining attempt are unfavorable, a forward pass or a kick is resorted to rather than risk losing the ball on the spot. The kick, although resulting in the loss of the ball, nevertheless gives it to the enemy much nearer his goal. When the wind is strong, the side favored by it usually kicks often, as the other side, not being able to kick back on equal terms, is forced to play a rushing game, which is always exhausting. Again, the kicking game is often resorted to by the side that has the lead in the score in order to save its men, and yet retain the advantage. The only remaining way to advance the ball is on a free kick after a fair catch. As in the English game, the free kick may be either a punt, a drop kick, or a kick from placement. Whenever the ball goes over the sideline into touch, it is brought back to the point where it crossed the line by the man who carried it over, or if kicked or knocked over by a man of the side which did not kick it out, and they're put in play in one of 2 ways. Either it may be touched to the ground and then kicked at least 10 ids towards the opponent's goal, or it may be taken into the field at right angles to the line, a distance not less than 5 ids, nor more than 15, and they're put down for a lineup, the player who takes it in first declaring how far he will go so that the opposing team may not be caught napping. Of the 7 men in the line, the center is chosen for his weight and ability to handle the ball cleanly in snapping back. He must also, in case the fullback is to make the next play, be able to throw the ball from between his legs accurately into the fullback's hands, thus saving the time that would be wasted if the quarterback were used as an intermediary. The 2 guards, who must also be heavy men, form with the center the bulk of the line, protecting the backs in offense, and in defense blocking the enemy. The 2 tackles must be heavy yet active and aggressive men, as they must not only help the center and guards in repelling assaults on the middle of the line, but also assist the ends in stopping runs round the line, as well as those between tackle and end. A favorite point of attack, the ends are chosen for their activity, sure tackling, fast running, and ability to follow up the ball after a kick. Of the 4 players behind the line, the fullback must be a sure catcher and tackler, and a fast runner. The 2 halfbacks must also be fast runners and good dodgers. One of them is often chosen for his ability to gain ground by bucking the line. Roman 1, plunging through the opposing team's line. He must therefore be over the average weight, while the other halfback is called upon to gain by running round the opposing ends. The quarterback is the commanding general, and therefore the most important member of his side, as with him lies the choice of plays to be made when on the attack. Courage, coolness, promptness in decision, and discrimination in the choice of plays are the qualities absolutely required for this position. As soon as his side obtains the ball, the quarterback shouts out a signal consisting of a series of numbers or letters or both, which denotes a certain play that is to be carried through. The moment the ball is snapped back, a good quarterback thinks rapidly and shouts his signal for the next play as soon as a down has been called, and while the scrimmage is forming, so that the plays are run off rapidly, and the enemy is given as little time as possible to concentrate. The signals, which are secret and often changed to guard them from being solved by the enemy, are formed by designating every position and every space in the line, as well as kicks and other open plays, by a number or letter. Some signals are called sequence signals and indicate a prearranged series of plays for use in certain emergencies. Every maneuver of the attacking side is carried out by every member of the team, the ideal being every man in every play. Every time, as soon as a signal is given, each man should know what part of the ensuing move will fall to him in carrying the ball, interfering for the runner, or getting down the field under a punt. Every team has its own code. About 1890, the system of interference led to momentum and mass plays, wedge formations, tandems, Roman 100, Roman 1 to the grouping of bodies of men behind the line, and starting them before the ball was snapped back, so that they struck the line with an acquired momentum that was extremely severe, particularly When met by men equally determined, these plays caused 625 frequent injuries and led to legislation against them, the most important law providing for a limitation to the number of men who could be dropped back of the line, and practically keeping 7 men drawn up in the line. Penalties are of 3 kinds: 1, forfeiture of the game, for refusing to play when directed to do so by the referee, and for repeated fouls made with the intention of delaying the game; 2, disqualification of players, for unnecessary roughness or ungentlemanly conduct, and 3, for infringement of rules, for which certain distances are taken away from the previous gains of the side making the fouls. The game resolves itself into a series of scrimmages, interspersed with runs, and kicks. The systematized development of places at the disposal of the quarter an infinite variety of attack, which he seeks to direct at the opposing line with bewildering rapidity and dash. During the preliminary games of the season's straight football is generally played, that is, intricate attacks are avoided, and kicks and simple plunges into the line are mainly relied upon. Trick plays, which comprise all maneuvers of an intricate nature, are reserved for later and more important matches. Among these is the fake false kick, in which the fullback takes position as if to receive the ball for a kick, but the ball is passed to a different player for a run. Another play of this kind is the wing shift, in which some or all of the players on one side of center suddenly change to the other side, thus forming a mass and throwing the opponent's line out of balance. To this category belong also double passes, false passes, delayed runs, and crisscrosses. Training for football in America resembles that for other sports in regard to food and hygiene. The coaching systems at the universities differ, but there is generally a head coach who is assisted by graduates, each of whom pays a special attention to one set of men, one to the men in the center of the line, one to the backs, another to the ends. Roman 100 candidates for the teams are put through a severe course of practice in catching punts and hard-thrown passes, in quick starts, falling on the ball, tackling a mechanical dummy, in blocking, breaking through the line, and all kinds of kicking. Although in matches the kicking is generally left to 1 or 2 men who have shown themselves particularly expert, every player is taught to dive for the ball whenever he sees it on the ground, as possession is of cardinal importance in American football, and dribbling for this reason is unknown. When running with the ball, the player is taught to take short steps to follow his interference, that is, not isolate himself from his defenders, and neither to slow up nor shut his eyes. When striking the opposing line, tackling well below the waist is taught, but it is a foul to tackle below the knee. The general rule for defensive work of all kinds is play low. See Walter Camp, How to Play Football, and the Official Football Guide Annual, both in Spalding's Athletic Library, his Book of College Sports New York 1893, his American Football New York 1894, and his Football Boston 1896, the last in cooperation with Roman 50 F. Deland, R.H. Barber, The Book of School, and College Sports New York 1904, W.H. Lewis, Primer of College Football Boston 1896. E.B.W. Koth. Foot, Andrew Hull, 18,061,863, American admiral, was born at New Haven, Connecticut, on the 12th of September 1806. His father, Samuel Augustus Foote, 17,801,846, being a prominent lawyer and Whig politician, who as U.S. Senator moved in 1829, Foote's resolutions on public lands, in the discussion of which Daniel Webster made his reply to Hayne. He entered the U.S. Navy in 1822 and was commissioned lieutenant in 1830, after cruising round the world 18,371,840. In the John Adams, he was assigned to the Philadelphia Naval Asylum, and later 18,461,840. 8 to the Boston Navy Yard. In 1849, he was made commander of the Perry and engaged for 2 years in suppressing the slave trade on the African coast. In 1856, as commander of the Portsmouth, he served on the East India Station under Com James Armstrong, and he captured the barrier forts near Canton from October 1858 to the outbreak of the Civil War. He was in charge of the Brooklyn Navy Yard, becoming a full captain in 1861. In August 1861, he was assigned to the command of the naval operations upon the Western waters, his exploit in capturing Fort Henry on the right bank of the Tennessee River from the Confederates on the 6th of February 1862, without the cooperation of General Grant's land forces, who had not arrived in time, was a brilliant success. but their combined attack on Fort Donelson 12 Roman 1000 off on the left bank of the Cumberland River, whither most of the Fort Henry garrison had escaped, resulted before its surrender Feb 16 in heavy losses, to Foot's gunboats, Foot himself being severely wounded in March-April. He cooperated in the capture of New Madrid Curoman 5 and Island No 10 in June. He retired from his command, and in July was promoted rear admiral, and became chief of the Bureau of Equipment and Recruiting on the 26th of June 1863. He died at New York. See the Life, 1874, by Professor James Mason Hoppin, 18,201,906. Foot Mary Halleck, 1847, American author and illustrator, was born in Milton, New York, on the 19th of November 1847, of English Quaker ancestry. She was educated at the Poughkeepsie, NY Female Collegiate Seminary, and at the Cooper Institute School of Design for Women in New York in 1876. She married Arthur DeWint Foot, a mining engineer, and subsequently lived in the mining regions of California, Idaho, Colorado, and Mexico. She is best known for her stories, in which, as in her drawings, she portrays vividly the rough, picturesque life, especially the mining life of the West. Some of her best drawings appear in her own books. Among her publications are The Lead Horse, Claim 1883, John Bodwin's Testimony 1886, The Chosen Valley 1892, Coeur d'Alene 1890, For the Prodigal 1900, a novelette The Desert and the Sown 1902, and several collections of short stories including A Touch of Sun and Other Stories 1903. Foot Samuel, 17,201,777, English dramatist and actor, was baptized at Truro on the 27th of January 1720. Of his attachment to his native Cornwall, he gives no better proofs as an author than by making the country booby Timothy in the Knights sound the praises of that county and of its manly pastimes. But towards his family he showed a loyal and enduring affection. His father was a man of good family and position, his mother Eleanor Goodyear, whom he is said in person, as well as in disposition, to have strongly resembled. He liberally supported in the days of his prosperity, and after her death, indignantly vindicated her character from the imputations recklessly cast upon it by the revengeful spite of the Duchess of Kingston. About the time when Foot came of age, he inherited his first fortune through the murder of his uncle Sir John Dinley Goodyear Bart by his brother Captain Samuel Goodyear. Foot was educated at the Collegiate School at Worcester and at Worcester College, Oxford, distinguishing himself in both places by mimicry and audacious pleasantries of all kinds. And although he left Oxford without taking his degree, acquiring a classical training, which afterwards enabled him neatly to turn a classical quotation or allusion, and helped to give to his prose style a certain fluency and elegance. Foot was designed for the law, but certainly not by nature. In his chambers at the Temple, and in the Grecian coffee-house hard by, he learned to know something of lawyers if not of law, and was afterwards able to jest at the jargon, and to mimic the mannerisms of the bar, and to satirize the latitats of the other branch of the profession, with particular success. The famous argument in Hobson Roman 5 Nobson in The Lame Lovers is almost as good of its kind as that in Bardell Roman 5 Pickwick, but a stronger attraction drew him to the Bedford Coffee House in Covent Garden, and to the theatrical world of which it was the social center, after he had run through 2 fortunes, the second of which he appears to have inherited at his father's death, and had then passed through severe straits. He made his first appearance on the actual stage in 1744. It is said that he had married a young lady in Worcestershire, but the traces of his wife, he affirmed himself that he was married to his washerwoman, are mysterious and probably apocryphal. Foot's first appearance as an actor was made little more than 626, 2 years after that of Garrick, as to whose merits the critics, including Foot himself, were now fiercely at war. His own first venture as Othello was a failure, and though he was fairly successful in genteel comedy parts, and was after a favorable reception at Dublin enrolled as one of the regular company at Drury Lane in the winter of 17,451,746, he had not as yet made any palpable hit. Finding that his talent lay neither in tragedy nor in genteel comedy, he had begun to wonder where the devil it did lie, when his successful performance of the part of Bayes in the rehearsal at last suggested to him the true outlet for his extraordinary gift of mimicry. Following the example of Garrick, he had introduced into this famous part imitations of actors, and had added a variety of other satirical comment in the way of gag, engaging a small company of actors. he now boldly announced, for the 22nd of April 1747, at the theatre in the Haymarket Gratis, a new entertainment called the Diversions of the Morning, to which were to be added a farce adapted from Congreve, and an epilogue spoken by the BDD Coffeehouse. Foot's success in these diversions obtained for him the name of the English Aristophanes, an absurd compliment declined by Foot himself. See his letter in the Minor. The diversions consisted of a series of imitations of actors and other well-known persons, whose various peculiarities of voice, gesture, manner, or dress were brought directly before the spectators, while the epilogue introduced the wits of the Bedford, engaged in ludicrous disputation, and specially took off an eminent physician, probably the munificent Sir William Brown, whom he afterwards caricatured in The Devil on Two Sticks, and a notorious quack oculist of the day. The actors ridiculed in this entertainment, having at once procured the aid of the constables for preventing its repetition. Foot immediately advertised an invitation to his friends to drink a dish of tea with him at the Haymarket on the following day at noon, and teas hoped there will be a great deal of comedy and some joyous spirits. He will endeavor to make the morning as diverting as possible. Tickets for this entertainment to be had at St. George's Coffeehouse, Temple Bar, without which no person will be admitted. N.B. Sir Dilbury Diddle will be there, and Lady Betty Frisk has absolutely promised. The device succeeded to perfection. Further resistance was abandoned as futile by the actors, whom Foot mercilessly ridiculed in the instructions to his pupils, which the entertainer pretended to impart, typifying them under characters embodying their several chief peculiarities or defects. Massive and sonorous James Quinn as a watchman, the shrill-voiced Lacey Ryan as a razor grinder, the charming Peg Woffington, whose tones had an occasional squeak in them, as an orangewoman crying her wares, and the bill of the play, and Mr. Foot's chocolate, which was afterwards converted into an evening tea, became an established favorite with the town. In spite of this success, he seems to have contrived to spend a third fortune, and to have found it necessary to eke out his means by a speculation in small beer, as is recorded in an amusing anecdote told of him by Johnson. But he could now command a considerable income, and when money came, he seems to have freely expended it in both hospitality and charity during his engagements at Covent Garden and at Drury Lane, of which he was joint manager, and in professional trips to Scotland, and more especially to Ireland. He appeared both in comedies of other authors, and more especially in his own. He played Hartop in his Nights, 1749, printed 1754, Taste 1752, in which parts of the diversions were incorporated, was followed by some 18 pieces, the majority of which were produced at the Haymarket, the favorite home of Foot's entertainments, in 1760. He succeeded in obtaining for this theatre a license from the Lord Chamberlain, afterwards, in 1766, converted into a license for summer performances for life. The entertainments were a succession of variations on the original idea of the diversions, and the tea now it was an auction of pictures, 1740, 8 of part of which an idea may be formed from the second act of the comedy Taste, now a lecture on orators, 1754, suggested by some bombastic discourses given by Macklin in his old age at the Piazza Coffee House in Covent Garden, where Foot had amused the audience and confounded the speaker by interposing his humorous comments. The Orators is preserved in the shape of a hybrid piece, which begins with a mock lecture on the art of oratory and its representatives in England, and ends with a diverting scene of a pothouse forum, debate to which Hallberg's politician Tinman can hardly have been a stranger. At a later date, 1773, a new device was introduced in a puppet show. The piece unprinted played in this by the puppets was called Piety in Patents, and professed to show by the moral how maidens of low degree might become rich from the mere effects of morality and virtue, and by the literature how thoughts of the most commonplace might be concealed under cover of words, the most high-flown. In other words, it was an attack upon sentimental comedy, which was still not altogether extinguished. An attack upon Garrick, in connection with the notorious Shakespeare. Jubilee was finally left out from the puppet show, and thus was avoided a recurrence of the quarrel, which many years before had led to an interchange of epistolary thrusts and an imitation by Woodward of the imitative Foot. On the whole, the relations between the two public favorites became very friendly, and on Foot's part unmistakably affectionate, and they have not been always generously represented by Garrick's biographers. A comparison between the two as actors is of course out of the question, but though Foot was a buffoon, and his tongue a scurrilous tongue, there is no authentic ground for the suggestion that his character was one of malicious heartlessness of Samuel Johnson's opinions of him. Many records remain in Boswell. When Johnson had at last found his way into Foote's company, he afterwards found it to Foote's own table. He was unable to resist him, and on hearing of Foote's death, he thought the career just closed worthy of a lasting biographical record. Meanwhile, most of poor Foote's friendships in high life were probably those that are sworn across the table and require t'other bottle to keep them up. It is not a pleasant picture of Lord Mexborough and his royal guest the Duke of York, and their companions bantering Foote on his ignorance of horsemanship, and after he had weakly protested his skill taking him out to hounds on a dangerous animal, he was thrown and broke his leg, which had to be amputated the patientee, in which character he said he was now making his first appearance, consoling himself with the reflection that he would now be able to take off old Faulkner, a pompous Dublin alderman with a wooden leg, whom he had brought on the stage as Peter Paragraph in the Orators to the Life. The Duke of York made him the best reparation in his power by promising him a life patent for the theatre in the Haymarket 1766, and Foote not only resumed his profession as if like Sir Luke Limp, he considered the leg he had lost a redundancy, a mere nothing at all, but ingeniously turned his misfortune to account in two of his later pieces, The Lame Lover and The Devil on Two Sticks, while with the true instinct of a public favorite making constant reference to it in plays and prologues, though the characters played by him in several of his later plays are comparatively short and light, he continued to retain his hold over the public, and about the year 1774, was beginning to think of withdrawing at least for a time to the continent when he became involved in what proved a fatal personal quarrel. Neither in his entertainments nor in his comedies had he hitherto, except in Garrick's case, and it is said, in Johnson's, put any visible restraint upon personal satire. The author, in which under the infinitely humorous character of Cadwallader he had brought a Welsh gentleman of the name of Ap Rice on the stage, had indeed been ultimately suppressed, but in general he had pursued his hazardous course, mercilessly exposing to public ridicule and contempt not only fribbles and pedants, quacks, or supposed quacks in medicine, as in The Devil on Two Sticks, enthusiasts in religion such as Dr. Dodd in the Cozenas and George Whitefield, and his connection in the minor. He had not only dared the wrath of the whole Society of Antiquaries in the 627 Nabob, and been rewarded by the withdrawal from among the pundits who rationalized away Whittington's cat of Horace Walpole and other eminent members of the body, but had in the same play attacked a well-known representative of a very influential, though detested element in English society, nabobs themselves. But there was one species of cracked porcelain which he was not to try to hold up to contempt with impunity. The rumor of his intention to bring upon the stage in the character of Lady Kitty Crocodile, in the trip to Calais, the notorious Duchess of Kingston, whose trial for bigamy was then 1775, impending, roused his intended victim to the utmost fury, and the means and influence she had at her disposal enabled her not only to prevail upon the Lord Chamberlain to prohibit the performance of the piece, in which there is no hint as to the charge of bigamy itself, but to hire agents to vilify Foote's character in every way that hatred and malice could suggest. After he had withdrawn, the piece and letters had been exchanged between the Duchess and him, equally characteristic of their respective writers. Foote took his revenge upon the chief of the Duchess' instruments, a Reverend Dr. Jackson, who belonged to the Reptile Society of the journalists of the day, so admirably satirized by Foote in his comedy of The Bankrupt. This man he gibbeted in the character of Viper in the Capuchin, under which name the altered trip to Calais was performed in 1776, but the resources of his enemies were not yet at an end, and a discharged servant of Foote's was suborned by Jackson to bring a charge of assault and apply for a warrant against him, though the attempt utterly broke down, and Foote's character was thus completely cleared. His health and spirits had given way in the struggle, as to which, though he seems to have had the firm support of the better part of the public, including such men as Burke and Reynolds, the very audiences of his own theatre had been, or had seemed to be, divided in opinion. He thus resolved to withdraw at least for a time from the effects of the storm, let his theatre to Calman, and after making his last appearance there in May 1777, set forth in October on a journey to France. But at Dover he fell sick on the day after his arrival there, and after a few hours died October 21. His epitaph in St. Mary's Church at Dover written by his faithful treasurer William Jewell, records that he had a hand open as day for melting charity. His resting-place in Westminster Abbey is without any memorial. Foote's chief power as an actor lay in his extraordinary gift of mimicry, which extended to the mental and moral, as well as the mere outward and physical peculiarities of the personages, whose likeness he assumed. He must have possessed a wonderful flexibility of voice, though his tones are said to have been harsh when his voice was not disguised, and an incomparable readiness for rapidly assuming characters both in his entertainments and in his comedies, where he occasionally doubled parts. The excellent patter of some of his plays, such as The Liar and The Cousins, must have greatly depended for its effect upon rapidity of delivery in person. He was rather short and stout and coarse-featured, but his overflowing humor is said to have found full expression in the irresistible sparkle of his eyes. As a dramatic author, he can only be assigned a subordinate rank. He regarded comedy as an exact representation of the peculiar manners of that people, among whom it happens to be performed, a faithful imitation of singular absurdities, particular follies, which are openly produced as criminals are publicly punished for the correction of individuals, and as an example to the whole community. This he regarded as the util or useful purpose of comedy. The Dulce he conceived to be the fable, the construction, machinery, conduct, plot, and incidents of the piece, for part at least of this view, advanced by him in the spirited and scholarly letter, in which he replied to the reverend author of the Remarks Critical and Christian on the Minor. He rather loftily appealed to classical authority, but he overlooked the indispensableness of the Dulce to the comic drama under its primary aspect, as a species of art. His comic genius was particularly happy in discovering and reproducing characters deserving of ridicule, and the fact that he not only took them from real life, but closely modeled them on well-known living men and women, was not in himself an artistic sin, nor indeed was the novelty of this process absolute, though probably no other comic dramatist has ever gone so far in this course, or has pursued it so persistently. The public delighted in his fine originals, because it recognized them as copies, and he was himself proud that he had taken them from real persons, instead of their being vamped from antiquated plays, pilfered from the French farces, or the baseless beings of the poet's brain. But the real excellence of many of Foote's comic characters lies in the fact that besides being incomparably ludicrous types of manners, they remain admirable comic types of general human nature. Sir Gregory Gazette, and his imbecile appetite for news, Lady Pentweasel, and her preposterous vanity, in her superannuated charms, Mr. Cadwallader, and his view of the advantages of public schools, where children may make acquaintances that may hereafter be useful to them. For between you and I, as to what they learn there does not signify twopence. Major Sturgeon, and Jerry Sneak, Sir Thomas Lofty, Sir Luke Limp, Mrs. Mecklin, and a score or two of other characters, are excellent comic figures in themselves, whatever their origin, and many of the vices and weaknesses exposed by Foote's vigorous satire will remain the perennial subject of comic treatment so long as a stage exists. The real defect of his plays lies in the abnormal weakness of their construction, in the absolute contempt which the great majority of them show for the invention or conduct of a plot, and in the unwarrantable subordination of the interest of the action to the exhibition of particular characters. His characters are ready-made, and the action is only incidental to them, with the exception of The Liar, which Foote pretended to have taken from Lope de Vega, but which was really founded on Steele's adaptation of Corneille Lamenteur and perhaps of The Bankrupt. There is hardly one of Foote's comedies in which the conception and conduct of the action rise above the exigencies of the merest farce. Not that sentimental scenes, and even sentimental characters, are wanting, but these familiar ingredients are as incapable of exciting real interest as an ordinary farcical action is in itself unable to produce more than transitory amusement. In his earlier plays, Foote constantly resorts to the most hackneyed device of farcia disguise. Of course, Foote must have been well aware of the shortcomings of his rapidly manufactured productions. He knew that if he might sneer at genteel comedy, as suited to the dramatists of the servants' hall, and pronounce the arts of the drama at the great houses to be directed by the genius of insipidity, he, like the little theatre where he held sway, was looked upon as an eccentric, a mere summer fly. At the same time, he was inexhaustible in the devising of comic scenes of genuine farce, an oration of old masters, an election of a suburban mayor, an examination at the College of Physicians, a newspaper conclave where paragraphs are concocted, and reputations massacred. All these, and other equally happy situations, are brought before the mere reader with unfailing vividness, and everywhere the comic dialogue is instinct with spirit and vigor, and the comic characters are true to themselves with a buoyancy which at once raises them above the level of mere theatrical conventionalism. Foote professed to despise the mere caricaturing of national peculiarities, as such, and generally used dialect as a mere additional coloring. He was, however, too wide awake to the demands of his public not to treat France and Frenchmen as fair game, and coarsely to appeal to national prejudice. His satire against those everlasting victims of English comedy and farce, the Englishman in Paris, and the Englishman returned from Paris, was doubtless well warranted, while at the same time he made fun of the fact that Englishmen are nowhere more addicted to the society of their countrymen than abroad in general. The purposes of Foote's social satire are excellent, and the abuses against which it is directed are those which it required courage to attack. The tone of his morality is healthy, and his language, though not aiming at refinement, is remarkably free from intentional grossness. He made occasional mistakes, but he was on the right side in the warfare against the pretentiousness of cant and the effrontery of vice, the two master evils of the age and the society in which he lived. The following is a list of Foote's farces or comedies, as he calls them, mostly in threesome in 2 acts, which remain in print the date of production, and the character originally performed by Foote are added to the title of each. The Knight's 1748 Hartop, who assumes the character of Sir Penurious Trifle Taste, 1752, in which part of the diversions is incorporated. The Englishman in Paris, 1753. Young Buck, the Englishman returned from Paris, 1756. Sir Charles Buck the author, 1757. Cadwallader the miner, 1760. Smirk and Mrs. Cole the liar, 1762. The Orators, 1762. Lecturer the Mayor of Garratt, 1763. Major Sturgeon and Matthew Mugg the Patron, 1764. Sir Thomas Lofty and Sir Peter Peppercorn the Commissary, 1765. Mr. Zac Fungus the Devil upon 2 sticks, 1768. Devilalias, Dr. Hercules Hellebore the Lame Lover, 1770. Sir Luke Limp, the Maid of Bath, 1771. Mr. Flint the Nabob, 1772. Sir Matthew Might the Bankrupt, 1773. Sir Robert Riscounter the Cozenas, 1774. Mr. Aircastle the Capuchin, a second version of the trip to Calais forbidden by the censor, 1776. O'Donovan. His dramatic works were collected in 17,630,1768. Bibliography. Foote's biography may be read in W. Conversation, Cook's Memoirs of Samuel Foote, 3 vols, 1805, which contain, amidst other matter, a large collection of his good things, and of anecdotes concerning him, besides 2 of his previously unpublished occasional pieces, with the tragedy, a la mode. Part of the diversions in which Foote appeared as Fustian from this source seems to have been mainly taken the biographical information in the rather grandiloquent S. on Foote prefixed by John B. 628, John Badcock F.L., 18,161,830, also known as John Huns, to his useful edition of Foote's works, 3 vols, 1830. Various particulars will be found in Tate Wilkinson's Wandering Patentee, York, 1795, and in other sources there is an admirable essay on Foote, reprinted with additions from the Quarterly Review in John Forster's Biographical Essays, 1850. 8. A Recent Life of Foote is by Percy Fitzgerald, 1910. A W.W. Footman, a name given among articles of furniture to a metal stand usually of polished steel or brass, and either oblong or oval in shape, for keeping plates and dishes hot before a dining-room fire in the days before the general use of hot water dishes. The footman possessed definite utility, but although it is still in occasional use, it is now chiefly regarded as an ornament. It was especially common in the hardware counties of England, where it is still frequently seen. The simple conventionality of its form is not inelegant. Footscray, a city of Burke County, Victoria, Australia, on the Saltwater River, 4 Roman 1000 W of, and suburban to Melbourne. Pop. 1901, 18,301. The city has large bluestone quarries from which most of the building stones in Melbourne and the neighborhood is obtained. It is also an important manufacturing center, with numerous sugar mills, jute factories, soap works, woolen mills, foundries, chemical works, and many other minor industries. Footstall, a word supposed to be a literal translation of pedestal or pedestal, the lower part of a pier in architecture. See base. Fapa Vincenzo, Italian painter, was born near Brescia. The dates of his birth and death used to be given as 1400 and 1492, but there is now good reason for substituting 1427 and 1515. He settled in Pavia towards 1456, and was the head of a Lombard school of painting, which subsisted up to the advent of Leonardo da Vinci in 1489. He returned to Brescia. His contemporary reputation was very considerable, his merit in perspective and foreshortening being recognized, especially among his noted works are a fresco in the Brera Gallery, Milan, The Martyrdom of St. Sebastian, and a crucifixion in the Carrara Gallery, Bergamo, executed in 1455. He worked much in Milan and in Genoa, but many of his paintings are now lost. See Roman 100 J. F. Falks and R. Maocchi Vincenz, Fapa 1910. Forage food for cattle or horses, chiefly the provender collected for the food of the horses of an army. In early usage, the word was confined to the dried forage as opposed to grass. From this word comes foray, an expedition in search of forage, and hence a pillaging expedition. Raid, the word forage, directly derived from the fr forage, comes from a common Teutonic origin, and appears in fodder, food for cattle. The ultimate Indo-European root pat cf. Lat passir, to feed, gives food, feed, foster, and appears also in such Latin derivatives as pastor, pasture. Forain J. Roman 500 1852, French painter and illustrator, was born in 1852. He became one of the leading modern Parisian caricaturists, who, in his merciless exposure of the weaknesses of the bourgeoisie, continued the work which was begun by Daumier under the Second Empire. The scathing bitterness of his satire is as clearly derived from Daumier as his pictorial style can be traced to Manet and Degas, but even in his painting, he never suppresses the caustic spirit that drives him to caricature. He has indeed been rightly called a Degas pushed on to caricature. In his pen and ink work, he combines extraordinary economy of means with the utmost power of expression and suggestion. Forain's popularity dates from the publication of his Comédie Parisienne, a series of 250 sketches. Republished in book form, he has contributed many admirable, if sometimes overdaring, pages to the Figaro, Le Rire, L'Assiette, Aubier, Le Courrier Francais, and Indiscret. His political drawings for the Figaro were republished in book form under the title of Du Pays. Foraker Joseph Henson, 1846, American political leader, was born near Rainsboro, Highland County, Ohio, on the 5th of July, 1846. He passed his early life on a farm, enlisted as a private in the 89th Ohio Volunteer Infantry in July 1862, served throughout the Civil War for part of the time as an aide on the staff of General H.W. Slocum, and in 1865 received a captain's brevet for efficient services during the campaigns in North Carolina and Georgia. After the war, he spent 2 years at the Ohio Wesleyan University and 2 years at Cornell. In 1869, he was admitted to the Ohio bar and began practice in Cincinnati. He was a judge of the Cincinnati Superior Court from 1879 to 1882. In 1883, he was the Republican candidate for governor of Ohio, but was defeated in 1885 and 1887. However, he was elected, but was again defeated in 1889. He then for 8 years practiced law with great success in Cincinnati. In 1896, he was elected United States Senator to succeed Calvin S. Bryce, 18,451,898, in 1902, was re-elected, and served until 1909. In the Senate, he was one of the aggressive Republican leaders, strongly supporting the administration of President M. McKinley, whose name he presented to the Republican National Conventions of 1896 and 1900 in the debates preceding, during, and immediately following the Spanish-American War, and later, during the administration of President Roosevelt, was conspicuous among Republican leaders for his independence. He vigorously opposed various measures advocated by the president and led the opposition to the president's summary discharge of certain Negro troops after the Brownsville raid of the 13th of August 1906. See Brownsville, Texas.